Not here. Please not here.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Back here again doing another live show, and yeah, we're just going to get into some film discussion here. So, yeah, have you guys seen
film? Okay.
What was that, Jay?
You guys seen anything that you liked this summer yet?
I've seen things I liked, maybe not as much as I wanted to, you know.
Well, you know me, I hate everything, so. Just older. I went back and watched older stuff. I mean,
he doesn't hate everything. He just hates everything that's not like from post 95.
Yeah.
But no,
did you not see?
I did see the Kingsman: The Secret Service. I liked that movie.
Oh yeah, that's one I want to check out.
Yeah, I want to check that out too.
And I haven't read the comic it's based on, or graphic novel.
Yeah,
I haven't read it, but I did enjoy that. I mean, and been watching older stuff. I did it like The People versus Larry Flint, which is a good one, and Ricochet.
Oh, that's a good movie, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen those in years. I've seen both of them, but I don't really remember them too well.
And then we watched The Wolf of Wall Street, which I enjoyed. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, that's a great movie.
I love that movie every time I watch it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Matthew McConaughey. Cracks me up.
Yeah.
It's
He's
like
not in the movie very much. So
3
like,
minutes of screen time.
That's what I mean. Like I thought he was going to have a much bigger role. And then,
Yeah,
like,
I thought he was
like
going
2 scenes and he's
come
done.
back. I was surprised. Like, I guess it's based on well, they say true story, but it's a lot of BS, I'm sure. But
Oh yeah.
I was surprised he didn't come back in like the third act or something. But as for new stuff,
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, the Kingsman I liked. Jurassic World, I'm the only person in the world that didn't like it, but that's fine.
I went into that movie with really low expectations, so that's why I liked it more.
Yeah, I
than
think that's part of the thing too. I was like, you know, there were definitely things I didn't like about it.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
still on top this past weekend, I think, the big July 4th weekend.
Yeah,
It was
it's
still,
like the
Really?
it's like
probably
the fourth
still the best
biggest
in
film.
theaters in a while, though.
I think it's the fourth biggest film of all time now, domestically.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
It's made
It
over
is.
$500
I
million in
checked
the
that.
U.S.
Like history.
530
Yeah.
million or something. Like
I'm starting to think that
huge.
maybe what James predicted about Star Wars won't be true.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
What
I
was
mean,
his
honestly, like, well, James said like when we were talking about, you know, how Jurassic Park was kicking ass at the box office and making more and more money, and James said, well, that'll be irrelevant, you know, in December when Star Wars comes out.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe, yeah, at the time it sounded, and I don't know what's going to happen, right? There's obviously it is Star Wars, but I just mean we do have a whole shitty prequel trilogy that kind of helped, you know, wreck Star Wars for an entire generation and disappoint the older generation. So part of me thinks that maybe it's not going to be as big a deal as I think, because it's like, oh yeah, I remember this back in 1999.
Yeah.
How did that turn out? You know, so I don't know.
I'm really not that excited for the Star Wars films. I mean, as much as I should be, considering, you know, what a fan I am of the original 3 films.
Well,
And what
who's
is
the
that?
director again?
J.J. Abrams?
Yeah, see, I really
Yeah.
have a big problem with J.J. Abrams. I've never really liked anything he's done. Like, I don't hate him. It's not like I think he's a shit director. I just mean he just seems to have this really good reputation that I don't get. So I don't like him at all for Star Wars, anyway.
He's a great producer.
I mean, I think he directed the first Star Trek, didn't he? Or the
Yeah.
2009 Star Trek? I mean,
believe so.
that's a pretty good movie. Like, you know, I like that movie, but I can't really think of anything else he's done that I really care about.
I liked Mission Impossible 3. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, really? I didn't realize he did that.
Three's a lot better than
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I did like 3 more than 2, which was disappointing since it was John Woo.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
love John Woo, but 2 is kind of an incoherent mess. I don't know, a lot of people really like the last Mission Impossible with Jeremy Renner and stuff. I was completely underwhelmed by it. Like, when it ended, I was kind of like, that's it? Like, I thought more was going to happen. Like,
I
I
felt
never
the same
finished
way.
it.
I felt the same way.
yeah.
about
See, I didn't have a
those
problem with
problems.
anything that did happen in the movie. It was all fine. It just felt thin. It felt thin. Like, I don't know.
Well,
And now, like,
Yeah.
this new Mission Impossible seems to have the exact same, like, sort of plot as the new Bond.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really stoked for the new Bond, which makes me happy. It's like I'm really actually excited for the new Bond, which is kind of a new thing.
Did you guys like Skyfall?
Mostly.
Yeah, I did.
I thought it was a little long for a Bond film. I don't
Yeah.
think a Bond film really needs to be that long, and
That's how I felt too.
And part of me thinks, like, even though I do like it, I don't know how much I like them getting that personal. Like, going back to, like, where he was raised in an orphanage and stuff. I don't know. Some things about Bond I'd rather not know. And that kind of peeled back too much. Again, it didn't ruin the movie for me. Nothing like that. And I mean, and I've said this before, what kind of confused me about the movie and sort of, okay, so 2006, Daniel Craig is the new Bond, and it's kind of a reboot because the idea is this is him starting out as a 00, so new continuity, such as it is, considering the loose continuity the other Bonds have. And that I loved Casino Royale. It's one of my favorite Bonds. And
yeah, I liked it too.
I was super disappointed in Quantum of Solace. I thought it was so drab, and it seemed like an anti-Bond movie. Like all the stuff Bond does, like they seem to like water it down. I remember like there was a good line on The Simpsons, like that pretty much talked about that, like where like Homer's like, he's like, yeah, I love James Bond now, the new James Bond. I like how he's not handsome and doesn't use any gadgets or make any jokes or look like James Bond, like he says like that. And I was like, that's kind of how I sort of felt about like Quantum of Solace. And then
Quantum of Solace was a huge letdown for me. Sorry to interrupt, but
yeah, go ahead.
Quantum was a huge letdown for me because after seeing Casino Royale was awesome. I love a movie. It was a great origin story. I expected it to be great, but when I got a disappointment. Oh man, that was bad. But Skyfall made it better though.
Skyfall made it better though. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Skyfall was too behind it.
Yeah. So by the time Skyfall was over, I was like, holy shit! It was all 3 movies doing the reboot. Like I thought Casino Royale was the reboot, but it's all 3 because it takes that long. Because it's like, okay, now we've killed off the old spoiler, the old M, and we've got a new M in place, and now he's the established agent we were looking for, because it was weird before, because it's like here's a sort of inexperienced Bond, and the one thing they tried to give us, even from the very first Bond, Dr. No, even in Dr. No, even though there's no movies before it, they basically establish a very experienced Bond, like he's done this before, that sort of thing. So that's what's interesting to me. It sort of took I didn't know they were going to take 3 movies in like 6 years to do the reboot, but they did it. So now I feel like that's out of the way, and I can be excited about this new movie. So I am.
I just remember the special effects were so bad in Quantum of Solace. It's the only thing I remember about that one.
Well, they're during the writer's strike. They're during the writer's strike. They're during the writer's strike issue.
Yeah, 2008.
2008, yeah.
Yeah.
When that happened, a lot of writers left.
Yeah.
It's just so drab. Like, it's weird seeing Bond. Like, they're in like 3 really poor countries. It's just not really usually. Like, usually we see like more exotic, lavish, cool places. And this, I was just sort of depressed. I was like, wow, the people of Haiti. I feel so bad for them.
Yeah.
I was just like, crap. And then it ends in like this weird, drab, like desert fortress. It seems, again, it just felt like the anti-Bond in a way. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't like how it has like a serious and gritty feel like the ones like from way before.
Yeah.
Like just like the really, fun and exciting. Not
I
as
think
gritty.
they were trying to do like a Jason Bourne thing.
Yeah, Jason Bourne.
Like why do that?
Like,
I feel better about it now.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Cole. Because as much as I love the Bourne trilogy, I love the trilogy, I love it. Trying to put that James Bond, it doesn't really work. It really backfires badly. Because once you run the first spy movie, after the video, I spy movie then the boys at least. I think.
Didn't catch that last part.
Like once you run with the first spy movie, I think besides the 40s and 50s.
Yeah, I mean, there were a few. I mean, Bond was really the one that sort of made it into a genre. I mean, yeah, there were definitely spy movies before that, but it wasn't a thing. It wasn't really a genre. I mean, there's even like Hitchcock did a movie in '35. I think it was '35 called like The Secret Agent and stuff like. So there had been things, but I mean, it was Bond that made it a thing, really.
Yeah, that's true. That makes sense.
Well, I mean,
I can watch Quantum of Solace. The editing though was pretty shabby. It was like way. That was the bomb from as that quick edit shit, like out of the Taken sequels and shit.
MTV.
Yeah, Taken. Oh,
Hey, do you not want to know how this action scene goes?
I know.
Let's edit it this way so you can't know.
Yeah.
And
So
so
many
buy the
movies are still like that
DVDs.
these days. They just drive me nuts because
It's like when someone doesn't actually know martial arts or they're
Yeah.
not a good stuntman or whatever.
Yeah.
I hate all
The
those.
thing is, Taken 1 was a great movie. I love Taken 1. Taken 1 was
Oh, yeah.
awesome, but then Taken 2 came out and fucked everything up. And Taken 3 came out and fucked it even more.
I still haven't seen Taken 3 yet.
I haven't seen
probably
Taken
need to.
2 or 3.
I didn't see the
I
other
haven't seen
two.
Taken 3 either.
It ain't worth it.
I haven't seen Taken on TV. Taken 3 I refuse to avoid at all costs.
But honestly, you never know. I mean, for any movie out there, folks, give it a look yourself. Make your own mind up.
Sure.
That's
I, mean,
true.
I like the first
In
Taken.
my
I
opinion,
saw it way after everybody else. Everybody it seemed to have it was a big deal when Taken came out because people were like, yeah, because I think it's because it was sort of like Hollywood or whoever had sort of ignored Liam Neeson and realized they had like this really good potential action guy that they didn't use for years, and they waited until he was like in his late 50s to take advantage of it.
you want
Yep.
Yeah, wasn't it-
Jinn?
Yeah, like wasn't he like in romantic movies and stuff like that in like the 90s?
Yeah,
He was
pretty
in
much.
Deadpool,
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
the
really?
last Dirty
Okay.
Harry movie.
I mean, he
Yeah.
was like Darkman in 1990, but then everything
Yeah,
after
he's right.
that.
Yeah, what do you mean,
He was in like Schindler's List, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's classic.
You know, like he was romantic stuff.
He was doing
dramatic
alright.
stuff. I mean, he's a good actor.
Yeah.
I just meant
Yeah, he's an actor.
he's obviously, you know, his voice and everything and his presence makes him a good sort of action tough guy, which they basically ignored for like years, and then Taken was sort of like, oh yeah, we can do that.
This is weird, man. He's made like 4 of those movies every year since Taken came out.
We got Non-Stop.
Yeah,
last
Non-Stop.
year. With Non-Stop,
Unknown
I
and-
will admit, the one first saw it, anyway, the more I think about it, actually, I do like that film.
Really?
We got Taken 2, 2012, I think, bad. Taken 3 we got last year, which I did not see. We got, you can see that franchise.
Run All Night.
We got Walking on Tombstones. That
Yeah.
movie is so awesome. I love that movie.
I watched that. I was going to bring that up because that's one I watched just recently. I watched that like last week, and that's a good movie. It's not like an action movie. It's just like a crime drama
That
thing.
is a great noir film.
And the one with the wolves,
The Gray.
the
Great.
Gray, yeah. I like that one.
That was one that was on my list for like the longest time on
That's
Netflix.
one
but
I
I
would
think they
constantly
eventually
look
took it
at.
off.
Same thing. I would constantly look at it Netflix and be like, yeah, I've heard it's good, and then I
Yeah,
pick
that's-
something else.
That's a daily struggle for me.
Yeah, like I have so much shit on there. I've been doing the more like video on demand stuff lately than I have Netflix.
Yeah.
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 I've been on both Infinity and but Netflix.
I'm waiting for that Superman documentary to come out.
The Kevin Smith thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I
The new one.
believe.
comes out tomorrow. Awesome.
Yeah, they said July 9th, I believe.
Uh,
Right,
The
man.
Superman Lives.
yeah.
That should be interesting to watch. Hope it's good.
I did watch another documentary that was like that called Lost Soul, which is about the island of Dr. Moreau. That
I just
Richard
watched that the
Stallone
other
was gonna
night.
do,
Yeah.
and he got fired, and then you had John Frankenheimer and Val
Yeah.
Kilmer and Marlon Brando and stuff.
Why
Oh,
did you
the
get fired?
95 one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a great documentary.
Yeah, I liked it too.
I've never seen the 95 movie. I've just heard it's awful. I saw the 77 movie a long time ago.
Well, if you want to see Marlon Brando with an ice bucket on his head, and
I don't want to see Marlon Brando in anything after Apocalypse Now.
like a little person with a
As far
little
as I'm concerned,
camera.
Marlon Brando died sometime in 1980.
Yeah, it's in The Godfather.
Yeah, yeah.
It's sad. Because Godfather's a great movie. Hell, he
I-
played Joel in Superman 1.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Marlon Brando,
That's
he
what I
was
do
just
with
sort
that,
of like, he was just like a few years behind Orson Welles. It's like, I'm going to do the exact same thing Orson Welles did. I'll go from being like an amazing actor and stuff to like a weird fat joke.
Yeah.
They
I
both-
did like his last movie though. I mean, it wasn't for him, but
The
the
score?
score, I liked
yeah,
it.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
It wasn't just him though, like everyone else in it.
Yeah, I like it because I like Ed Norton. I'm a big Ed
Yeah.
Norton fan. And I like that it's in Montreal. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, after after I watched Lost Souls, I went back and watched the original or the movie again. Was it 95? You said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
95 or 6.
And I gotta say, I liked it a lot more than I probably should have. Like, I
Yeah.
saw that movie in the theater, and
Wow.
Oh no.
it was awful.
I remember catching it on TNT like a long time ago, and I never finished it. I was bored with it.
I think it got a few Razzies back in the
Did
day.
it really?
Yeah, but not as many as it could have because it went up against Showgirls.
Oh.
So good.
But
Never
it
heard
got
of it.
nominated, I think, for several anyway.
Speaking of the Razzies in general, like one thing I don't go to any award shows these days, or at the Oscars, or the Razzie, or any of the award shows. Razzie I can understand because they're little bad movies. But there's some movie that was done Razzie that I don't get sometimes. Like,
Yeah, it's
Okay.
all the subjective.
call me a hypocrite, but I love AVP 1. I love Alien vs. Predator, the
Yeah.
first film. First film, I mean, it's extremely underrated. People hate that film because it's not faithful to the soap material.
That's okay.
Well,
I hate it.
I hated it until I saw AVPR.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool if you like it. I'm
I'll
not
take
one of them.
Requiem over the first one anytime.
It's
Yeah, because here's the thing.
Even
I'll
though
take
it's so
Predator
dark,
too.
you can't see anything.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I saw that in theaters, and I couldn't see shit.
That's Requiem.
I'll take
Requiem is
Predator
god
too.
awful. First
Oh,
film,
yeah.
I'll give
It'd be
it
best
credit.
if it's
Predator 2 is a good movie.
Directed
Love
well.
Predator too.
Was it acting good? It was okay. It wasn't perfect, but
Yeah.
I still liked it. I saw it in theaters.
I just felt like it was a missed opportunity, really,
Yeah.
to do something really cool.
Was
Yeah.
Paul Wild Stallion
The
Anderson
sequel-
directed?
The series will go to hell. The series will go to hell. Thank God we got Predators.
Yeah.
I love
I
Predators.
That was a
wasn't
little
too.
bit better.
I don't
Yeah.
thank God for that. But
No, I
a
mean,
lot of people like that movie, which is fine. Yeah,
I
I just,
liked it initially, and I really. Last time I tried to watch it, it didn't hold
Yeah,
up quite as
it's
well.
kind of the
I
same thing for me.
tried
I
to
saw it in
watch it.
theaters, and I thought I was kind of okay, and now I'm just sort of like, I don't know. Topher Grace shouldn't be anywhere near Predator for me,
No.
guys.
He shouldn't be anywhere on the screen, period.
Or the nose guy, whatever his name is.
Adrian Brody,
Adrian Brody
or as James
doing his
calls
tough,
the
doing
nose
his
guy.
tough guy voice the whole time.
Yeah.
I feel kind of bad for Adrian Brody. Like, what happened to his friggin' career?
He shot all over Dario Argento.
I didn't see that movie. How was it?
What film was
Well,
that?
Shallow?
yeah,
Giallo.
it's better than some of Argento's newer stuff, but
Yeah.
no, there
I
was
heard it was almost unwatchable.
they were saying that I think Adrian Brody sued Argento because he never got paid for doing the movie.
Well, that's a reason.
Well,
Oh, wow.
then he's kind of right.
Yeah, sure. I don't know what was factual or not, but that was the big story when the movie came out.
I like Adrian Brody in some things. He's just sort of a weird guy, so he's hard to cast. It's hard
Yeah.
to find the role that's sort of right for him, and Predator certainly wasn't it.
Yeah.
No, he's not
Well,
a big
I
action
think
guy.
everyone was good in Predators. Like, here's the thing. Predator reminded me, I think, with a great sequel to Predator 1. It actually brought Predator back to it. And, I think he was good in it. Was he perfect? No. But you know what? I think he was great in it. Now,
you
was
just
the obvious
tried
choice?
too hard with that voice.
Yeah.
Where the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I will
That
give you that.
fucking big
I still love
noses.
it.
It seemed like a reject script of a remake of Predator for me. It's like a bunch of people and one girl with guns in a jungle. It's an alien jungle, and you know you see one shot of some moons, but it's just another jungle. And they fall down a waterfall, and then the guy streaming
Well-
with mud all over him with a
Well,
fire.
Yeah.
The original concept of Predator would actually go be like Avatar. It was going to be like that, but
Yeah.
since Avatar came out, they
Yeah.
couldn't do that. So they had to go back to like something like not real budget, but basically enough budget so they could pull it off. And I think they pulled it off. Now, what did the
And they're
Predator
doing a reboot.
wanted?
Another reboot.
Are they? Yeah.
No.
Oh,
You know what?
sure,
I
why
still love
not?
it.
Well, it's a reboot, then it's a sequel, then it's a reboot.
Yeah. It's got both when you think about it. It's got the sequel, it's got the remake, it's got the reboot, but it's more of a sequel.
Direct Shane Black, that's who's doing it, directing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you may
He's
do
had
it.
an uneven career, which isn't which isn't terrible. I mean, most people, uneven is actually pretty good. Okay, I'll give him credit.
I don't know why a fairly esteemed director like that would even want to do a project. I mean, money obviously, but
Well, I mean, maybe I don't know.
I don't know.
It's like, I love starring in the first one. Let me come back again. I don't know.
Yeah, let's bring Arnold back, but he'll be old in the Predator sequel.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. Isn't it great how in the new Terminator they're just like, we might as well call attention to how old he is because everyone's going to be thinking it.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
Not obsolete.
Yeah,
Yeah, I love that line.
I do too.
Yeah. Like, people hate
We
Terminator.
can go ahead and get into.
I heard there's a
that
scene
if you
in
want.
Genesis where he's like, his arm isn't working, and
Yeah.
it's like his machine has arthritis or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I guess if you're 10-year-old, I guess my Nintendo is better because it lasts longer than a Terminator. It's 10 years old. But
He had been there since 1974 or something like that at that point.
Yeah.
So.
I guess 10 years.
Yeah, they completely changed the timeline.
Yeah. Which, in one way, it's good. It can do Terminator 3 Terminator Salvation. On the other hand, it kind of sucked. I mean, they got rid of Terminator 1, Terminator 2, but better Terminator users.
Yeah.
I never
It's a movie
hated.
that-
I never hated 3 in Salvation. I just
I
think
hate
there
3.
are too many problems.
3, in my opinion,
really-
wasn't that bad.
Really
Sorry.
problematic sequels. Like Part 3, the big problem for me is, oh yeah, T2 doesn't matter because
Yeah, that's
this
why I hate
it
T3.
don't matter.
I mean, Salvation probably wasn't executed as well as it could have been, but at least it made sense. Like,
Yeah.
in the timeline, it's like, okay, now we're going to see the future in John Connor, so why not? Maybe they didn't do it the best way, but it made sense. Terminator 3, to me, is completely unnecessary. It's just like, hey, guess what happened a couple years ago? It doesn't matter. Let's do it again. Let's just do
That's
it
the
again.
problem.
Only it won't be nearly as
Yeah.
interesting, and we'll have a chick term, a chick 2000.
Our tits get bigger. Come on.
Yeah.
Man, I must have forgotten about that part.
And Plasma Gun, which I will admit the TX in my opinion may not be a great gun, but I think TX had great weapons.
Yeah.
But
She did.
it's a badass.
Let me say this.
She's not getting 2-1000, but you know
But
what?
let me specify. I'm not defending Terminator 3.
I will.
I know.
I
I guess
think
I
the
today
Alright,
will.
Jamie, go do it.
Okay,
The
Jay,
ending is
explain why
amazing.
it's necessary. Jay. Explain why it's necessary to the canon of
No,
Terminator.
I agree with you. It's not necessary.
I think
but
it's some fun action though.
exactly.
Yeah,
It's a fun
yeah.
action movie. That's the only reason I like it.
But
Because
Genesis
it's-
doesn't seem like it.
It's
I don't
not all
like-
CGI. You know, there is some practical effects in there, which is my main complaint of Salvation. I just don't like the way it looks. It's something about it that just doesn't look right to me.
Yeah. My main problem with Salvation is that it's a future war, and I want the future war so bad,
Yeah.
but we didn't get laser guns. All we get normal guns. Like, wait,
Christian
where's the laser
Bale.
gun? What's going on?
I don't know. I'm okay with Christian Bale after seeing Genesis. I mean, I don't know how much we're going to get into Genesis.
Yeah.
We don't want to do spoilers, but I just,
Yeah.
Well, then my
Much as
mind
I
might
was
be
okay
changed
with it,
by that.
Yeah.
I hated the casting of both
Yeah.
Kyle Reese and John Connor. I hate both those actors. I hated them
But-
both in the role, especially Kyle Reese. The Kyle Reese guy, like, it blows my
Yeah.
mind that a guy...
Jack
His name is Jack
Courtney is-
Courtney.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the most important character, Sarah Connor, because
Yeah.
I thought whatever
She's
that,
the only
that
thing I like.
young lady's name is, man, she did a great job, man.
Yeah, I liked her, and I've heard people say, she's not, like, as tough
Yeah.
as... What's her name? I was
No,
like, yeah, I
she-
thought was.
There were moments when she looked just
Amelia
like
Clark, by the way.
Linda
Yeah.
Hamilton.
She was
played,
really good.
She was great,
Like,
Sarah Connor.
on Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
She's great, Sarah Connor, in my opinion. I think she's
Yeah.
a perfect casting choice.
I agree.
What
Yeah.
I did like about them, since they fucked with the timeline, and like I said, I've read and heard people say, oh, she wasn't as tough as Linda Hamilton and stuff like that, and they were like, I'm just not used to her being that young. And so I don't know. To me, what it was good because it took out the whole mom factor. And I know people are saying, well, the mom factor is actually an important part. She's a mother, she's protecting John. But it always sort of, I don't know, threw me off. I was like, moms aren't tough and cool, they're moms. So I like
Well,
this.
this
I didn't have to
mom
feel
is
like she was
badass.
somebody's mommy.
Well, this mom was a badass at the end, T2.
Well, I disagree. I think like Ripley is a mom. Like her daughter died, and then she had
Yeah.
moved an alien. So I would disagree with that.
And then
I
Alien
don't
3
think
happened,
I like
and
that
they
one at
fucked
all.
everything up.
Just like how
Good
in
job, Fox. You killed out Newt.
It's like how everybody says, like in Aliens, like her protecting Newt was like a whole maternal thing. It's like she lost her own daughter, but she protected Newt. I was like, no, she just did what any normal, sane, rational person would do in this situation, unless you're a fucking coward, which is try to protect a child. You know, so but anyway, that's veering off.
Yeah.
But I think there's sort of two ways
This
to
is a
look at
better
Genesis.
movie than Genesis.
Yes, I think there's sort of two ways to look at what they do with Genesis. One, you can say
Trek
they
2001.
added another wrinkle with this whole. You could say they added another wrinkle and made things interesting with this whole alternate time thing, having everything that we knew get screwed up because the idea is now they're going back to kill her not in 1984 but even earlier, and the big flipping. I don't think this is a spoiler because most people know it. The big difference is instead this time the T-800 or whatever Arnold's model protects her. So it's a big opposite of Terminator 2. Where in Terminator 2, after Terminator 1, she sees Arnold trying to kill her the whole time. So by Terminator 2, even though Arnold's trying to help her, she begrudgingly, she's really she doesn't like it, right? She's just like she's freaking out. And in this one, it's flipped around. It's the opposite. It's John. Or not John. Kyle doesn't trust him, but she sees him as sort of a father figure and almost sort of has feelings for him. Anyway, the other way to look at it is they just didn't really know what to do, so they were like, alternate timeline.
Well, there are only two options. Option A, begin the future war, which they couldn't because they fucked up bad with Salvation. Or option B, go into the past and try to do what the future past did.
I go with option don't make the movie.
I agree.
It's a great movie, and I like this movie too. But I'll give X-Men Future Past credit and credit too. X-Men Future Past did the time travel thing way better and fixed everything than this movie.
Still haven't seen Days of Future Past. So
oh, dude, it's awesome.
It's amazing.
It's a lot better than any of the other X-Men movies. Everybody knows how much I hate the X-Men movies. I despise them. But it's easily better. It's easily better than any of the others. I'll even give that much credit. But see, that's the other thing. At least that's based on, even though they don't do it perfectly. At least these people seem to know something about time travel. Like I like how time travel works in Terminator until Genesis. Yeah. Then they just change things up.
I mean, I haven't seen
people are
the
just
film.
like, well, of course there's going to be. I'm sorry, Ray, I'll let you go in a sec. Because of course people are going to say, well, of course there's plot holes because you're dealing with alternate timelines. I'm like, okay, well, I'm a big comic book reader. Alternate timelines are my bread and butter, and I know that it's possible to do them without having massive plot holes all over the place. So,
well, what are some of these plot holes?
Not the movie, but the comic. You got time travel, and that alternate timeline everywhere and fucked everything up. Like, what type of Wolverine kill Hank Pym and try to prevent the future, and then he goes back and says, that.
What are some of these plot holes? I'm curious to hear this.
Let's try not to spoil too much of this.
Yeah. Alright, I was curious. Okay.
I do kind of think there's probably some things I could bring up that wouldn't.
I wouldn't
But
should we bring up John Connor or no?
The movie sucks. You should just spoil it anyway.
Well,
I don't think the movie sucked. I enjoyed the movie. My actual main problem with the movie wasn't the plot and plot holes. My main problem was I just hated Kyle Reese, and I really didn't like John Connor. It was like since I don't want to spoil anything. I was going to say, so I'll put it this way. It was like they cast John Connor based on what they knew they were going to do with him, not based on our concept of John Connor. People saw the movie.
I think the acting for John Connor was good, though. I think he played good John Connor. Now, was he the George I would choose? Not really, but I do like them. Now, the acting for Kyle Reese, though, oh boy, that's a very controversial.
They totally shit the bed on that one.
I hate that guy. Like, it blows my mind that somebody that looks like that and has so little talent. Like, usually it's sort of like, if you're talented, it doesn't matter if you're like weird looking. Like Steve Buscemi, right? Steve Buscemi is weird looking. He's not a leading man guy, but he's talented and he does great stuff, And then there's the other, there's Channing Tatum. He doesn't have any talent, but he is really good looking in the mainstream sense, so he's all over the place, right? Yeah. So I don't understand this guy at all, because he's this moon-faced weirdo who looks kind of like... he looks kind of like, I don't know, he looks just sort of like a simpleton, I guess, is kind of what he looks like. And then he doesn't have any acting talent on top of it, so I'm just like, how is he getting these roles? But
well, here's something that you may really enjoy. He's actually leading in the running to play Han Solo.
What?
That's like the worst thing I've ever heard.
And what?
No.
The prequel, Han Solo prequel movie.
Well, that
Yeah,
that
right.
is like the worst thing I've ever heard.
That we don't need. Look, I love Han Solo to go care, but
Solo
we don't have prequel.
That's one of the reasons why I'm not really excited for the Star Wars universe it's coming, because
For
they're
the
just going to
Dungeon
run it into
movies.
the ground, you know.
I know.
Yeah, and
Well,
they
it's Disney,
got
so-
the expanded universe. That's it. I love the expanded universe. And they fucking have it. You got rid of it. Why? What happened to Force Unleashed? It's Garen Mel from Force Unleashed. He's a great character. What happened to all Apollo 11?
You know
gone.
who was really wasting that movie was J.K. Simmons.
Yeah.
And Genesis.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
He was so
he's
wasted.
there
He did
so
a
you
great
can, like,
job,
laugh.
though.
He's just there so you
Yeah,
can
he was
laugh
good,
at him.
but yeah.
Okay, here's something that I don't think is a spoiler that I thought was after the movie. I thought was kind of interesting. I was like, oh, this is what they should have done. So, again, I don't know how much you want to say. I wanted to say what J.K. Simmons. Okay, we'll just say we know that J.K. Simmons appears. His character appears earlier in the movie than he appears later in the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that. What I thought was interesting afterwards, I was thinking, hey, they redo the scene from Terminator, where in the first Terminator he goes to get his clothes from those punks, you know,
Yeah.
and that gets changed because that's when he encounters the other Terminator, right? So I always thought one of the punks in the original movie, of course, was Bill Paxton. I was like, oh, this means he lives. I was like, we could have Bill Paxton show up later on. And somebody important because the timeline has been altered now and his character lives. Because in Terminator 1 he gets killed, but this gives Bill Paxton another chance at life. And it would make sense.
Well, it would have been the guy who played Bill Paxton.
There's a part in the movie that's in 2017, right? Like it's supposed to be 2017, so you could have real Bill Paxton in there.
That would have been awesome.
I would have liked that. I mean, I know it wouldn't really make much sense. But, like, why would he be important? He was just some punk that the guy like killed. I was just like, I wanted to see Bill Paxton.
Was there a post-credit scene in that? Because I left like as soon as the credits.
Yeah.
I watched it earlier today. Actually, it's not really much of anything.
It's not much of anything.
Oh, so you've seen
For
the
some
movie.
reason, I felt it coming though. I was like one of the only people that stayed. Like my theater was like 95% empty, and like pretty much everybody missed it but me. Not that it was really a big deal.
So to everyone who saw it, what's your
I think we've all seen it besides
like
you.
or yeah? So feel free. Like, did you like it or not? So what's
I liked it.
It was entertaining. I mean, I said I hate it, but
He's coming around. He's coming around to it.
That's what I mean. I thought you
like
said you
it.
hated it.
I like it. I like it more than I do 3 in Salvation.
All right.
I'll say that. But
I
they
like it
do.
more
I don't
than
know.
3.
Yeah.
Because
I
at
like
least it
it.
felt necessary in a way. Although in the other way, it's not necessary at all. So it depends upon your own personal ideas about the franchise and how the timeline works. Because one, you can say yes, there's plenty of reason for this movie to happen, but I think it's just as valid for the people that say no, there really isn't. So.
I mean, that's the problem with time travel. Every time it's like, oh shit, you stopped Skynet, but it's starting again, and
Yeah,
12
Yeah,
months
and I guess this is the other thing. The one thing I can say about like that little bit at the end, like we said, the most people missed at the theater and how it's not much of anything. It's just enough to sort of like undermine the movie completely because you can watch the movie and be like, all right, it's done.
Well,
It's done.
It
And then you get this little bit that's just like, no,
Yeah.
it might not be done, and you're just like, really?
I'll say
It's
this,
a trilogy
yeah.
before James Cameron gets
It doesn't ruin anything for the first 2 for me, so I can't
Yeah,
fully hate the movie.
that's true.
Like I could, yeah.
Except that it would keep Terminator 2 from happening because it changes the events of Terminator 1.
Yeah, I mean, like,
That's true.
That's what I mean. Like,
but it's just, I don't know, it's an alternate universe, so it's just like,
Yeah.
so I could just push that.
Alternate timeline, basically.
don't care
Yeah.
about alternate timelines. Or reason why.
Or alternate universes. Like, here's my take on this movie. Like, I will admit this movie had a lot of particles, but you know what? It's time travel. It's not really a lot of particles. And I still like the spell. No, is this movie perfect? No. Is it good Terminator 1, Terminator 2?
It sounds like a
impossible.
clusterfuck.
Yeah,
Was.
It's a
That's
clusterfuck,
impossible.
but it doesn't bother me as much as it should. To be honest,
Yeah.
if like they had actually cast like Kyle Reese as somebody I liked, I'd probably really like the movie for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
Like, he was, I mean, I don't mean to harp about this, because I can sometimes, but I just mean, I do want to emphasize just how much I really hate that guy. Like, it was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. It wasn't a little bit.
I don't hate Jack Gordon. I think he's a bad actor. I think he gets bad roles. But in my opinion, I think in my opinion he was okay in this movie. Now, hear me out. Hear me out on this. Don't put it my head. I think Jack Gordon, I think he would have fine Kylie's. Now, was he the perfect choice? No, that's impossible. We could tell in one Kylie which is better. But for what he was given, I think he was fine. Now, he would have been my first choice, I'm sure. But I think he played an okay Kylie's. He's not my first choice, but I'll take what I get.
I'll just have Kyle Reese live at the beginning and then bring back Michael Biehn. Because if Kyle Reese is alive, you could have Michael Biehn in it for most of it.
That's sort of what's
as an older Kyle Reese is alive.
This is one of your plot holes, Rambo. So the first thing they do is go back to 1984, and it seems like first Terminator, because again, we have a scene where the original T-800, or original that we're used to, the one that's going to kill Sarah Connor
I saw
in
that clip on
1984.
YouTube.
Right, okay, right. Gets intercepted by the older Terminator that protected her, right? So we're like, okay, we get this. We're in that movie, but we're not because no other Kyle Reese running around.
Which I found funny in the clip.
Where's the other Kyle?
I found funny in the clip that they spent all this money on a younger Terminator, and then the 3 punts, to me, they look nothing like Brian Thompson. I'm like, they couldn't just use the film footage of the first movie? Just put the film footage of the first movie, like Back to the Future 2 did that. I thought, well,
that was a bit hokey.
I was expecting to be a lot more like Back to the Future 2. I thought they were going to go back to and do more of that, but they do very little actually.
But they spent all this money on a CG Arnold, and then I'm like, I see that clip on YouTube. I'm like, these 3 punts look nothing like Bill Paxton. Why didn't they just use the footage from the first movie?
Well, the thing is, most people don't pay that kind of attention. Most people that saw Terminator aren't going to be like, he doesn't look like Bill Paxton. Most people don't even fucking know Bill Paxton was
That's their loss.
Their loss.
The guy from Independence Day, right?
Exactly.
That's the guy. Sorry, go ahead, Jay. I mean, Cole got him.
No.
I'm so confused by Genesis names now. Go ahead, Cole. I'm sorry.
Pretty much made my point. But yeah, I like the movie. I'm glad I saw it, but I don't know. It seems like they're not going to stop, which is kind of annoying. Like, 4 felt like a good
What they started involving franchise, and I'm glad he's back. And if he keeps the same form in this movie to the 2 and 3, then I'll be happy. I think the movie is great.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. This is in for a new trilogy, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's what.
So that's why they left it open-ended at the end.
Yeah, I think if they're going to do that, it better be completely different characters then. Then if you're really going to have to do that, fine. Set it in the universe, but no more Arnold, no more Sarah Connor, no more John Connor. Do completely different people. That's the only way.
I do find funny that they send like another T-1000, but it's Asian, but every T-800 that we send looks like Arnold. I guess I don't want to change it up.
Yeah, I was confused by the T-1000 too, because again, I didn't really know what was going on. Because at first I thought I knew what was going on. And then I was like, oh, it's not the same 1984 as the Terminator we saw. It's a different 1984, and I don't know. And another plot hole that's not big that I think is one of the things they really emphasize in the first Terminator and especially the second Terminator when we get to see Arnold is that the T-800 is not that advanced and can't do that many things. And yet they have him building a fucking working time machine out of 80s parts.
Well, that's a reference to the Sarah Connor Chronicles. If you've seen that show, like I have, I love that show.
Me too.
Then you'll get the reference.
That's
a great reference. Because in that show, they did time travel to the future after T2. Until that show got canceled. Fuck you, Fox!
Yeah.
I think it's all the clips and trailers I've seen in the movie, since I know I'm the only one that hasn't seen it. My favorite's the first one. It's just such an opposite of R-rated horror movie type of movie that just shows how far we've gone from the Terminator to now he's got arthritis or whatever the fuck he has.
One thing I'll say about that though is it's a common complaint for a lot of the movies that come out now that are like sequels to older action movies is how they don't have the R rating and stuff. I thought that would bother me. It doesn't really matter in this movie. I don't think.
Yeah,
Like,
same here.
you know, it's not like it lacked an edge or lacked, you know, it felt good enough. It didn't seem, you know, it didn't need blood and guts everywhere or anything or F words. So I mean, it actually, I don't think it hurt the movie. I don't think it'd be like, hey, if this movie was rated R, it would have been better. I don't think it would have helped at all, really.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You want to fuck?
Come on, get out here.
No, it's just everything in the trailer. Just I'm not talking about just cuss and blood. I'm just
Yeah, I
the
know.
feel of the original.
Yeah,
Well,
those,
You'll never get the feel back.
Well, T dude R-rated, and look at that kind of. Well, one negative credit of it, when the T.I. punched the guy but through the seat and she blood, that was awesome.
Oh, the Terminator 3. But I didn't say that movie.
Yeah, it did. But I remember, I love that scene.
What's going on, Mike?
BMOVIEMIKE.
Man, what's up? I haven't seen this movie yet. I'm going to see it tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I've seen a shitload of trailers, and I pretty much know the entire movie by now. The original will always be my favorite, even though Part 2 was kick-ass. But you know,
Hey,
the original.
this one might actually be your favorite.
But I'm looking forward to it because I am kind of intrigued by the storyline, actually, where you know they send Arnold back in time farther before the original film, so that he can change the events of that film. That sounds like time travel plots are pretty popular in film. It's a whole genre of its own.
Yeah. We got Looper. That's a great movie. Movie.
It sounded interesting. I mean, I've seen some of the CGI on the replacement Arnold, and some of it looks a little questionable, but.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for much after Part 3. I mean, I was entertained by Part 3, but you can't top 2. You just can't. I mean, that was just a spectacle that still stands up like the original Jurassic Park. You can't top that.
Right.
But in a summer that's nothing but pretty much sequels and reimaginings. We had the Avengers, which was a sequel, Mad Max, which was like a reimagining or a continuation.
Yeah. Mad Max Fury Road. Awesome.
Even Ant-Man, which is going to be like a continuation of the Avengers Marvel Cinematic Universe storyline. I mean, I don't know. I saw Jaws a couple weeks ago. To get off track here, talking about ratings. They re-rated it PG-13.
Awesome.
What?
What?
It spit out my ticket, and I looked at the rating. I was like, "Holy shit! They got Jaws."
That movie should be like rated G compared to the stuff I see out there these days.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, I had the best cinematic experience of the summer, and I'm thinking it's really sad, the state of Hollywood, that the best movie all summer is 40 years old.
I saw Jaws too, Mike, and man, I went in there with a buddy of mine, and I was like, dude, we're gonna be the only people in here. It's gonna be awesome. It was a packed house. I was amazed.
People were cheering and applauding at the end of the movie. It was freaking awesome. It was like the old days.
And it was lots of young folks in there, and they were all quiet and not being assholes, and it gave me some hope. It really did. Like it really made me feel good that maybe everything is not going to shit.
Yeah. No, Jaws is one of those movies that there's so few classic movies that actually younger people do seem to respect, because I've talked to a number of younger people about it and stuff like that, and they all said they saw Jaws and they love Jaws and stuff like that. So,
classic.
And when I saw it down at the water a few years ago, there were a lot of younger people there and stuff. So I mean, it's not like I wasn't alive when Jaws came out. So
But going back to Terminator, I'm not expecting much. I mean, if I'm halfway somewhat entertained, in today's, I don't know, my expectations are just so low for modern movies that it's hard for me to get disappointed anymore, because I just kind of tell myself, well, what the fuck did you expect?
Yeah, well there was a good amount of movies. Mission Impossible was awesome. So Skyfall in 2012, Loop was great. What was that great movie in 2012? The Dark Knight was good.
What was that one?
Amazing. Avengers: The Ultron was good.
Age of Ultron.
Yeah.
Oh.
Captain America: Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Amazing. Guardians of the Galaxy.
Guardians was awesome.
Yeah. Guardians felt more Star Wars than this new Star. Which I want the new Star Wars good though. We're way off topic on it.
Oh well, don't get me wrong. I always have low expectations. I mean, they're not even in the basement of it. They're buried down deep.
That was kind of like, for Genesis, back on that real quick. I feel like everybody kind of fired up their hate machine, back when they saw the first trailer, a year ago or whatever, and they were just prepared to hate the thing. And I kind of
good word of mouth,
was
though.
too. I mean, I just feel like everybody's way too quick to jump on the bandwagon. It reminded me of Prometheus when that first came out in theaters, and man, everyone was shitting all over that thing. And
I was one of them.
Yeah,
Well, I
mean,
didn't shit on it until I actually saw it.
But I mean, I was just using that as an example. It just, I mean, it's fine if you don't like it, you know. But I mean,
I like Prometheus.
I said wait till it
sort
comes
of all
out.
odds.
Yeah.
Before you.
I like Prometheus.
I don't really understand why I like Prometheus, to tell you the truth.
I like.
Because it makes all sorts of mistakes and does all sorts of things that should bother me. But it doesn't bother me as much as it should. It's just one of those movies that, despite its flaws, I don't really care. I like Prometheus. I even own it, so, you know.
It looks good on Blu-ray, so.
I love it. It's a beautiful movie.
I think it's a good-looking movie. It's just everything else I hated.
I think we need to get that abortion machine and put it in malls all over America. People need to use that shit.
Exactly. It only took like what, 3 minutes, maybe even less than 3 minutes. That's convenience.
Fuck yeah, man.
Ridley Scott hasn't lost his visual flair, that's for sure. The movie did look amazing, and it was well shot. But the story was complete shit.
Right there.
That's the discovery I saw with new.
I agree with Mr. BMOVIEMIKE.
Discovery called got something Kings. God.
Street Kings.
No, not Street Kings. Something else. What's it?
Sand Kings.
3 Kings.
Sand Kings.
No, what's it?
Return of the King.
No, not the King. God.
King
King Arthur's Court.
The Moses movie.
Good King Wenceslas.
But no, my main complaint about Genesis is the CGI.
That's what I complain about everything.
There was a lot. I know I bitch about that all the time, but it takes me out of it, you know.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just don't have as good vision as you, Jay. You must have like perfect vision because I don't know. I've seen a lot of good CGI in the last like 15 years.
I do, but with contacts on.
Yeah, I'm wearing contacts too, and you know what? I'm not picking up what you're picking up half the time.
Well, I don't wear contacts, and I do want to see where it came from.
Because you know what takes me out is just like when I see CGI, I know it's not real because I know it's not real. Because I know that dinosaurs don't exist now, so I know so that's how I know. It doesn't take me out of the movie. I don't think, oh, CGI. I'm just like suspension of disbelief.
Like the T-Rex in Jurassic World versus the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. I mean, they look different, and there's a reason for that.
Yep.
One's real and one's not.
I just hate it when
one was practical.
Well, Jurassic Park, the original, is still, it's a blend. It's a blend of
right.
Practical and CGI.
It's not like there's no CGI in there. Guess what? There's no Gallimimus running around in the original Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Are you trying to tell me that dinosaurs don't exist?
Well, they do. I mean, you can ride them on baby Triceratops and
stuff. Like I said, I wish the park they show in World was real. I would go to that. I would love that.
Yeah. I'd go on kissing it.
I would go too, but I don't want to die.
You know, in the original film, it just kind of felt like they used CGI only when they had to.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it would have been impossible to build all those models and have them run past the people. You know, that would. And they tried with the go motion thing, and that just looked like Ray Harryhausen type stuff. So
yeah.
You know, they had to go.
There is a found footage dinosaur movie, like found footage dinosaur movie. How the hell did that happen?
Money.
GoPro. You put a GoPro on the dinosaur's back.
Somebody said, how do we make money? Dinosaurs are popular. Found footage is popular. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. What you got? Ghosts? All right. Let's get a found footage ghost movie.
Yeah.
Go away, found footage.
Found footage dinosaur activity. A found footage dinosaur movie.
I will say though, when I went to see Terminator, I saw the preview for the next Paranormal Activity movie, and for to catch up on the people that don't know and how much I hate those movies and stuff. The one thing I said after watch, I binge watched all those movies in a row, so I actually, unlike most people, remembered the continuity of them, right? So, and my big thing was like, all these movies have this exact same ending every fucking time, and I'd say, they're supposed to be leading somewhere, we're gonna get the payoff. It does look like this movie is that payoff. Now, I'm sure it'll be garbage because they're all garbage, but I will say this movie probably has some sort of payoff. It looks like the movies that in the series are leading up to an actual event. So I'll give them credit for that.
Quick question: How did Paranormal Activity not go to mention with the new film coming out?
The ending is a guy walks out and it's Josh from the Blair Witch
Marked
Project.
ones.
Yeah, the Mark one. That's
Yes.
it. Yeah, how did that connect to this movie? Because
Genesis,
it
well,
does.
they both suck.
I
The
know
Mark
it's
one's
not
a
well,
standalone.
I heard about
Mark
that time
one's
travel.
I can't
Is
say
Mark
it.
One's the one with the Hispanic people? I hate to use it
Yeah,
that way,
that's
but
it.
it is.
That's
Okay,
the
so
one.
its connection is, it's weird. They do a time travel thing. Is
Yeah,
that the end of
Time
Mark
travel
1?
and go.
The end of part Mark 1 has a time travel back to the
alert,
original.
spoiler alert.
So that's how it ties in, I guess. Anyway, I mean,
How did you go-
I don't
how
want
did
people to
you go back
misunderstand what
to
I'm
the first
saying.
movie?
Yeah, anyway, I don't want people to
Marmor
misunderstand
Fly
what I'm
comes
saying.
out.
There's a wormhole, right?
I absolutely hate the Paranormal Activity movies. I've never seen any of them
So do
in
I.
theaters.
It's a
I didn't even
wormhole,
watch.
and
I didn't
that's
watch
the
any of them
funny
till
comes
like
out.
2012 or something like that. And I mean, I think they're everything that's wrong with horror today. So I don't want people to misconstrue what I said.
I kind of like the third
And there's a new one come out this week called The Gallows. Another found footage.
Wait a minute, Jay. Were you knowing me?
Yes, he was.
Well, what's that about, Jay?
Feel free, Jay.
Up, Jay.
This is your show.
I'm not going to disagree.
Tell me about the rich mosaic these movies create, and how scary they are, and how memorable the characters are. And
I thought they were, man. I thought there's some really creepy moments in there. But I've seen all these in the theater with an audience. I mean, they're event movies. I mean, you go see it as an event.
How is like the cheapest thing ever made with webcams and not real actors and event?
I'm not
movies?
saying it's the best thing in the world. I'm just saying I enjoy
It's
it.
people running around in their houses,
Come on,
constantly filming themselves for no reason.
Watch Sinister.
I thought the first one was
Sinister.
entertaining.
Get back to me. Sinister's awesome. I love Sinister.
Which one?
Sinister.
Oh, yeah.
Sinister.
That's one I've been wanting to check out.
Oh,
Sinister's okay.
Sinister's awesome. It's a great
It has a plot
I'm
and
scared
stuff.
of
I
that.
mean, you know,
Bullshit.
it certainly has stuff over Paranormal Activity. It has a plot. It has actors. It has,
Oh,
you
come
know,
on.
it's not just a bunch of. I mean, it's not all shot on a webcam. So give it that.
Yeah, but Sinister, I mean, that horror way better than horror. Well, actually, we had 8 followers this year. 8 followers did all the way too. Speaking of Sinister, we're getting Sinister 2 this year.
God forgive
I
us.
say. Why?
I don't like Sinister. I hated Ethan Hawke. He was the worst dad. I wanted to punch him in the face. He was like the worst dad for Father's Day. I just.
And the bad guy.
But
The bad
that
guy
didn't
looked
bother
like
me because to me it's completely believable. It's completely believable to me that a writer would do that. Like, so it didn't. I mean, it can make you dislike the character for sure, but I didn't find it unbelievable in the slightest. I totally believe a writer would do that, or probably has.
Yeah.
I'm reluctantly going to go see The Gallows. Well, not really. I'm interested. I haven't seen a horror film in the theaters in a while, and there's just not much offering up. And,
I got one. Watch It Follows. That's a good horror movie.
I saw It Follows in theaters. It's a good concept.
I'm trying to get out to the theater more often. I'm going to see Terminator, go see The Gallows, and I think I'm going to check out Ant-Man, but just so I can stay up on the MCU, because I hate when I had a
That's the
terrible
main reason I'm going to see it. It's
with,
not like I really care that much about Ant-Man, but.
But I'm only going to go see it because I skipped Winter Soldier, and then I went to see Age of Ultron, and I was freaking lost.
I know. You really need to. Like, why is S.H.I.E.L.D. gone? S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't exist anymore.
I'm trying to watch the TV show, but I don't want to hate on it.
Don't watch the TV show. It's bad.
What's going on?
It's like the TV show only exists to serve the movie, expanding universe, and it really has no other purpose to exist but that. And on its own, it's not pretty good.
I mean, I know that I'm the wrong person to say this because I don't watch TV shows anyway, but I mean, I tried with S.H.I.E.L.D. for what it was, but it does not feel like Marvel in the slightest. Like, there's nothing in it that makes me feel like it's connected to any of those movies at all. I mean, I don't need Spider-Man swinging by their windows, but I need something. I need a name drop. I need something, and they give you nothing except Hydra. They talk about Hydra.
And then they got 4, and they also then got about the Creed in season 2. Season 2, the major upgrade.
Season 2, you really expect me to hang in that long? Oh my God, no way.
It's on Netflix, so I check it out every once in a while.
Yeah, season 2 is a major upgrade. Skip season 1, go to season 2.
It would be nice to see the Creed in the new Avengers movie.
I'm sorry, what are y'all talking about?
My only problem with it seems like a mishmash of Supernatural and the old Friday the 13th series. Because, 1 week they're looking for some kind of cursed object, you know, and then the next week they're some kind of supernatural bad guy or something. Oh yeah,
That's
by the way, it's a
season
Marvel
one.
property, so we have to throw something. Hey, look, Captain America, you didn't see him too bad. Now back over to the drama.
That's season 1. That's season 1. Season 1 was like that. Season 2 is far better. Trust me on this.
I'm about
I trust you, but I'm still not gonna.
I never
Agents
thought
of
I'd
S.H.I.E.L.D.
hear Shield and Friday the 13th the series together.
Speaking of series, we're getting a Scream series on NTV.
Yeah, the first episode was online.
You know, the Friday the 13th the series, there was all these collectibles that were cursed, and they had to go out and get them that were sold or whatever. You know, they had to go recover them. Well, like in S.H.I.E.L.D., after the Battle of New York, there's all kinds of alien technology that's buried and spread out all over the place, and they're trying to keep it out of enemy hands, so they're constantly going looking for some new magical item.
I'll give you credit for actually remembering what the hell was going on in the Friday the 13th series. I haven't seen that in well over 20 years. I have no memory of anything that happened. I didn't know there was anything that tied any of the episodes together. I thought they were all completely random. So that's my memory. I had no idea.
Season 1 of Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. is not that good, but it got much better near the end of season 1 with the Sword tie-in. With Sword tie-in, I mean, fixed the entire show. Season 2, it got much better. Oh, what's the Flash? The Flash, the main show. Also, watch Daredevil. You got Daredevil. I haven't seen Daredevil yet.
I saw a few episodes. I need to finish it.
See what?
Yeah, I don't know how we got from Genesis, Terminator, to Paranormal Activity to now a S.H.I.E.L.D. TV show.
I wonder if Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has ever been compared to Friday the 13th, the series before.
I think Mike's got to be the first.
That's hilarious.
So it's a ripoff.
Yeah.
Well, it does kind of have that X-Files-ish Friday the 13th supernatural kind of mishmash.
And the Friday the 13th series was just a ripoff of that show, The Hitchhiker. So
yeah. I remember I was so disappointed when I remember they used to play it on WGN.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where the fuck's Jason?
Yeah.
What's this? What's this? Is a Friday the 13th show?
Guys, we can't together not have Friday the 13th mentioned at least once. It seems to be the law of averages.
Yeah.
But I do want to recheck it out though, because I was really young though.
It's not worth it.
No, it's not.
It's not worth it.
I don't know that really
it's not worth it. Wait here. I didn't know there was a TV show. What am I saying? Like, I heard about it just now.
I mean, at least Freddy's Nightmares had Freddy like introducing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both those shows were like so cheaply made. Both of them. They're just so cheap. Like they look like somebody just shot in their backyard.
Yeah, I think Robert did all his scenes in like a day, like for the whole season.
Did he really? How many episodes were there?
Robert England's backyard.
It was like 3 seasons, I think.
Wow.
3 seasons?
Freddy's Nightmares?
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh
I've never.
I
seen
could be
the show.
wrong, but
I saw one episode.
I don't think it ever
It was
aired.
terrible.
I don't think it ever aired on any.
the budget was cut. Like every episode, they cut the budget in half.
It got cheaper.
Why?
I didn't cut the budget. That seemed like count, but that's a TV show.
That was a real bait and switch show too, because like the first episode was actually even kind of about Freddy, because it was like about like the Springwood slasher and his trial and stuff.
Right,
And then they were like, psych. It's just a bunch of weird stuff with Freddy talking half in makeup at the start.
Just want to say hi to the new person who joined.
Hey, buddy.
What's up?
Hey, man.
Oh, hey. Hey, what's up?
Have you seen anything good lately?
No, we don't really get movies when they come out, you know, out here in Japan.
okay.
We get them like way later.
Oh, wow.
Well, just in general, have you seen anything good that you enjoyed lately?
I watched those the streaming sites, those Afghan versions of the like movies. So I got to see like Terminator recently.
Oh, cool.
Jurassic World and Mad Max.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But
What'd
it was
you
like,
think?
I like Mad Max a lot. But I felt like they could have just called it anything else but Mad Max, you know. You know, like, and even Mad Max's character, they could have just named him Joe, and it would have been the same movie, you know. But it was badass. The main thing I liked about it, I like the War Boys.
Yeah. Speaking of Mad Max, we got Mad Max video game coming out real soon.
Oh yeah. MMO type video game.
Yeah, that looks cool.
Not MMO, more open world. MMO is more with the Republic, which I have, whatever. Mad Max is more open world. Like, think of GTA, but set in the Mad Max world, or any other game that's open world.
Either way, it's gonna be cool, man. But I hope like I could play with my friends, you know.
Yeah.
All get into there, build some junky ass piece of death machine, ride it around.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
I love the soundtrack of Mad Max Fury Road.
Here's my ticket to Mad Max Fury Road, and yet I didn't actually see the movie.
What?
Why?
What?
Because I went with Raiho, and it was kind of a last minute thing, and it was really rainy night and stuff, and he was like, I'll come pick you up and we'll go. And then he texted me about like a half hour before the movie, and he's just like, I'm really stuck in traffic here because of car accidents and stuff, so we're gonna have to go to a later show at a different theater. I was like, okay, and I'm looking up, and I'm like, okay, there's one over in Dartmouth Crossing. We live in Halifax. Dartmouth is across a bridge, so it's like, okay, we can make that one. So he picks me up and stuff, and we probably would have been on time until we got onto the ramp for the bridge, and I went, oh shit. No, I don't drive. I don't have a car. And I was just like, this is why I didn't remember. I was just like, the bridge is closed between 6 and 6 right now. We have to go to the other bridge. So we had to get off that ramp. Anyway, by the time we got there, when we were buying our tickets, the guy even said, he's just like, oh, Mad Max, that's actually like really full. And I turned to him. I'm just like, and we're like, fuck it, we buy the ticket. And it was pretty much maximum capacity. So we got in, and we had to sit on the very far side, right up front like this. And after about 3 minutes, I was like, fuck it. And he's like, yeah. And then we walked across and we went and saw Poltergeist. So,
oh no.
I'll have to write Poltergeist on this.
Yeah, when I went
oh god.
When I went to go see Mad Max, it was really packed also, but like there was like a couple spots left like in the front. So I was just like standing up the entire, like just looking up the entire time.
I mean, it was in 3D, right? Too. So
instead of Mad Max, it's all Poltergeist.
Oh, see, we had to. There was only a 3D showing. It's even worse, right? You're trying to see 3D and you're like this. So.
I was also, yeah.
So I was disappointed, obviously, but Poltergeist wasn't horrible. It's not worth seeing in theaters, that's for sure. But I don't hold
It's an unnecessary remake to another classic.
Yeah. What's weird is, like, one thing I got out of that remake was that even though nowadays we have big, huge flat-screen TVs, so they're bigger and the image is sharper, that's actually worse for what's going on. It's not scary. For one thing, one of the things that always stuck with me and came back to me years later when I saw The Ring was, like, the idea of, like, a TV set, like, in a darkened room, like an empty room, showing static, actually did scare me. And I'm pretty sure Poltergeist was what did it. Like, it used to scare me. Like, if I saw that in a room late at night, like, say, maybe somebody had been watching a movie or a show, or it went off the air and it was left on, I didn't want to go in that room. But then, but that kind of static doesn't actually exist on, flat screen TVs and stuff now. It's different, and it doesn't work as well. So even though it's bigger and sharper in it, you think, and you're just like, oh, we can put the hands on it, it actually doesn't work as well, so. They tried to do what they could to shoot.
Well, the other thing was an apeshit squirrel.
That Hook and Poltergeist, the original, was common because, there was, a lot of people didn't have cable. TV went off the air at like 1 in the morning. They would have the national anthem or whatever, and then it would just go to static. And I don't know how many times as a teenager I'd be watching TV and fall asleep and wake up and it'd be static on the television, So that was kind of like something. It was a good device to use at that time. And I was wondering how that, with the cable and the 24 hours and there's no more static, how they would pull that off.
Yeah. And they try to shoehorn other technology into it. People's cell phones and their tablets are doing some weird things, but it really adds nothing to the movie.
Yeah, the Connect on Connectivity GUI. Like, let's see what Connect can do. You can see every. Oh no, I have Connectivity 4. I got that mixed up.
Or the remake of Poltergeist thinks that a squirrel is scary. Oh shit! The squirrel went apeshit and is attacking me, and that's scary.
Hey, how was Sam Rockwell in it? Was he good?
He's good. He's always good.
Yeah, he was the best part of the movie.
He's good in pretty much
everything
he does.
him.
Did he dance?
No dancing.
He's underused.
No dancing.
He's not more stuff. But
Yeah.
he's a great actor.
It was
But
just a
this guy
remake,
they
it was
bring
just
the guy
top
they bring
four
in
to
who's like a
top one.
paranormal investigator,
Oh.
like Ryan and I were saying, like leaving, like how he just sleptwalks in that row. It was just like it's like, oh no, I have to go back in and save. Like he was so not there or trying. Like
He was still not in it, I presume. Like,
yeah.
speaking of the original parents, no, poltergeist. I didn't mix it up. Damn it, I get them confused. Whatever. Speaking of the poltergeist, don't mind me. Compared to the poltergeist to just remake, which is better is it compared to the special effects at the time, since this new one used modern special effects and the old one used classic special effects, practical effects. Which is better if you compare the two movies, like acting-wise, story-wise, and everything else?
Well, the remake, it was just sort of a Xerox plot. Even the three researchers, it's a woman with glasses, a black person, and the white guy who gets fucked with. Just that's how they were to the fucking original Poltergeist. It's like, this is such a useless piece of shit. Like,
It really is.
I just saw the first movie, but done in a shitty way. Wow, what a great use of my time. I could have used it to
Really.
dump.
Really a waste of time is really what it was.
Yeah.
It's a waste of money. I mean, all
Like I
these
said,
scripts
in my
that could be
defense,
made.
we had time to kill, and it was kind of our
Right,
only
right.
option.
Yeah.
They
I
were
think
made.
you do, man.
They
I
remade
actually watched
Poltergeist,
that.
called in
Oh,
City.
yeah. I really like Sam.
Yeah.
It reminded me how much I like Sam Rockwell, though. I was like, I'm gonna watch Moon again.
Moon, yeah.
Yeah, I
Moon's
knew
shit.
we watched that too.
I like that.
And Confessions of a Dangerous Mind. Fuck, I love it.
Yeah,
Nobody
it's
ever
good.
talks about that movie. It's awesome.
That's
Yeah,
a good movie.
Moon's such underrated. Like, same as Source Code. It's not an underrated movie. Direct by Sin, Direct by Moon. I love Source Code. Except the ending. The ending good to tick me off, but the more I think about it made more sense.
Source code?
Yeah, that movie
Yeah.
that movie is very underrated.
I've never
You
seen
don't
that
talk
movie.
about it anymore.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't really care for it myself, but that's just me.
I like it. What's in my bad? I do like it. Is it good as Moon? Not really. But you know what? It is a good entry to them filmography. Not Sam Rockwell, but the director.
Yeah, Moon I liked. Hell, a lot better than like Apollo 18 or something.
Oh,
Also had
man.
Moon.
The found footage space movie.
There's
I
a
like
found
that.
footage, eh?
Yeah.
Killer
Speaking of
Rock.
which, another preview I saw recently is like a movie I hadn't heard of, and I just saw a preview for it in the theater with Matt Damon about him being like lost on Mars.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that too.
And
The
all
new-
I can think
new Ridley
is,
Scott
I
movie.
wonder if it'll be good, because every movie I've ever seen that has anything to do with Mars is, like, awful. Ghost of Mars is a piece of garbage. Red Planet is a piece of garbage.
Yeah.
Mission to Mars is a piece of garbage. They're all, I was just like, maybe there'll be a movie that involves Mars that isn't...
Yeah, but I think
Total
this.
Recall.
John Carter.
It's called Total Recall.
Oh, yeah, I thought John Carter was...
Total Recall? The remake, though.
Oh, we gotta get to
I don't know. Ghost of Mars is a guilty pleasure. Maybe because I'm kind of a Carpenter
about the remake
fanboy.
of
I
him.
get the humor. I like it.
Yeah.
Ice Cube.
What's the new Mars movie coming out?
It's called
With
The Martian, I think.
The Martian.
October,
Yeah,
I think.
I think it's directed by
October,
Ridley Scott.
Yeah, it's his new
I'm
film.
hoping that's good. Because his last movie was so bad with the Modi movie.
Was that The Counselor?
Dawson King. Yeah, that's it.
Didn't see it.
Whose last movie?
Actually,
Ridley
just Dawson
Scott.
King. That's it. Yeah. That was horrible.
That's
Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
that came out recently, right?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
came out last year.
What was the name?
Gods and
Actually,
Kings.
just Dawson King.
I think Exodus, right? Or
Oh,
something.
Exodus.
Yeah,
That's it.
Oh, the biblical movie.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah.
Moses movie.
Yeah, good one.
I tried watching the Noah movie and turned it off after 25 minutes.
No, it's good in my opinion. I like the movie. It's way better actually gotten it's bad. Holy shit, that
I'm just
was
not
so
a fan
boring.
of the Bible. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wish
No,
Russell
it's
Crowe. Like, you guys remember that episode of
Yeah.
South Park where Russell Crowe had a show? I wish they would do that for real.
Fighting around the world or something like that.
Oi!
I was
I
like,
would watch that.
oh, you vagina!
Oi, Dogger! Now that's a movie I would like to see.
Yeah, you know what that makes me think of doing? Fighting!
Crafty bastards use they use their legs.
Look at South Park. Why did new South Park video game coming out? Would you watch the E-Future? Like, then press comment with Ubisoft? Which I did. When the two teams came out, the two guys who played South Park, it was so funny.
Which one?
the new South Park game coming out, which came in E3. It's what the
The
Ubisoft.
game, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's what the Ubisoft
that's like a
Boxcarman guy
Destiny or
did
something?
live. Yeah, and the two creators who came out during the Ubisoft Boxcarman, they are so funny. Yeah.
Is it a sequel to the Stick of
Yeah,
Truth?
yeah, it is.
Okay, Stick of Truth.
That game
that's
was
it,
fun. Yeah.
I never played it in South Park, but I do South Park game good. I'm not a fan of South Park. That's not true. I just seen the movie though.
Yeah. Well, it got renewed for 3 more seasons, so.
Yeah, I saw that.
Woo! I'm on board.
Oh yeah.
It seems like that show has a really long period of time when it's not on. I don't know. Does it feel that way to anybody else? Like I'm always trying to find a new episode, and it's never any new episodes.
So there's Simpsons. Simpsons have been going on since the 90s, I think, so South Park. Like who found it? South Park came out in the, I think, 2000s? I don't remember. What else came out?
98, something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, 98. Simpsons came out in the 90s. South Park came out in the 90s. Family Guy came out in the 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
American Dad came out much later.
Yeah.
And I think that's about it. Like, it seems to me that South Park got better. Simpsons got worse. But it's sad. I feel like there's some funny jokes in it. Family Guy got Family Guy got good, but then it got bad. Holy shit, horrible.
Have you seen Bob's Burgers?
I watched some. I hate it.
I love John H. Benjamin, but I can't watch that show.
Really?
I love him.
Man, I like it.
I love him.
Yeah,
I mean,
what?
I love
Archer.
like Archer's the role he was born for. Archer's
Yeah. See, I was the opposite. Like, I started watching Bob's Burgers, and then I started watching Archer. I just can't, I like that crossover they did, though.
Yeah.
Never saw it. But I was always a big fan of him because he was on a show 1,000 years ago that would look like garbage that I really loved. It was in the early 2000s called Home Movies, and I thought it was such a clever show.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was such a clever show. It had such awesome dialogue and stuff, and that's the first thing I ever heard John H. Benjamin. Then he was actually had a show where he was in voice work. It was called John H. Benjamin Has a Van or something.
Yeah, I remember that show.
Yeah.
It was amusing, but I mean, so I was always a big fan of it. I always thought it was funny, and then Archer came out, and I just thought Archer was the perfect role. Love that
I just
show.
rewatched Wet Hot American Summer, and there's a scene where this guy is talking to the can.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
John Benjamin is the voice of the can. I'm just wow.
Yeah, he can be the voice of anything. There's an episode of American Dad where he's the voice of cabbages. I mean, they just throw him in places.
Yeah, that's a show I really care for.
I like him.
He's a minor character on Family Guy too.
Rick and Morty I never saw, but I heard Rick and Morty's funny.
Hey, Rick and Morty.
Speaking of Rick and Morty, actually a crossover with Rick and Morty's Simpsons, which that crossover with Rick and Morty, I think that was a really good crossover. It was a short crossover, but it's funny.
That was was it the finale when they did that? The season
It was
finale?
the Couch Guy, basically.
Right, but the very beginning of it?
Yeah, I think so.
That was
With
cool,
Rick and
yeah.
Morty. That was funny. Right. I didn't see that one coming. Speaking of crossover, have you ever seen the Family Guy Simpsons crossover and the Futurama crossover?
I don't think so.
Hit my butt. I seen the Family Guy Simpsons crossover and I didn't like it. Maybe they felt more Family Guy than Simpsons, but it wasn't that good. It wasn't bad, but I didn't like it. The Futurama crossover, that was far much better. But the sad thing is, it 20 minutes long, with it 1 hour long. I don't get it. Simpsons got 1 hour long, and Futurama got 30 minutes? Why? I don't get it. That really pissed me off. But I just don't like it.
Yeah.
Now, the blood pressure. You mentioned you had seen some films. You saw Jurassic World, right?
Yeah, that movie gave me
that?
I liked it because of the dino fights.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just like watching fun fights.
Yeah.
They give you. They're like, yeah, go ahead, put that one down, But then they the whole movie, always these movies revolve around like the human aspect, you know, with the human characters, and I just felt like the writers wrote them, every single one of them, totally incompetent. You know?
Yeah.
The whole
it's some lazy writing in that movie.
I agree.
The whole reason for this dino breaking out and fucking up the park was because the park from the top down were all incompetent asses, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least one thing was consistent through all the movies then. InGen was incompetent.
Yeah. Except that, like...
Anything is done by idiots. Like, what's when they have weapons? How? You can't control dinosaurs. You can't control raptors. Like, even Chris Pratt said a bad idea, or his character said a bad idea. You can't weaponize.
It's too busy to go invisible, even though it's a tourist attraction. So.
Yeah.
I think the dino is a camel.
The whole point of camouflage was, you know, the doctor from the first film, InGen was kind of like had a militarized wing, and that's where Private Pyle was in charge of, you know? He was the guy that...
No one's old enough for that reference, Mike. No one's old enough.
I know it.
He says, yeah, you go ahead and train them for the park and for the show, but the ulterior motive is actually a military application. So if they did that with the raptors, then the new, whatever it's called, the ignorant Asaurus or whatever. The reason it could camouflage is because it was meant to be a military weapon.
But they don't tell anybody.
Was so that eventually, instead of humans going into battle with velociraptors, they would send this ignoramus in with them. You know?
Yeah.
So, but you know, the writing was stupid, and the whole time I'm just watching plot point, you know, beat. Okay, this has to happen so that the story can go here, and then this has to happen. It was just like A, B, C, D, you know.
Yeah.
It was generic, but I still was entertained by it somewhat.
Yeah,
you know?
It wasn't trying to be a big Jurassic Park. It was trying to be more of a stand of its own. And in fairness, I'll give Dr. Will credit. It was trying to be its own sequel to the Jurassic Park franchise.
It tried to give us what they thought fans wanted, and that was a realized park that was actually functioning.
Yeah, I was happy to see that.
I hated that park.
Really? I thought the park was...
I just thought it was the dumbest park. I mean, you have vehicles that go anywhere, which I don't buy. I'm like, what if some kid's an asshole decides to play bumper cars with all these fucking dinosaurs, or someone gets drunk? I'm like, I like the way in the first film made sense that they was on a track. And I'm like, these stupid gyro things. You go anywhere, play bumper cars with all the dinosaurs. Who gives a shit?
The hamster ball?
Yeah, that's what they look like, hamster balls. Haven't you ever seen what happens to a hamster and a hamster ball when a cat walks in the room? You know, what do you think was going to happen with the dinosaurs?
Or like, let's have holograms of dinosaurs when you could go 10 feet and see a real dinosaur.
Yeah, that is true.
Because it had to serve the plot point of confusing the raptor, and that was the whole reason it was done.
Yeah,
that's what I was talking about, the writing. That shit.
That's kind of how the writing works in that movie.
Yeah, that was how it worked. Why did the guy die in a helicopter crash? Because they needed him to, so that
the guy never flew before, or it was his first time, or
they had to come up with convenient. Again, it's not unlike it's not based on anything.
In the first film, the kids were really annoying, but in this one they weren't.
Or let's let them ride a canoe right by a dinosaur. I might try doing it with a hippo and see how that works. But try doing that with some, they'll fuck your shit up.
Yeah, imagine what their liability insurance is on that deal.
It's like, let's go on a safari, but there's no guns, and the top's down, and that one parent's the worst parent. If you see a dinosaur, run. It's like, hey, let's send this kid to the safari. If a lion tries to eat you,
what is she doing in that movie anyway? Either I mean, that's like Judy Greer or whatever her name is. Like, why? Like I said, the beginning of that movie really. I still like the movie, by the way. The beginning of the movie just weirds me out because you have her feel so out of place, and again, they're in like in a house and there's snow, and I know none of that should matter.
Christmas music.
I'm used to.
Kevin McAllister's "Don't Come Out." He'll get lost in.
I'm just used to in the park, period. Seeing the island and maybe some of Costa Rica. Like, it just weirded me out to, like, see, like, America normal stuff in a airport. I know it shouldn't matter, but it does.
And I like Chris Pratt, but he was given nothing to do, I thought. Nothing to say. I can't remember a single line of dialogue.
What about Chris Pratt's Red Ryder BB gun?
Well, Chris Pratt was there basically because they didn't have a Muldoon. and they didn't have, Grant.
Yeah, they just try to
They're like, we need a male, character here to fill this void. He has to be able to deal with the rappers and, be like Grant, be the hero, love it.
And I love the scene that they absolutely ripped off Aliens when the soldiers are getting killed, and it cuts back to the lifeline going beep. I was ready for Ripley to go, get them out of there, and then go back. Where's the plane? Where's the plane? The sergeant's gone.
Yeah, that's probably why I like that scene so
much. Lost
Frost. They ripped off Aliens.
Get back, Marie.
Frost. Becas.
Man, that scene was so stupid. Could you imagine being like, let's say all of us right now on this podcast was part of that team, and this big-breasted boss lady over there telling us, you gotta go in there with these things, and this dog man catches. I'm looking at each other like,
it depends if she does any favors.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I think those commandos are your basic overconfident, we'll kick anything past. And of course they're...
Well, they shot a Gatling gun and hit nothing. Fucking... They're shitty shots, too.
Yeah.
I guess the main reason the movie worked for me was just because it conjured up me thinking of the first movie. They threw lots of imagery and music from the first movie at me and stuff. Although again, it sort of reinforces why this movie couldn't happen. Because one thing that's made very clear, is more so in the book than in the movie, although still it's pretty clear in the movie, is that the park was a massive fuck up, and people died, and they had to cover it up, and InGen, of course, went out of business completely. So how does this park happen? They're just like, 20 years ago, our company was ruined, and did just some asshole billionaire say, I don't care, and just is that what that guy was? Just he was a successor to John Hammond, and John Hammond trusts me with all this. I was like, John Hammond was ruined. He was ruined.
Yeah.
John Hammond can't hand you anything. John Hammond, who dies in the book, he doesn't die in the movie, but it's pretty clear that he's ruined. He's whatever.
Well, actually, the guy who bought it is Vince McMahon.
I know who that is.
There again, it was a convenient plot thing where we got to have a reason for this park to be open. Okay, well, there's this, industrialist billionaire that's a big fan of John Hammond and wants to continue his dream. Okay, there we go. That's our beginning. Now where we go?
I know, and they're like, Wu is still alive. Wu also, I'm pretty sure, dies in the first book. And they're just like, we can use him. Like I said, I was actually happy to see Henry Wu.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, a returning character.
I applaud like an asshole in this film.
Yeah, I know, he really is. He's just like, I've learned nothing from the first Jurassic Park.
Or at the end, he's taking orders from, Pyle over there, and he's like on board. Hey,
you can tell I'm
on board. Get all my shit. Okay, let's go.
He's in a turtleneck. He's in a turtleneck, and he's going, I've created life. He's so arrogant. I mean, that is he is supposed to be arrogant. He's arrogant in the first one, but in this you think he would have learned his lesson, but no, apparently not.
I think there's a problem with a lot of the creature movies these days, even the zombie movies, it's they downplay the fact that everybody in the entire fucking world owns guns. If you ain't making these zombies fucking shoot lasers out of their eyes or anything, it's not gonna happen. A bang, fucking man. Everybody has a fucking gun these days, and then.
But tourists don't take guns to.
Back to Jurassic Park. They had the fucking machine gun on a helicopter. A mounted machine gun. Okay, this machine gun is so fucking big that it has to be mounted on a vehicle, right? And it's on a fucking helicopter, right? And he can't shoot this thing. This thing runs, 40 miles an hour? It's
just like those old westerns where the hero never gets hit, but all the bad guys one shot.
Yeah, what the fuck? And then they show the fucking pterodactyls, right? Come out of the cave.
They kill the seagull.
Right into the fucking to the stationary helicopter. It's just hovering there. It's not moving forward. I know that birds fly into jets of, into the engine jets of moving planes, but other than that, when something's up in the sky, you always see them avoid it. So these birds are like fucking retards. Like, yeah, let's go.
The whole scene with a Michael Bay.
I don't mind any of the behavior of the dinosaurs in any of the movies or books, because again, it's actually pretty well explained in the second book that they don't know how to behave because these are genetically created things that weren't taught anything. It's a major plot point of the second book is like why like everything's fucking dying and stuff, and like the raptors live in like this state of anarchy where they're like snapping at each other, and the young ones have to fend for themselves because they don't have parents, and there's nothing. So I never minded how dinosaurs acted really in any of it, because the idea was they are sort of crazy and even suicidal to a certain point. Even though again it's hard because they don't necessarily explain that.
I understand that, but
although they do with the new one. They do with the new one. Chris Pratt says about how like this is a brand new dinosaur, blah blah blah. And I was
he
okay
trains
with that.
raptors too. He's the raptor whisperer.
Yeah.
What about the magical
the
high
dino rider.
things, man? This is like, come on, man. This is the modern day. We don't, you know. We put down dogs and for fighting people.
Yeah, that's true.
They gotta do that to pick up that nanny that no one knows and dip her in water.
Yeah. Oh,
I forgot about that scene. I think I went to the bathroom.
That was a good scene. I like that.
Yeah, man, all the dinosaur parts were fine. You know, I was like, it's cool, man. You give me my violence, you know, my chaos and stuff, but just the people, man, and then how they handled the situation was just so fucking. I don't know. If the writers made them smart, wouldn't the story be smarter, right? Like, wouldn't the dinosaurs have
there's
some
no
smarter
rule
things?
against having a decent script.
Yeah, it's not well written.
For
Like I said,
writers.
they don't have some smartly written book to base it on. They have to just pull things out of their asses, and it kind of shows. And then, as Mike said, it's sort of like they keep writing themselves into corners and having to come up with, it's like, oh wait a minute, we need this to happen. So, you know, and like I said, like some of those coincidences with the boys, it's just like, hey, wait a minute. Okay, so they're in this shed, and he's just like, do you still have those matches? Yeah, I do. It's like, why would this 12-year-old kid in 2015
And they
have
fixed these
matches?
vehicles.
It's like, remember when what's his name taught us how to
years.
work on that Jeep or whatever? It's like, good, so that's why we can drive a Jeep. It's just sort of like they just throw it in there just because they have to make it work.
And like, let's have this big dinosaur use camo, but if it's fighting T-Rex, it forgets it. Oh shit, I have camo? Whoops, I forgot.
That's right.
Eat me.
Yeah, he just used that camo once in the whole fucking movie, and it's supposed
Just so
to
they
be
could talk about it.
Get ready for the tag team at the end, Raptor and T-Rex. I was wishing they would like do an actual tag team, like his little arms hit the T-Rex. Tag me in.
That was great how what's-her-name's character managed to outrun the T-Rex, too.
In high heels, too.
Oh, yeah, in high heels. God damn!
Jeff Goldblum couldn't do it in the first movie, but
I know.
he needed high heels, I guess.
Exactly.
He's wearing too much leather, that's why.
Proper footwear.
But
God damn, man, that movie was so...
I'm being too nitpicky and critical. I'm sure people...
No, you're not.
That's how I am.
I really enjoy the movie, I do. Like, I was worried it was going to be a lot worse than it was.
You know why you're not being too nitpicky? Because if everyone just says, "Oh, good movie," right? Clap, 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 clap. They're gonna have these assholes in the next movie writing the same shit, and then the next movie.
But everybody does do that, and that's why we have so many. That's why, like, Michael Bay has. That's why Michael Bay has a career.
Yeah,
like, yay, explosion!
That's true. That is
Transformers 4 was a piece of shit, but it made a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. It's on the list of like highest grossing movies, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Billion.
I like the first Transformers movie.
It was okay, yeah. First one.
And then they just went insane.
I didn't see the second, third, or fourth one.
The Transformer,
especially the second. Maybe you should watch the second one because the second one is a crazy level of bad. Like 3 and 4 are pretty bad movies, but like the second one is insanely bad. Like you're just not going to believe anything that's happening.
That's what
like
my
I
roommate
saw
said.
it in the theater. Like, I saw Transformers 1. I thought it was actually pretty good. I'm a Transformers fan. I was like, wow, I'm surprised. This is a pretty cool movie. You know, Shia LaBeouf aside, he's annoying. But I liked it. And then the second one, I was just in disbelief the whole time. Like, there were at least 5 or maybe even 6 or 7 moments in that movie where I was like, no. And, like, something happened.
I felt like the Transformers, it's just like Mad Max. They could have called it something else and it would have still done well, you know. Okay, the robots transform and stuff. That's like the similarity things, you know. And they transform this specific. Well, only Optimus transformed into a goddamn truck, but the rest of them was like modern day vehicles and shit.
Wasn't the second one that had the racial stereotype?
Oh yeah.
And
that's what I heard. Yeah.
Had the ball sack and all that kind of shit.
Yep.
Where the fuck is this movie going?
Yep.
I think I saw the honest trailer for that one.
It had the Constructicons turn into
It's
like a
going in
vacuum.
the trash.
Like, I was excited when I heard about it. I was like, oh, the Constructicons are going to be in this one. That's cool, because they're combiners. They combine to make Devastator. Well, no, actually, no. What you get is construction vehicles who never turn into robots combine into a vacuum cleaner monster.
With balls.
The sad thing is I used to like those movies, and then I just one day stepped out of the acid I guess I was taking, and fucking just realized how shitty those were. And it is,
I still can watch the first and third, although they're not good, really. I can watch the first and third.
I must have been smoking some great weed, and I don't even smoke weed to like those second one.
My wife, she loves the Transformer movies, and it just seems like all of Asia, Japan and China, they just fucking eat
They do. You're one of the main
up.
reasons. Those markets are really the main reason.
What the fuck?
Because I remember, like, when the second one was coming out, I remember, like, I was actually anticipating the second one. I remember seeing, like, a YouTube video of, like, Michael Bay. He's like, I'm here in Japan for the opening. I was like, really? And he's, like, with all these people. I was like, wow, it's a big fucking deal.
Are you fucking stupid? Walk around.
You just look bad.
You know how okay, this is how bad it is. Do you remember that Dragon Ball movie that came out?
Yeah.
That garbage, right? They loved it out here, man. They loved the shit out of it.
Especially because they know Dragon Ball better than anyone else.
But it was
know to
not
hate it.
Then they should hate it more.
No.
That's what I mean. They should know to hate it more because they know Dragon Ball.
Fucking crazy. They just like, oh my god, that movie was gold. It's awesome, you know. And I was just like,
I like how it wasn't like Dragon Ball at all. That's what I liked about it.
oh yeah, anime and stuff. I'm not really big into anime and all the cartoons and stuff. But yeah, I know about Dragon Ball from my childhood and stuff. I saw it. I read a couple of mangas, but still, I just like, man. When I saw the movie, I didn't know too much about it, but I knew that this movie was bad in my mind, you know, because of the teenage fucking love story written into a goddamn action movie, and then just the way the scenes jump around. Yeah, well, shit, man. And then just to see, like, I was like, oh, everybody's gonna hate this. And then they come out of the theater, like,
clearly everyone's gonna hate it.
There's something wrong with me. So I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on? Did I miss something?
I know how you feel. Like I said, pretty much any time I go to the theater and see a movie and the previews come out, and there's always at least 2 or 3 shitty, horrible comedies. It's like this summer, Adam Sandler or whatever, you know. And I always am surrounded by people that are like laughing their asses off, and they're like, they're gonna go see this movie and it works. And I'm thinking, am I just a joyless prick, or is everybody just really stupid? You know, like. And I think it gets kind of a combination of both. I'm kind of a joyless prick, but not that much. Not to the point that, like, you know, people are just stupid.
It's just like that South Park episode where they're making fun of Adam Sandler movies in the theater.
Yeah, I said this before on our show, but it's funny. Okay, so that specific thing, right? They're showing various things. You know, they're making fun of the movies, like you said. They show like the Jim Carrey movie with the penguins and stuff like that. When they got to the Jack and Jill one, at the time, I hadn't heard of Jack and Jill. I thought they made that up. I thought they made it up. I thought it was just a joke. It's like, here's how far that like Adam Sandler has fallen. Can you imagine Adam Sandler's Jack and Jill? And then I was just like, I found out like 3 days later or a couple days later that was a real fucking movie. I was like, oh my god! I thought like Matt Stone and Trey Parker made that up to mock Adam
with
Sandler.
Al Pacino.
I watched the first 5 minutes of that movie because my roommate and I were doing like horrible movie nights, and we cannot get through that one. Yeah. We just couldn't do it.
Al Pacino ready to kiss
Al Pacino's added himself. And he has like a coffee commercial or something. I saw a bit of that part.
That guy does anything, dude. He does anything.
I feel so bad for Al Pacino. Actually, I don't. Like, in a way I do, in a way I don't. I'm like, he kind of just wants to tarnish his own career and go right ahead, I guess, Al Pacino. Like,
someone give the guy a good script.
Maybe he has so much money.
You can retire, you know. There's no clause that says you have to act until the day you die, you know. I don't think I would. If I was an actor, you know, once I'm maybe 60, I'd probably call it quit.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I mean, it's good that people don't. We need older actors, obviously. I'm just saying, if it was me, especially if I'd had a long career, like a person like Al Pacino, I don't think there's any way I would keep doing movies after I was like in my 60s going forward. But, I mean, good for them, I guess. But I don't know. The quality's pretty bad.
So I know a lot of you guys from the your YouTube channels and stuff, and you guys have these huge DVD collections.
Yeah, we're pretty famous.
So fucking jealous, you know. My wife would not let me have a DVD collection. Like, come on, I want to be like these guys. She's like, no. So
I used to have
my collection's not as big as others.
I used to have a massive DVD collection, but then I would just one day I went through all of them and just started upgrading to Blu-ray. So my Blu-ray collection's not as big, but I definitely went through that phase where I was just buying shit, and I had so many like unopened Blu-rays. I'm like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know.
As of lately, I've been getting more into CD collecting again.
Oh, that's cool.
I
mean, collecting stuff. I've never got a chance in my entire life to do that. You know, I wanted to. You know, like comics and stuff like that. I'll never
That's what takes up most of my time and money is.
Yeah. Holy shit.
They're all on the floor because I don't have any more space.
Yeah. Look at it like this. At least you're not spending a shit ton of money on stuff.
Boxes, comic boxes, and there's more in other rooms. It's kind of sad.
Don't worry, it's just keeping you out of trouble, man. That's a guy who's not causing nobody no harm.
I just like to read.
Yeah.
Jay's abandoned us.
Yeah, I know. It's his channel.
You asshole.
He's got kids too, so I understand. Oh, you got a new shirt.
Oh, there he is. You need a wardrobe change.
What did I miss?
I don't know.
What are you guys doing wrecking my channel over here?
I was going to ask you something, and now I can't remember what I was going to ask
We're
you.
talking about stuff, and trashing Michael Bay, and
business as usual.
Yeah, business as usual, exactly.
Yeah, what turned my tune was that fucking Ninja Turtles movie. I just, my mind exploded.
I was going to ask you something, Jay, but I don't remember anymore. It's gone.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as we start talking about Adam Sandler,
and Jack and Jill, and shit.
Well,
I tried watching The Cobbler. It was on Netflix. I
didn't even know that existed. I saw it the other day too. I was like, shit, I didn't even know he made that.
I never even heard of it. Is that recent?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was it in theaters?
I don't think so.
If so, briefly.
Was
Kevin Smith in it?
No.
A little more of a dramatic Adam Sandler, but
I hate dramatic Adam Sandler. Fucking hate it. One of the worst movies I've ever seen in theaters is Reign Over Me. Oh my god. That's one of the worst things I've ever seen.
I do like Punch Drunk Love. That's a good movie.
Hate that one too.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh man, that movie just makes me sad. That just upsets me, especially the time frame, because it was 2002.
Yeah.
So it was before everything he did was complete garbage.
Yeah.
So then I go to see this movie that everyone's raving about because his acting is so good. He's so good at dramatic, and I just came out like, what the fuck did I just watch? Like he has this crush on a girl, and he's telling her he likes her so much he wants to smash her face open. And I don't know.
That's true love right there.
He's just a really weird, off-putting character. But I mean, people like that. It's just like if you play a weird, off-putting character, suddenly you're a really great dramatic actor.
I like Philip Seymour Hoffman in it though.
I like him in everything. I'm so bummed that he's dead because I loved him in everything.
Yeah.
Me too, man.
They used to have so many great running jokes about him and how he used to always play like the creepiest guys and stuff.
Oh, him and Happiness. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Happiness.
I love that movie.
That's a cool movie.
Oh god.
Yeah, that was a great one.
We're nothing but a black hole.
I think my favorite thing he did was I liked him playing Lester Bangs in Almost Famous. I really like that.
Yeah, he was great in that. Yeah.
Too bad he didn't get a few more.
He was
scenes.
good in Boogie Nights too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I can't think of anything where he wasn't good. He was a really good actor.
He was good in Twister, man. Fuck.
Yeah.
He He was the best friend in Boogie Nights, was he? Which one was he? Yeah.
He was like
shit.
the gaff. I don't know the guy that holds the microphone.
Yeah. He looked
Whatever
like
you
a
call
member
that.
of Casey and the Sunshine Band. Dressed all 70s. Well, you know, it's the 70s, right? But
Yeah.
So, God's
I need to
Pocket.
watch that.
It was really good.
I haven't seen that one yet, but I will.
It's great.
Yeah. I was going to watch A Most Wanted Man. That's supposed to be really good.
Yeah, I want to see that one too.
I think that's on Netflix now.
Oh, is
maybe
it?
It's just,
Yeah,
or maybe it might just be on Canadian, I'm not sure.
Oh.
I get Canadian and American, but I'm always switching between them, so I get them mixed up.
And we don't even get Netflix out here, man. I try to
Really?
go to the website. Yeah, it's blocked for me. It says not in your region. I was like,
You
fuck.
can, I think you can change. What is it that you change, Cole?
Yeah, you can change. Well, it's a bit. Yeah. I use my PS3. I guess you can do it with like a laptop and stuff too. But in the PS3, it's the DNS settings. There's certain codes and stuff that change the numbers. There's a site, although you have to pay. There's a site called Playmo, I think it's called. And if you pay on that, you can pretty much stream anything from anywhere.
Yeah.
Like I can switch my Netflix to like a France account or
Right.
an Argentina account and stuff like that. It gives you all the stuff to do that. So that's pretty cool. But again, it's only a middleman. You still have to have some streaming service like Netflix or Hulu Plus or whatever like that, and it lets you do that. But yeah, I mean, I feel your pain to a certain extent. We don't get Hulu here.
Well, I mean, it's like some countries have, different stuff, and you can switch around. That'd be great.
Yeah, I've done it a little bit, but mostly I just usually what I do is I have an Apple TV thing, and that's where I keep my Canadian on, and on the PS3 I have my American account. They're still the same account actually. It works out pretty well. I get access to a whole ton of stuff, more than I can actually watch. But I've been trying lately. I've watched a ton of stuff lately, and I've been to the theaters a lot too. Mike is right. He said this a while ago when we were talking about other stuff. It's like pretty much everything that's come out like in the summer and since the spring has been like everything's like a sequel or a remake and stuff like that. Everything I saw, it's like the only like original movie I saw in the theater I saw the Pixar movie Inside Out, and that's like the only thing. It was pretty good. I'd rank it sort of right in the middle of the Pixar movies.
Yeah.
Which is still pretty good because Pixar makes really good stuff. But I mean, I don't know. It's got like a crazy rating on IMDb right now. Like it's like the second coming of Christ or something. But I thought it was okay. It's the first time I've ever cared or appreciated Amy Poehler in my life.
Oh, come on.
I've never liked her. Like I don't dislike her. She doesn't annoy me. I just never thought of her as a talent or somebody I want to see her do. She's actually pretty good in the movie.
I felt like that for a while, but then I started watching Parks and Rec, and I kind of liked her on that.
I can't watch. Parks and Rec is just The Office in a different place with different characters, and I don't even like The Office to begin with. So, so it didn't work for me.
I liked her in.
I mean, Nick Offerman is the man.
Too,
I mean, Nick Offerman is like he's just amazing. I mean, I'll give you that. Nick Offerman is a very entertaining guy to watch.
What do you guys think about the animated things nowadays? Because like I watched the Home and Inside Out with my daughter, and she can barely comprehend like so she's only one and a half, you know.
Oh
well.
So it's like okay.
You can understand any movie at that age.
Yeah. Well, the colors, the little cute characters, you know, and then the music comes on. She's along for the ride for that. But once that turns off, and then the shit starts happening, she just loses interest.
Yeah.
But then one thing does pay attention to is also the drama, man.
Yeah.
Some of these they shoot for these like in Home, the little alien gets squashed, sacrificing himself for the good of mankind.
Yeah, I wanna warn Mike right now. Mike, I don't think you should watch Inside Out because for part of the movie, the girl is sad. Okay, Mike. I know that's funny
because that's why I have no interest in seeing the movie because I feel that injecting that level of drama into what is basically a cartoon or a child's film is uneven and unbalanced, and I don't really appreciate it. I don't mind it. I mean, but my main thing was up. It started out so down, and then ended up so crazy that the tone was just completely off the chart. It was like you're sitting there wanting to cry because this guy's had a pathetic life, and then all of a sudden you got these weird birds and a dog going squirrel.
I totally agree with you.
What the fuck kind of ADHD shit is this?
I don't think
know, man.
the cartoons. These
I
cartoons.
mean, Bambi is pretty sad too. And, you know, Walt Disney may not be the greatest guy in the world for everything, but he did say once, like, for every laugh there should be a tear, and I actually agree with that. So. Yeah.
I liked my cartoon when I was a little kid where the animators were all on drugs and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like. but still, I'm just like, man, some of these concepts that they put in the kids' movies is just like made not for kids, made for adults. They're trying to win awards too hard, you know. Just let it go for little kids, you know. If it's for a kid movie and stop trying to win awards. If you're gonna like. You know, if you're gonna go like, you know, drama, this, that, just action, all that, then go all the way, man. Stop it, you know. And,
well, I think they're trying to appeal to everyone, to where adults can watch the movies, which I like that because I have to watch them with my kids. But
I like it too. I watched. Well, I got before my daughter was born. I had a bunch of little brothers and sisters, and always, you know, the oldest kid, the parents are like. Take them to the theaters, you know. Here, go rent movies with them. And so I'm over there sitting there watching that shit, you know, getting programmed with them, like, oh my god, you know. And then it just sometimes I'm there, my parents are not there, so I'm there, and then I hear or see something on the kids show, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Why? I was like, you know, that's a penis, man.
Well, as far as the balance of, you know, I loved Toy Story, the original. I thought that was an excellent balance of drama and comedy and memorable characters and cool events. The second one, you know, when we got to the Jessie character, that was a little, I thought, heavy-handed with the drama. Yeah. It was a little hammy. You know, and then it just seems like Up was just like, you know, the ultimate example of that kind of a bad usage of drama in an animated film. It's like, you got to watch your balance, you got to watch your tone. Now, if it's going to be a completely serious thing, like he said, then be serious all the way through. Make it dramatic. But don't have a bunch of slapstick comedy all of a sudden, and it's like, well, wait a minute, what am I watching?
Well, I think it should be a new rating. For everyone is for everyone, right? And just go all the way with that. And then for kids is for kids. Don't try to say for kids and then put all this kind of shit in there.
I mean, there's adults going to these movies that don't have children. So
I don't give a shit about children. They have nothing to do with my life. I went to see Inside Out for my own pleasure. And I couldn't give a shit if the 6-year-old across from me wasn't getting it. It doesn't mean a thing to me. That's their parents' problem.
That goes to any 6-year-old watching this.
Your 6-year-old is too dumb to follow the plot? I'm so sorry. Take him outside.
It's Cole's world. We're just privileged to be here.
Thank you.
Maybe we'll see the Smurfs.
That's what I mean. If you want to play down to kids and have kids grow up to be moronic assholes, then just, show them stuff that doesn't have any depth or emotion. Show them mindless crap and colors and pretend the world is always beautiful and pretty and perfect. Show them that.
What if you're
show them Scooby-Doo and Matthew Lillard?
What if you're a single parent, you take your little kid, you just got divorced, right? You take your little kid to the movies to escape the reality of what's going on around you.
Please don't talk about divorce. That's too depressing. I can't handle that. Don't talk about
see Up, and
Mike, you're ruining the tone of this show. This is an upbeat show. I don't want to hear about some poor schmuck who's divorced and has to look after his kid. Let's keep, let's keep
sociopathic. It's okay.
So here's an extreme, like, when I was a kid, right? When I was a kid, we had the Looney Tunes and shit like that, and Three Stooges, all that. Yeah. And those were like not designed for kids and stuff, but they were violent as fuck. You know? They were violent as fuck. The cat got his tail chopped off and fucking cut in half. And all this, no blood at all, no consequences.
No consequences.
And I was raised on that, and it was just like, man, I'm okay.
Right? We can't show that now because kids will chop their cat's tail off because they're stupid.
I don't know. Maybe I was raised on that shit too, Three Stooges and all that violent stuff, and I never grew up to kill anybody or shoot anybody, blow anything up. You got these kids that are raised on these feel movies and they're out there killing people. It's like, is there a correlation?
Yeah.
probably not because
I think it's
yeah.
nature versus nurture.
Just depends if the parent is stupid.
Well, I mean, as long as you understand that it's fiction and it's not real, you know. I mean, I think that's the biggest
What
thing.
people have to realize is that there are stupid people who have kids too.
I know. In fact,
like I said, with that abortion machine.
I know.
Those people are like, wow, look at that redneck. Yeah, he's got kids.
Always the.
I mean, that's the main thing I see at the theater is I go to a movie that's obviously like not in any way for kids, like not a Pixar movie, and some asshole parent is, you know, they don't want to pay a babysitter, so they have their damn kids there, and you know, it's like, and you know, I don't want to, and I'm not mad at the kid. It's not the kid's fault if the kid's bored or crying or upset. I'm not mad at the kid. You know, he didn't want to be there. A stupid parent dragged him there. You know.
I had an experience like that, but for the movie I saw, it was Batman and Robin.
Oh, wow.
So everyone in the audience was sad.
Everyone was crying.
I almost cried after that movie too. Yeah, I almost cried too. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Is this Batman, Daddy? No, son, it's not really Batman. It's George Clooney pretending to be Batman.
You see those nipples,
boy?
boy?
Sad too. You know what's sad is I had all the action figures before I saw the movie, and after the movie I threw them all away.
They looked it up. What are nipples?
I was so disappointed.
It kind of shows like they were like more focused on making the action figures than the movie.
Yeah. Hopefully I can stay. My daughter just woke up from her nap. Yeah, so
okay.
But it's
teach her
okay.
lots of good English curse words.
That's alright. I don't.
Can she hear us right now?
I'm gonna put you on speaker now. Let's see here.
No.
Oh, I'm saying I don't want her to be able to hear.
It's alright, man. I don't know. My family, they're all military brats, so it was cussing and swearing all up and down. But yeah, like you said, like if the parents don't, you know, hey, cut it out. Don't say that, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, don't be retarded. What the fuck's wrong with you?
My point. I mean, if the parent takes their kid to an R-rated film, it's their fault if the kid is upset. But if they take the kid to a film that's supposed to be for children, and then the children get upset, it's not the parent's fault. They were doing what they thought was right, but they were betrayed by the content of the film.
Yeah, I saw Predator
by the content of the
on
film.
base when I was when I was a little kid, and it didn't mess me up at all. I was just like, wow, that was so cool. That was awesome. You know?
Yeah, I was watching Aliens.
Yeah, there were definitely certain movies I was way too young to see that I saw.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is just about how you tell the kids what's up. You know, just don't
exactly.
Be
you need to be there, like telling them right from wrong, instead of them
it's not
trying
like,
to form their own opinions.
So my dad watched it with me.
Right.
He was there, sitting right next to me, you know, and on base, you know, the beginning of the movie, they play the fucking national anthem. Everyone has to stand up and. So yeah, on base, so we all did that. It was a movie-going experience for all the Army brats and all this shit. And my dad was there, you know. That's the whole point. So most of these kids that were fucked up and stuff, I bet you their parents weren't there. Their parents probably swung by. Put fucking money in his hand, said, "Hey, I'll pick you up later on." Just fucking took off, do whatever the fuck they want, you know. Yeah. So.
Let the television raise their kids.
Yeah.
But man, I can't remember what movie I saw recently. Like in the past year or so, it was like a really, really scary movie, and there was like a bunch of kids in there, like 4 or 5 year olds, and they were terrified, and they wanted to leave, and their parents would not let them leave.
Wow.
And I can't remember what it was. It was bad though. Like not a movie a young child needs to see.
Recent Evil Dead.
Well, I mean, it's like that. It's not everything I see in the theater, but this was R-rated. You know.
The past year.
Past year or so. I don't remember exactly what it was. I mean, it wasn't like one of these PG-13 films we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was a hard R.
Oh, okay then.
But.
Wow.
Yeah.
Parents who want to psychologically torture their children. That's interesting.
Just have them watch a Serbian film.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Well, have you guys heard about the Cujo remake?
Yeah.
Oh, is he gonna make Cujo?
Yeah.
Or is he gonna be a bear or something? They probably won't even be a dog.
Let me guess, her cell phone battery's dead and she doesn't have her USB charger.
Cat's name is Cujo.
My phone's dead. No, it's gonna be a little bit different take on it. I think
Are
it's
they
gonna
gonna
be
be a smart car?
Gonna be
That
a
actually would be
robot.
good. They should be a smart car.
I think it's gonna be like a robot dog or something like that.
I was like,
Are you
they already
robot
did
dog?
that. It's a movie called Rottweiler.
Why
Yeah.
would a robot dog
Man's
go
best
crazy?
friend.
Yeah, I was thinking man's best friend.
A
Yeah.
robot dog can't
Or
get
dude.
rabies.
Yeah, robot dog can't get rabies.
Just saying,
true.
if a bat bit, if he
Yeah,
got
it'd be-
bit by a bat, it wouldn't matter.
It's a robot.
A robot bat that gives him robot rabies.
It's too bad. You know, for most Stephen King movies, I'd be fine with a remake, really. But actually, I think Cujo is one of the ones that's actually well executed and doesn't need one.
I mean, I'm not like rolling around upset about it because they remake every damn thing, but it just seems
What
stupid
remake?
to me.
I'm
I
back.
mean,
Like I said, I would even welcome remakes of some of those movies Stephen King did, but Cujo, I thought, hit the mark. But
Wait, what remake? What's going on?
Hey man.
there are no
Cujo.
remakes.
Hey, so like right when you said they're gonna remake a Cujo, I was all excited,
Yeah.
and then I thought about it,
What's Cujo?
and I was
I
like,
never
oh,
heard of
they're
it.
making everything, and
Yeah.
then you just said it,
I
and I was
mean-
just like, ah.
I'm not upset anymore, man. They've remade everything that I cared about already.
Yeah, we got to remake RoboCop.
Yeah.
RoboCop. Fucking RoboCop. I love RoboCop. They remake and they fucked it up. What?
I didn't see that one.
I didn't either.
It's not horrible.
We got it remade.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
It's pretty
Hey.
it's pretty forgettable. I mean.
Yeah.
They could have, again with Mad Men, just like Mad Men, they could have renamed it. It would have been all right.
Well, I mean, but
It has
at
some
least
elements of the story that I kind of like.
I mean, at least it was more of a continuation of the story and not a direct remake, even though it
Yeah.
Yeah.
technically could be.
That's more continuation of the story. That's a good to me. Hey, look at Dread. Dread was an awesome remake.
Yeah.
I don't even
awesome. I
consider
liked
it
it
a
too.
remake. I just pretend the 90s.
No.
Where's my sequel, damn it?
Well, see, there's a difference. Is when you have to remake something that was really good, it makes it challenging. But when you have to remake
Yeah.
something that wasn't very good, it's not hard to make something better.
I just pretend the 95 one didn't even happen. But yeah, Dread was great. I feel really bad that it didn't do well at
Yeah.
the box office. 'Cause
Yeah.
I would love to see a sequel.
Yeah.
My only problem with Dread was I'd like to see, more of the city, and this was, limited to just that building, which was fine.
It's because look at Sebastian Film. That film was like Mega City without done horribly. That's why they're trying to low budget. They're trying to be smart, they're trying to be great, and more in terms of the comics. Which I didn't like the comics, but why the comic or like the movie? I love Dread. It's awesome. I want my sequel. I'm waiting.
I want to see.
a sequel.
Yeah,
I want to see a
Yeah.
sequel to Twitch Dread.
Yeah. Thank you, Sebastian.
You've
I'm the
been
only
free
person
to
on earth that
love.
liked that movie.
I'll pass on
Yeah,
that.
they-
It was awful. I mean,
Oh, Rob Schneider.
I knew that movie was
Awesome
awful.
Dread.
This was years before I ever read any of the comics, and I knew it was a terrible movie.
Yeah. Same here. Like,
The garbage robot. You gotta love the garbage robot.
Yes, I did.
Well,
he
I mean,
did
it's
anything,
perfect
but-
Dread, in my opinion. He's perfect, Dread. Hell, he could have good a good Tyrese.
Yeah,
He
it would have been a better Kyle Reese for sure.
He gave it perfect.
Sylvester Stallone also needs to go into the sunset because I'm so tired of seeing him.
I
He, had
agree.
he was cool.
Sad to say, but
He
yes,
did
I
he did
agree.
good movies. He made some really iconic characters. But man, to see him in movies nowadays, like that's why when I finally, a few weeks ago, I finally watched the third Expendables and was surprised by how
Yeah.
I didn't think it was nearly as horrible as I thought. But the main thing that bothered me about it was I was just so tired of him. I was just like, no more.
Nobody's excited about Creed.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah.
It's fucking Rocky, man. What the fuck?
The band?
I guess it'll be okay.
No, not the band. No.
That's what I said when Cole told me about it. I was like, oh yeah, man.
I saw the
About
trailer.
time they
and
got their own movie.
It's like,
as long as
yeah,
sequels are
let's
at the top
remake
of the box
Rocky
office,
5.
Age of Ultron come out and just destroy everything, and Jurassic World comes out and one-ups it, and everybody's like, oh. And what's the one we're all waiting for? Star Wars 7.
Yep.
So as long as that continues to happen.
Inside Out came out this month, or last month. Inside Out was amazing. I love that movie. That's what picks up back in the map. After horrible movie got like Brave. Okay, Brave is bad. It's not horrible. Cars 2.
Didn't see
Fuck
it.
Cars 2. That movie
Cars
sucks.
2 is the worst thing they've ever done.
Yeah, that's horrible.
I saw
We
the
got
first one.
Cars
I didn't
2,
like it. Yeah.
Brave. Okay, average at best. What other movie we got Monkey Diversity, which I never saw. I heard that was good, surprisingly, but I don't care. But we finally got a good Pixar movie, Inside Out. That brought Pixar back in the map finally after Wave Film to come back. I'm glad they're back on top. Took you long enough.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Nah.
Go see it. It's great.
I thought it was good. Like I said, to me, it's right in the middle of the movie.
I agree with that. I saw the trailer for Inside Out, and I said I don't ever want to see that until I found out it was Pixar.
Go see it. It's good. It's amazing.
I heard Lewis Black's in it. How is he?
He's good.
I mean,
he's
amazing.
it is the perfect character for him, right?
Perfect.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, there was no casting process for that.
Yeah.
Anger, you know. So I mean, he does exactly what he should.
Disney just opened their wallet and they told Lewis Black to take what he wanted.
They're like, we have a shit ton of money. Here you go.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the movie. It was a good movie. I mean, it
Personally,
wasn't as
I probably
imaginative as I wanted. Like, Pixar is usually so fresh and original. It's not that original. There's all sorts of things in the movie that I've seen in much worse movies because they're like, oh, it's the train of thought. I mean, the train of thought is in, like, fucking one of the... It's in Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Yeah, something Lava Girl is horrible.
And like
yeah,
a few
I
other
tried
things,
to-
like it's like,
I'm-
oh, this is
I'm
an
assuming
island
it
of her
is.
thoughts, and, you know, like some of that wasn't very original. Not that it was bad, but I was just like, I
it
kind of
wasn't-
expected more.
It wasn't original, but in my opinion, I think it was a good concept. Inside Out, my friend showing Lava Girl. I saw it in theaters.
Wow, you
pictures
thought
from the new
Yeah,
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I saw the car. Yeah.
The car and the proton packs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys see the new pictures for Batman vs Superman?
Yeah.
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 I
What
don't
guys
care.
thoughts on it? Yeah.
I mean, I know that
It's gritty, brother.
everyone's tired of hearing it, but I don't care. 2 words, Ben Affleck, and I'm.
Yeah, Ben Affleck is awesome. I think either way good Ben. I think they're really Bruce Wayne in my opinion. He's a great director.
I'm not getting past it.
I would look forward to it if I liked Man of Steel, but I don't.
Yeah.
I like Man of Steel
Is,
mostly.
Is Zack Snyder doing that? Doing
Yeah.
that one?
Good director.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, here's the good news. We also good news. We
So
got
I
a new
agree with
writer.
things, bad thing for you, Jay.
Argo.
Here, man, I'm not gonna watch it.
Argo.
There you go.
Argo, go fuck yourself.
I like Argo. I do like Argo.
I don't like Argo because
I don't like Argo
just
either.
glosses
Yeah.
over all sorts of facts. Like it's a great,
Yeah.
like it's a good story, and then like I was like, oh, they're gonna tell the story, and then they don't. They like change things, they leave things out, they put a big twist on the ending to make it look like the CIA are geniuses when the whole point is they totally fucked everything up. You know, no, I don't like Argo. Argo's a big lie.
I like the town though. I really like the town.
Yeah.
I love Argo. I got
Yeah.
the classic in my eyes.
I like the town okay, but my big problem with the town was believability. Like, it didn't make sense to me that these, like, 2 Boston idiots were, like, pulling off these crazy, sophisticated robberies. Like,
Yeah.
like you see movies where, there's, like, the specialized team, and they got all these cool gadgets, and they're pulling off these cool robberies, and you get it. But it doesn't work to me in this. These are, like, these 2 guys living in South Boston.
Suspended disbelief.
Yeah, I know, planned in their heist in, like, their aunt's kitchen or something.
Yeah.
And then they've got, like, these crazy, like, big plans. Like, I still enjoyed watching the movie, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
I couldn't
here's
get past
it's called suspended disbelief. That's why
Did you
I
like Gone? Did you like Gone Baby Girl? Or what's it called? Gone
Gone
Girl
Girl.
Gone?
Girl.
Yeah. Did you guys
That
like
movie
that?
was holy shit. Like that
I
twist
like-
I did not see.
Wait, which one?
I'm talking about.
Are we talking about Gone Girl or Gone Baby Gone? Which one?
I was talking about Gone Baby Gone. Yeah.
Oh.
His first
Oh, the
movie.
one
I
he
thought Gone Girl.
I really like that one.
I like it. I think it's overrated, but I don't, I
I've
don't
liked
rate it.
every movie he's directed.
Yeah.
I like Gone Baby Gone.
Yeah,
It's okay.
the writing you joined Batman vs Superman, I
Yeah.
can join of Argo. So that gives us hope. So
My only problem with Gone Baby Gone was like kind of knew exactly what was going to happen, and then that's
Yeah.
exactly what happened. I mean, that's okay because it's not like it's something stupid. Like it's not like it's a bad resolution.
Yeah.
I was just sort of like not surprised by anything, but yeah, I don't know. I like Gone Baby Gone, although it's another one of those movies that just reinforces that everybody that lives anywhere near Boston is really dumb and really aggressive for no reason. It's like, everybody's really stupid and really mean. But
Oh, I thought you guys were talking about Gone Girl.
Yeah.
I like Gone Girl.
Which he was in that one, so it is kind of
Yeah.
confusing.
yeah,
Argo is amazing. Like holy shit. I did not see that twist.
I like Gone Girl, but it wasn't what I wanted it to be. Like I didn't read
Yeah.
the book. I hadn't read the book, so I didn't know what was going to happen. So when I saw that like Fincher had directed it, I was expecting something a little more dark, and it's actually not very dark, which is fine. That's not a problem with the movie. It's just my expectations were different. It was still fine.
Wow, that shit wasn't dark for you. That shit was hella dark for me.
Yeah, it's not
was
Fincher.
pretty
It's
dark
not
at
Fincher.
times.
It's not Fincher dark.
It had its moments, yeah.
I mean, just because we see like what's his name, bleed out. I don't know. It's not for me.
I had no problem with him bleeding out. I don't. This bitch is crazy.
Yeah, he's insane.
That part was pretty fucked up, man. When they were.
I don't like
psychopath. Like, holy shit.
Trick Harris, so.
I don't know.
Busy and
You make a
got his
point
throat
that
slit.
I've read and seen
victim.
stuff that.
She's a complete psychopath.
I feel like Gone Girl was like an hour too long, and like it finally got started, then it ended.
Yeah.
I was like
I
falling asleep.
think most people were sort of like, and that's another thing. I didn't read Gone Girl, but I read another book that author wrote, and it kind of has the same problem. I was like totally engrossed in this book. What the fuck is the book called? Dark Places, I think it's called. I think it's called Dark Places.
Good?
What?
I have no
Is it
idea.
good? Like the book?
Yeah. So I was totally engrossed. I loved the book. I was totally rage reading, and then like the ending is just so abrupt and not satisfying, which is kind of how I felt about Gone Girl.
Yeah.
Like wow,
That's
it's like you didn't know how to end.
Gone Girl.
I want to see the sequel to Gone Girl.
Yeah, because
The sequel.
Yeah, when he puts antifreeze in her Gatorade.
wait, a sequel? I didn't know about this.
Just fucking around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming out next week.
Gone Girl 2.
Oh, God.
Gone Girl 2. Gone Harder.
Gone Girl 2. That's search for the psychopath.
Gone with a vengeance.
The Two Towers.
Gone Girl 2 with
I was like wondering where she learned all this crazy shit from, and then you see her parents are married. Can you imagine like Ben Affleck and the dad, like they like looking at each other like, yeah, I know, man, we're trapped,
Yeah. So if you haven't seen Gone Girl, there's no reason to now.
Yeah.
It's great.
That's fine. I wasn't going to see it.
It's been out for a year, so.
I would just go find you a good Chuck Norris movie to watch instead. It'll be half as long and twice as good.
There you go.
Yeah, or better, watch the Girl Giants Act 2. Watch the Girl Giants didn't pick the movie, and watch the original movie. They were both good.
Just watch Gone Fishing with Joe Pesci.
No.
Oh my god.
Danny Glover is definitely the worst fucking movie I've seen.
That's one of those movies that I can't believe exist.
It's
You know what's funny?
This is the only reason I managed to see any of that movie. It's because I was on a 6-hour ferry ride. That was the movie they were playing. I was stuck in the middle of the ocean. I had no choice.
I remember I saw that movie.
How I saw Grumpy Old Men also.
Yeah.
It's like Grumpy Old Men 4.
I also saw Grumpy Old Men on a ferry. Same ferry. It was part of their elderly actors. Apparently that was what they were going for.
Didn't Joe Pesci disappear after that?
Elderly actors series.
Then when they went to sleep, they showed 8 heads in a duffel bag.
That's an amusing movie.
Damn.
It's slightly better than Gone Fishing.
Gone Fishing, the movie. Like, I don't know, big fish.
You guys,
Speaking of...
What was it?
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Speaking of horror movie first, has anyone seen, has anyone seen a trailer for the new horror movie coming out called Capture?
Capture? Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's a new film movie coming out, but it looks so generic and boring. Like, I've seen it before. Like, this guy's kept in prison, and you get with one, they fall in love, and all this bullshit. God, it looks horrible.
Sounds like one that'll be going on Netflix in a few days.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
It's been kind of a lean summer on Netflix. You look at like the summer releases, and you're like, like, give me something.
Something recent that I've been watching is the Predator franchise on my.
Predator.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just
Nothing
like,
wrong with those.
well, I don't know, man. Yeah, okay, I like the first one. You know, it's original and all that. But then second one's okay too. And then as it goes on, I was just like, wow, this
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, you can stop
Yeah,
after the
believe I
second
like
one,
this.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Predator,
I mean-
nah. I don't like. Sorry.
You
Continue.
know, like, I just noticed like a trend because I watched them all back to back. You know, just like next day I would watch the next one. Next day I would watch the next one. I noticed like the predators they lose their like ability to actually move around.
Yeah.
You know, like because no CG and stuff. The guy in a rubber suit, so they actually start rubbing tummies with each other instead of fighting. And I was just like, wow, why can't they like? I don't know. I don't want to say CG that shit, but
Yeah.
god damn, why can't they just like
It's because the original guy
Jeez.
died.
Was that?
Guy died.
The original guy died, and they can't find anybody else.
Oh,
Good.
even the original, like, you go back, the Predator has two moves when they get to the one-on-one fight scene. It's the backhand.
Oh, the fight
and then the squat down roar, like he's taking a shit, you know, like you know?
That's it.
Yeah, there's two moves the Predator does. It's like, and that's all he does. And I understand the suit is heavy, but like, so when I was going through the first one, we didn't have CG too much, you know. So I understand. Yeah, okay, yeah, let it go. They do what they can. But as you go on to the AVPs and all that shit, I was just thinking like,
AVP 1, AVP 2.
and people
AVP 1,
frown.
I actually like the movie. I saw on my birthday. I do like the first film. But second film would go to hell. Fuck the second film. It sucked. It killed the entire franchise.
The CG part. But I was thinking like, why can't you like partially dress the actors in the costume and then green screen the other parts that are ridiculously heavy and just have hire fucking acrobat to do the goddamn ninja-like moves, you know?
That's not a bad
the thing
idea.
is, though, they're talking particle ban CGI. If you do too much CGI,
I can't
then
see
you
that.
get to the point it's ridiculousness.
I can't buy that.
It's like in Mad Max, you know, they CG'd her, or they green screened her arm being gone.
Yeah, but it felt so real that you couldn't tell the difference.
I thought that looked pretty good.
Yeah, that was amazing.
So
That's
I was like,
CGI. You particle back and CGI. You combine them as a tool.
yeah. So it's a combination of practical effects. Like parts of the costume that are ridiculously heavy are green screen. You know, like you get a lightweight green cover on it, and I was just thinking like that way this asshole doesn't look like they're rubbing tummies, you know? Because like the fight with a football tackle, like this, like oh yeah, you know. I was just like that was ridiculous in Predators, you know. In the last one, the Predators, Adrian Brody and shit.
Yeah.
I forget so much
fighting
about
each other. I was
Predator.
like,
I actually love
here
Predator.
comes. You know, here comes, they're gonna fight, the new Predator versus the old Predator, you know?
Well,
and then,
Adrian Brody can't fight either, so.
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's another thing too.
Well,
Why
like
Adrian Brody?
They had to
Good
yell at
prosthetic
the guy
nose.
with a katana, though.
His
so.
nose tripped him up.
The katana guy too. Why him? Fuck Adrian Brody and fuck the
That's
Japanese.
awesome. I love that fight.
God,
Awesome
Him in a
fight.
fight, it's like a.
The problem
Yeah,
with
I
Predators is
don't know.
like there's more, and it's like they're not even as effective as the first one was.
Yeah, I know.
What are super predators?
This
Like,
one, they have
yeah.
home court advantage, and there's more of them, and yet they...
Yeah, they're different kind of predators. There's the cracker predator and super predators. Super predator, my favorite
Well,
watching were very cool.
There
Like,
was a
when first
dozen in the trailer when all the
It
lights
had
were
a
on,
really good
and-
build up, in my opinion.
man, the Predators were just fucking idiots.
Yeah, the trailer lied to us. When the audience were playing about the Agent Brody, that didn't happen in the movie. That felt advertising. That really just pissed me off.
Yeah, all those
Oh,
lights that
with all
went on
the
Adrian
lighting.
Brody in the trailer, and then the movie, it's really
Yeah.
just one.
That never happened.
They
Oh,
did
I
a
forgot
big
about
flip.
that.
I think this is the third time we've talked about Predators tonight.
Yeah, no.
Oh really?
Damn.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad, guys.
No,
I
that's fine.
just watched them recently, so it's good.
No, that's cool.
Yeah, you
I
watched it
was-
recently, makes sense.
And Alien, quick one at the time. It's just to combine both.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Let's Google it.
That was abrupt.
Oh yeah, there's another sequel, Independence Day 2. They're
Oh,
showing
yeah.
pictures.
Now, man.
Why? I like the
Yeah.
first one. Why?
I think
Yeah.
There's gonna be an Independence Day sequel.
Is that the Will Smith alien one?
Will Smith
Yeah.
gonna be in it?
Yeah.
No, Will Smith's not in it.
Well, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care.
I
I
mean,
think Independence Day is
He's
a
too busy
complete
doing
joke
suicide.
of a movie.
They can't
to me.
afford him, is what it is.
This happened.
Google Plus
No,
kicked you out.
I assume you got kicked by.
Damn it.
Um,
Fuck you, Google.
I don't give a fuck about Independence
who's in
Day.
the sequel? I know Goldblum's in it.
Bill Pullman, Usher.
Oh, sure.
I think he's playing
He's
Will
my favorite actor.
What is the cool replacement for Will
He
Smith?
wears
Liam
diamond
Hemsworth.
shirts, so you know he's good.
So
He does,
the
by the way. He
Hemsworth
wears shirts encrusted with diamonds.
So this is going to be like for next July 4th, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
David J. Fox.
Yeah,
I don't care.
we got sequel to Limited Fallen coming out.
I'm not
Which-
seeing
I
that.
never see Limited Fallen. They're doing
Yeah, in
Fallen good.
January.
Independence Day was
Next year.
alien coming
Sequel,
over.
sequel, remake, sequel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Independence Day.
It's not independent.
Invasion.
More like Limited Fallen 2. What's it called?
What was
Hang
that?
on. Hang on, I'll type it.
Well, okay, which alien invasion movie do you think was more practical? Like, I mean, if you think about like alien comes over, why would they fucking send ground troops? You know, why would they just bomb the shit out of us from the sky? You know, so I would say Independence Day to me was like the more practical one because they had ships flying around and shit.
Yeah,
you know? Other than that,
you're saying it's a fun movie.
Yeah, but so
I
so you
didn't
got
have
like
any fun.
The only
What's
reason
the
we
other
send
one?
ground troops is if we had something they didn't want to destroy.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
there's
even
something-
so,
True.
if you
Yeah.
bomb, if you use conventional warfare bombs, like we do that now, we still want resources over, oil and shit, but we bomb the shit out of their cities. It doesn't affect the oil.
Yeah.
Well, our bombs are quite the same.
Even if you bomb
That's a good point.
the ship, they still have more bad technology. Yeah, we nuked them at Independence Day. That didn't work.
No. You don't see what I'm saying? It's like in your mind, out of all the movies. So what's the one with the Marine Corps? The recent one where they were fighting in LA.
I
Battle of Los Angeles.
Oh, that's
Oh,
it.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I
And
didn't
then
see that one.
Years ago.
before that was the Navy battleship.
Battleship.
Oh,
So you got all of these alien things again with the
fuck Battleship.
back to the zombie thing I was talking about.
Haven't
is
seen any of
what
these
about
movies.
nowadays. Like these alien movies coming out. So we got Independence Day 2 coming out. Like
Yeah.
how would you
Why
want
am I
this?
to that movie? Like, I have all this.
Because Jurassic World made
Why? There's no point.
$500 million.
Have a crossover Jurassic World? Have all the dinosaurs?
Dinosaur with a freaking laser beam.
What about Pixels? You guys excited for that
Oh
one?
God!
Oh yeah,
kinda
totally, yeah.
Aliens.
Can't wait to see it. Yeah.
Actually, yeah. You're
Yeah,
talking about Adam Sandler. Where you got it. I'm thinking this is the
I've
first
seen
time
it.
I've ever actually cared about something Adam
It doesn't
Sandler's
look
done.
that bad. I just don't know why it's Adam Sandler. Why can't it be?
Yeah. That's kind of how I
No,
feel.
bad.
I haven't seen him in a good movie in 15 years, so.
I
I've
like
seen
the
that.
trailer for that one. The part where the
Picture that I'm
Japanese
skipping.
guy comes out.
You know who they should have had?
Pac-Man.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
My son, my boy.
I agree
There
with
you
that.
go.
Kill this
Jean-Claude
fucking
Van
thing!
Damme. You can do like a helicopter kick on
He can
Pac-Man.
still do them.
I just, I feel like I've seen the whole movie. I've seen that trailer like 3 times, and I don't even need to watch
I
it.
don't know. Once again, they probably just shown us all
I mean,
the best parts.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
trailers now are like they give it like it's just like the movie breakdown. Like they show final scenes and everything.
I
It's
know.
Yeah.
like, I mean, I don't
And they
need to
almost
watch
show
it.
them in order.
Yeah,
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
Like,
the trailers.
Try
Yeah.
to and spoil everything.
yeah.
That's the picture
They
off.
need to stop hiring these assholes, you know?
Yeah.
The same thing
Yeah.
with the
Stop
dumbass
hiring people who
trailer
want to spoil
makers and
movies.
shit. Stop hiring.
Yeah.
Yeah, even
No, I
like a
mean, I
Terminator.
think it's
especially
It's
with
just 'cause-
comedies. With comedies,
yeah. One of
the
you
only,
guys is
the only
Yeah,
way to
like-
get people to see
like,
a movie
yeah.
nowadays is like make sure you put, okay, this movie we say has 3 really good jokes in it. Show all 3 of them in the previews so people will go. Then the people go, and nothing else is funny to them, and it's kind of hard to laugh at the
Yeah.
joke they already saw on TV 60 times. And they're just
Yeah.
like,
They got your money.
Yeah, like back in the day, you had like I remember the Escape from New York teaser where they just show pictures
right.
from the film,
Yeah.
just not even moving, just pictures. Or even the trailer to Aliens, you saw the Queen maybe a second.
Right.
The original Alien was just the name,
egg,
the music, and maybe the egg. I can't remember, but it was just very, very, you didn't know what it was.
Got you interested. George
Carl
was the thing. You didn't really
same like Prometheus. That the same trail too. Prometheus did the same thing too.
I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
But what made me think about that is the director of the Jurassic Park or Jurassic World was saying that they gave away too much in the trailers, and I think it's just because the audience is too damn stupid. They want to know exactly what they're going to be watching.
Yeah, which is sad. Why are the trailers just being trailers? Like 1 second of movie.
Going back from your Genesis, they gave away the genre.
Oh yeah,
that's why I didn't watch it.
Oh yeah, watch the trailer.
I saw the teaser.
Don't watch.
I saw.
Yeah. Well, not just the trailer, but like the poster even spoiled it.
Yeah.
So
they did.
In the trailers that are not even in the movie.
And you really don't need to do that with franchise movies.
What the fuck? That thing never happened.
It's one thing if you make a movie that's completely new and you want people to see it, but when you're doing stuff like Star Wars, people are going to go see Star Wars, so don't keep releasing 3-minute trailers every month.
One trailer.
What are you doing this for?
It was like that Martian trailer.
September or whatever, they're going to be like, there's a new trailer now. It's like, well, why?
That trailer to The Martian gave the whole movie away.
Yeah, it was a 3-minute long trailer,
It's like the trailer
to let people know that you're on the right track. You're going to give them what they want. Just make it
short.
It's
like the trailer that Cast Away.
Leave it at that.
Yeah. Gentlemen, I got to go to bed. So thank you for having me. So I'll see you next time.
No problem.
All right, man.
Have a good one, man.
You too.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right.
See ya.
But so why do you guys think that is? Like why are trailers so different than they used to be?
Attention spans.
Really?
Yeah.
I think we need to get attention span of someone who, instead of downloading it, hey,
it's
you
all
gotta
about
see it in the
something
theater.
I think it's a new generation of people being hired to those jobs, because like think about like how many actors are dead now, right? Because you ain't a little kid no more, right? So same thing. The guys who are doing the old trailers probably either graduated to another level of their profession or whatever, and a new jackass comes in there, and he's just a kid,
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not like I think that like just because something's older, it's better. Because honestly, it actually took them a while for trailers to evolve. Because if you watch, I mean, you guys mentioned a couple older ones from like the late '70s or early '80s that are actually pretty good, but they're more the exception than the rule. If you look up some older trailers, even if movies that you really like, if you're not used to doing it, you'll be kind of shocked that it wasn't until about 1990, 91 the trailers started to resemble what we're used to now. Trailers feel really weird and disjointed and odd, and they have way more narration in them. Like, they're full of, like, that voiceover guy. Like, he doesn't just say, this summer. He says, like, 10 different things before the things are. So it's kind of weird. Like,
in a world.
Just pick some, like, 80s movie that you like, and if you haven't seen the trailer for it before, watch the trailer. It's not, I'm not saying it's bad, it just feels really off and weird.
Yeah, I like the narration. I miss that.
I love it.
Yeah, I miss that too. Yeah. Or when trailers are misleading too.
Yeah.
That's
well, I mean, it's like all I need is just enough to get my butt in the seat. I don't need to know what I'm going to be watching.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I don't know.
Like I said, I mean, the worst thing they do is, like, with comedy movies, they're like, let's use the best jokes here. With horror movies, it's like, instead of just showing little bits and things and maybe having a black screen and sound, let's show them the exact jump scare. Here's, like, the trailer for every horror movie ever. It's like some blabbing and talking at the start. It's like, this is happening. Then it goes into the people yelling. Then it gets into people yelling at each other because they're upset about what's happening. Then there's the obligatory shot, usually almost always a woman, sometimes a guy, but usually a girl, all by herself in a room or area, breathing hard, looking around, and then after a certain amount of, about 3 seconds of silence, either we see something or we don't, it could be an invisible force, pulls her back. That's every trailer ever. They get pulled back. I don't care if it's Quarantine where she's in the thing. I don't care if it's that movie where she flies into the sky when she's sitting on a chair. Something is going to pull that bitch back, and we're supposed to think this is going to be a great movie, even though they just showed us arguably the most surprising thing in it.
Right, exactly.
That wasn't even a horror movie. What movie was that anyway? It was like a movie where the woman, I don't know, was it a car accident?
More than one movie.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Quarantine.
Some woman is in a car accident and she's remembering things wrong, and then she's in a cabin. The scene is she's in a cabin sitting in a chair, and all of a sudden, like, the fucking roof comes off and she goes flying into the sky. Like, I don't even see that movie, and yet that's the most pivotal part of the movie.
Wizard
and
of Oz.
showed it. I don't know.
But no, I know like when Insidious was being released on DVD, like they showed the best scare in the movie, in my opinion, in the trailer. Like, man, you just spoiled it for everybody.
Like, there's a movie now that's coming out soon. I don't know what it's called. It's got people with like a noose or something.
The Gallows?
The Gallows. What does that movie end with? It ends with a bitch getting pulled back.
Like Quarantine.
Yeah.
It's like Quarantine, yeah.
Like everything.
Or like Wreck.
Like everything. And I mean, I think Wreck's a good movie, but as far as the previews go, they're just ruining everything. And it's always the same. The girl, she goes quiet for a second, gets pulled back. I don't care if they're getting pulled back by invisible force, a hand, a rope, a knife, whatever.
That's what you got to pay for to find out what did it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, now you've really aroused my attention.
But something that James, the Nintendo nerd, pointed out a few years ago in one of his videos, they fade to black a lot. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. I started paying attention, and they fade to black like constantly. Like he was saying, when he was trying to get into the theater, he like couldn't see anything because it kept fading to black, and he couldn't see where he was in the theaters. I don't know. Just seems a little pointless.
Yeah, the fade to black shit. Oh man, that shit hurts my eyes, dude.
Yeah.
I see people making their own YouTube videos, you know, like UFC fights and stuff, highlights and stuff. I like this fight. I'm gonna make a video about him. Put the fucking rap music up there, and then just fade to black constantly, you know, on the punches and shit. I'm just like, what the fuck?
If you watch my channel, everyone ends with a fade to white. So I'm trying to save your I'm trying to save your eyes there.
Cole goes against the grain, that's for sure.
Do what I do.
But let's see.
Came out with a trailer to that movie Goosebumps.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up.
Is that based on the show?
Yeah.
The book.
Jack Black.
Yeah.
I guess it's kind of. Doesn't that sound like something that should have happened like in the mid-90s?
It's pretty much Jumanji. It's pretty much what it is. It's Jumanji.
Again, they're playing on nostalgia.
Yeah, I guess so.
The people that read Goosebumps or watched the show when they were
going to have a
in the 90s.
Babysitters Club movie next? I mean, while we're hitting these things 20 years past their popularity. Like, hey, you know what no one reads anymore?
Well, aren't they doing like a Hello Kitty movie?
Yeah.
I think they
are. They really?
I think Melissa McCarthy's playing the cat.
I think Melissa McCarthy needs to go away and not come back.
I agree.
I think she needs to be locked in a trunk and perhaps dropped in the ocean.
That seems definitive.
Well, ready for this Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters, yeah.
Doesn't it have like Kristen Wiig in it?
And Melissa McCarthy.
I mean, there's
two people I can't stand.
Kristen Wiig. There's a face I want to see on the big screen. My God.
With the proton.
Yeah.
And I forgot who is it? Hugh Jackman going to be in it, or some guy like that? That's it.
Oh,
he's going to be the receptionist.
Janine.
Yeah, Chris Hemsworth can't act. I mean, he's a good Thor. Why not? But he can't act.
Yeah. How much are movie tickets nowadays?
Oh wow. Yeah.
12, 13
I'm about to go
bucks.
see. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw a 3D movie the other day. It was like 15, I think.
15?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I saw Terminator. I think it was $13.50 to see it in 3D.
Yeah.
This one was only $8.99, but that was on a special day.
3D's not even worth it, right? Or
no,
I don't
not really.
Like,
no.
Unless you're watching, say, Pixar, then who cares?
Yeah.
You know? I mean, yeah, you'll want to see it if you're going to watch like Inside Out or whatever the new Pixar CG animated movie is coming out. It looks good then because it's kind of made for that. But otherwise, who gives a crap?
It looks fine on the animated films, I think. But yeah, I brought the kids to see to see Inside Out and drop $80 at the damn theater.
I can't even conceive of that, man.
Oh my gosh.
So
we're bored. Let's go to the movies. So
Yeah,
it was like
that's-
$50, like just in tickets. Like,
wow.
Yeah.
and then,
Wow. So,
got to get the candy and the bullshit and the whatever. the hell else.
Really? Just go to
Yeah.
7-Eleven and get
I
some
don't-
candy, man.
I
Yeah.
don't buy concessions. I buy a pop every now
Yeah.
and again.
Where's
but
some
I never-
Jinkos?
I
Stuff
don't
your
want to
candy
eat
all up in there.
I hate listening to the assholes around me eating while we watch movies. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
Especially the people that get, like... I don't understand why people do this. So you get a big tub of popcorn, and I think that's fine. And you like the seasoning.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people have seasonings, right? They like the different seasonings. That's
Yeah.
fine, too. But for some reason, they take, like, 3 packages and then take them into the... Like, they don't do it out in the station. So they're in the middle of the movie, and they're ripping open a new package to add to their new layer of popcorn, because apparently this popcorn is like a veritable feast, and they have to experience different levels. It's like, top level's going to be barbecue, then we're going to do sour, then to do dill pickle. Like they're more interested in what they're doing with their popcorn than the movie, and I have to listen to them ripping open their packet, which sounds like it should take half a second, rip, but no, it takes them like 15 seconds. Because, I don't know, maybe they think they're going to be more careful or quiet, and all they're doing is dragging it out. So they're just like, I'm like, just rip it. But
I think we need to investigate who's eating dill pickle flavored popcorn. That sounds fucking gross, man.
Lots of people, because that's like,
Really?
I always smell
Wow.
it. It's a very strong
Yeah.
smell,
Wow.
right? And I smell it all the time. Does this mean, like...
You know what
I
this
don't-
food should taste like? Something else. Not
Yeah.
what it actually is.
Yeah.
Is there a barbecue chicken flavor?
Yeah, this popcorn's
on.
yellow, but it's not butter.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, I was going to mention the flood of zombie shows you guys heard about. Like, Romero's show is a go now.
He's doing a show? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, doing
I'm
like
surprised you'd want to.
Walking Dead-like thing.
I thought you
zombie
didn't even
night.
like Walking Dead.
What's the one that's not Walking Dead? There's another one.
There's like Z Nation.
Z-Nation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also iZombie.
Yeah.
iZombie's out.
I'm kind of sick
A lot
of
of
the
people
zombie
really
craze.
like Zombies comic, which I never read. I don't know. None of them really work for me, to tell you the truth. I don't even know why I own Walking Dead comics. So I don't even think they're that good. So
Yeah.
I think, the show is actually probably better than the comic.
And then the
because
Evil Dead show, it's not zombies, but
Yeah.
Because at least they touch up the dialogue. Because
Ash
Robert
versus Evil
Kirkman
Dead.
writes the worst dialogue you'll
Yeah.
ever read. Man, he can't
tell you,
write.
man, that zombie shit ain't gonna work nowadays, man. The end of the world ain't gonna come because
It's just been done to death.
And that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and
So
I
is
mean,
it-
at the time, it was somewhat original. And Robert Kirkman always said the inspiration for Walking Dead was he was sort of like, you watch the zombie movie and it ends. He's like, well, this is what happens afterwards.
Yeah.
It keeps
Yeah.
going. You're like, okay,
Yeah.
but now we have like 7 seasons of that.
soap opera stuff.
Plus a whole bunch of other shows popping up. And
Yeah.
it's like, now we know what happens and we don't care.
So is anyone looking forward to Ash versus Evil Dead?
I'm not.
I'm not either.
Yeah.
oh, what's that about? Is that they're gonna bring
It's
back
based on the Bruce
Yeah.
Campbell as Ash is
Yeah.
coming back on a TV show for cable, like
No.
13.
Is that on
I don't know.
Encore or something
Stars.
like
On
that?
Stars, yeah.
I don't watch shows, so, no
Yeah.
show coming out means anything to me.
Well, the Walking Dead has a spin-off, whatever the hell it is.
Is it just that dirty guy, like...
Something Walking Dead,
Sour?
Evil
It's really
Walking Dead or
popular.
some shit, but
Yeah.
that's coming out before the new season starts. Like
Walking
soon.
Daryl, that's it. It's Walking Daryl.
Fucking Daryl.
Well, he seems to be the only thing that people care about.
Yeah.
Daryl just
Yeah, because
popping
all
his
the
shirt
other
off.
characters are written like fucking assholes. How can you get behind an asshole?
I agree. That's why I
What's funny
stopped
is, like,
watching.
they're actually better done on the show. In the comics,
Oh,
because
wow.
Robert Kirkman, like, they talk like morons. Like,
Is it,
it's just so unnatural and disjointed. I'm like, it's okay. Some writers, aren't, they're better at certain things than other things. Like, he's better at, say, an action scene than dialogue. But I just mean, when you've been writing for, like, 25 years, can you ever figure out how people talk? I mean, I don't know.
Fear of the Walking Dead. That's the show I was talking about.
Yeah.
Theater?
Fear.
Fear.
Fear
Apparently,
of the
yeah.
Walking Dead or Fear of the
So
Walking
it's a
Dead?
spin-off and
Fear
what's
of the Walking Dead. You're right. You're right.
How do you spin off that
I
show?
wasn't
It's
sure
just
either.
different people? It's like, here's different
It's
people in a
different
different
people,
place? Oh, who gives a crap?
It's in the same universe, but yeah.
Walking Dead universe now.
They're trying to kill their show even faster than it's already happening on its own.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm a big fan of the show, actually. Like I was a big hater in the beginning. Like, I watched the first and second season and didn't like the show at all, but
The
I've gotten
first
back
season
into
was
it.
really cool. Because, like, I liked the first season, kind of. I thought the second season was boring as shit. And then I was like, it's okay, though, because the third season made up for it, and then I lost track. Which is really good for me, because I really don't watch stuff, so, like that. I just not really a TV person at all.
I'm a big
Not
fan.
even with not even with Netflix.
But it's all drama. Go
Yeah.
ahead, man.
I watched the Walking Dead from torrents, man. I just
Oh, yeah.
downloaded them, but
Yeah.
recently they took down the site I go to, so I was just like, fuck, I can't watch TV no more, American TV. but
Shit,
I
that
can't
sucks,
say
man.
I can't say I like The Walking Dead per seasons. I just I like certain parts of The Walking Dead, and a lot of the episodes I hated. Like, I don't know what season was or what episode was. It was just like they're looking for this little girl. Is that the beginning seasons, you know?
Yeah, season 2, I think.
2, yeah.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
they're just like,
When they're on the
or
farm.
they got to the farm and they were just like playing house. you know?
Yeah.
Like, why would I watch a whole episode of them feeding chickens, doing
That-
laundry and shit? I was just like, what the fuck?
See, that's the same time when I turned it off, and I never watched it for a couple of years.
Yeah.
It's the same problem that all of episodic television has. They have a core idea, and they have to spread that out through a shitload of episodes.
Yeah.
So not a whole lot happens each week. So it could probably benefit from being like half as many like it was originally. But
Yeah. There's so much filler on that show.
trying to make
They,
it
when they,
more.
they say it's
Yeah.
character development, but it's really not. It's just more the characters bitching at each other than developing in any way.
I heard after that when people were complaining about that too. I heard some people complain about that, and I actually went online. It's like, what the fuck am I watching? And then they fired those guys and hired new writers for the new shit that came out. And then you could tell there's always something going on. You know, they hired like fucking soap opera writers. You know, every episode something coming on. You know, and see so and so sleeping with so and so and all that shit. You know, I was like, what the fuck? Again, I was just like, okay, it's drama, but you see zombies killing people. You know?
Yeah.
But there's that show, and then From Dusk Till Dawn has a new season coming out.
Oh,
Yeah. I completely lost track of that too, because I was like, "This is one I'll watch," and I watched like 3 episodes, and then I forgot it existed. I didn't make a conscious effort to stop. I wasn't like, "I'm not going to watch anymore." I literally forgot I'd been watching it.
Yeah, I think it's on Netflix. I
Yeah.
watched the first episode.
It takes a long time for that
First
show to get
episode's
going.
probably the best thing. I
I
like
don't
it.
even have that already, so.
The first episode's great because all it is basically what we saw in the movie, just expanded. But then once again, they have to get into a whole bunch of original stuff.
That's El Rey Network, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even have that
Cool.
right.
Apparently, that's a thing.
I was exactly like you. I forgot about that show until and then I stopped downloading it. You know,
Yeah.
But I
And you're
really
not-
don't like. I mean, anyway. But I mean, the idea of taking a movie and turning into it a show, and that's become a really big thing. I just binge watched like a season and a half of Hannibal, and it's not a bad show, but it's very clear what they're trying to do, which is how can we take this material that was in these books and this couple movies that's done so well, how can we change it and shock people and squeeze more out of it? I mean, nothing, they didn't do anything that bothered me. It's just sometimes things are just, they need to just sort of be left alone. Like Thomas Harris wrote this book. It's, 300 pages, and it's fine. And then he wrote another book that connects to it, And then he had to write other books because his editors made him, because they were like, if you don't write the sequel, we'll get somebody else to. So he was like, fine, I'll write Hannibal. And then they were like, people want a prequel. And he's like, fine, I'll write Hannibal Rises. Like, he didn't even want to write those books, and he wrote them. And now they're just like, let's take element from those books, and let's just squeeze and twist things. It's like, let's change things around and make them more sexy. Like, I don't know, like for instance, Dr. Bloom is not very important in Red Dragon. I don't even know if he has a scene. He's at least name dropped. If he has a scene, it's maybe talking on the phone for 5 seconds with Graham. Dr. Bloom is simply a psychiatrist person that Graham knows that lives in Chicago. In the show, Dr. Graham is like a 30-something attractive woman who is in every fucking episode, is made into a love interest for Graham, and then a love interest for Lecter. I mean, they're just fucking around all over the place with this kind of stuff. Like, I don't mind them changing something. Freddie Lounds is now a woman for no reason.
Let's mention who's playing the part of the psychiatrist you're talking about. Gillian Anderson.
No, it's a different one. She's a completely made-up character. She's not even from there.
Oh, okay.
Although I have to say, I was really bummed out seeing Gillian Anderson this old. Like, man. I mean, I loved her.
Smoking, man.
I loved her in the 90s, and now
she still looks great.
Like, no, she doesn't. She looks like a fucking pale doll thing. She looks really bad. I mean, she doesn't look bad in the sense of she doesn't look bad in the sense of like an average woman. I mean, compared to how she used to, is what I mean.
We all end up that way, man. It's called age. It sucks. From an old man's perspective, I think she's holding up rather well.
Well, they don't need to plaster it all over the screen in front of me. That's what I mean. They don't have to show me. But anyway, yeah, she's a made-up character. They just made her up, which is fine. I don't mind them adding new characters. I don't even mind them changing some things. Like, I don't really mind that Freddie Lounds is a woman, I guess. But then there's other stuff too. Like, again, it's not a big deal that what's his name? Morpheus.
Lawrence Fishburne?
Lawrence Fishburne is Jack Crawford, which is fine. Like, it doesn't really matter. This has nothing to do with race, except because it kind of does. John. There's plenty of black guys named John, but I've never ever heard in my life, in real life or in fiction, of a black guy that went by the name Jack. But it's not a big deal, but it always felt a little odd to me. They kept calling him Jack, and it felt very unnatural. Because he's Jack Crawford. There's a really good fight scene between him and Hannibal, though, in one of the episodes.
Yeah, that's the beginning of season 2.
Yeah, it's really well done.
Yeah, that's where I've finished. I've only watched like 2 episodes in season 2, and I've heard season 3 is really good, and then they canceled it.
So they have to hurry, because it's weird how they're doing the continuity, because like season 1 is pretty much what you expect. It's all background stuff that's somewhat mentioned in Red Dragon, where you have the Minnesota Strike, Thomas Hobbes, and stuff like that. But now I'm getting the feeling that they're just going to... It's not a prequel to the movies. It's its own universe with the elements. So what they're doing is saying, as far as I can tell, Red Dragon never happened, because they're jumping over Red Dragon and pulling elements from later stuff into it. I even think Hannibal's aunt is like... His Japanese aunt is like used at some point, which... is really weird timeline-wise. But again, they're making their own timeline. So it's weird. Like, they're saying the best stuff, Red Dragon and Silence of the Lambs, they're just like, that didn't happen in this world. It's like, oh, good, give me something else. That's what I want. I mean, it's not like they should do it. It's not like anybody wants to see a TV version of that exactly. But, I mean, that's my problem. That's why I think the series doesn't work anyway. We've already seen the best stuff. Now they're just showing us, they're like, but what if it was different and not as good? Oh, okay, you're right.
Sounds like Terminator Genesis.
You got me through. I'll keep watching it though, and they're really pushing it because like they're just like it used to be like Graham was kind of messed up. They like push him to the brink of insanity on this show. Yeah. Graham is like flipping out and having seizures and seeing things and talking to ghosts and like banging his heads on walls. And I mean, the other thing I'll give the show is like this was a show that aired on normal network TV, right? It wasn't like. It is fantastic violence. Its violence level is beyond anything I've ever seen in a TV show, including HBO. I have no idea how they got away with this. There's an episode where like this guy wakes up in a silo full of corpses, and I think he's got like some sort of like super glue on him, and he's trying to get up, and he's like
together like an art piece.
Yeah, and he's like tearing his skin off. At one point, you can see his ribs like separating from his torso as he's trying to pull his arm off. Like. This is television. I couldn't believe how gruesome it was. I was like, how the fuck did this get on TV? Yet they can't show, like, breasts or say fuck. But that's all,
20 or 30 years ago, if that was a movie, it'd be rated R, Like, just for violence alone. Now it's on network television. That's how things have changed.
Dude, that's like Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah.
I think it's
That
probably
show
more
was crazy.
And every show has to start with like a
Yeah.
weird tableau. It's like every single killer doesn't just kill people, but he always has to create some beautiful piece of art where the
Yeah.
bodies are arranged just so. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, wow, this is I can understand that happening once, but it seems to be happening on a weekly basis. There's a new killer that needs to create more weird art with his victims.
It looks cool.
It looks cool. I'll give it that. It's like this guy's got tree
Like the,
branches in his head. This
you
guy's
remember
got bees in his face. You know.
You remember the guy that grew the mushrooms with the
Yeah.
people?
Yeah.
That was awesome.
I know some of them were still alive. Pretty, like I said, gruesome as fuck. It's like, Jesus.
Mhm.
They're like, hey, Thomas Harris, you had some pretty scary stuff, but watch this. Like, fine. But I mean, I guess that's my problem. I was very long-winded, and I'll apologize for that. But my point was basically like, I just don't get that concept of taking like a movie or a book and then making a show out of it. Because again, it's like that was really good. So how about we give you something that's not as good and different and it has to deal with time constraints and content and casting, you know, and all those things.
Scream TV show.
Yeah, Scream is on now. Like Fargo. You mentioned Fargo earlier.
Who's the Scream show for, though? It's on MTV. All the people that watch MTV didn't watch Scream because they're too young.
They saw Scream 4, probably.
Yeah, I guess it's a Scream. And I mean, I'm okay with Scream 4. It's not horrible.
I haven't seen it yet, but I've got it on the DVR.
Scream 4? You know, it's not going to be...
The series.
Yeah, I don't have
I
any.
flipped through it and see
2
it's
episodes.
awful.
Really?
Like the mask is like it's completely different, and the shape of its mouth looks like it's ready to suck you off. Suck you dick. It's like literally that's what the mouth is.
It's my kind of show, man.
Do they at least have the same voice? I don't even...
It's like trying to do an imitation.
They don't even have the same voice. That was like one of the best things about the series was that guy had such a great voice.
If it is the same guy, then he must have changed
right?
his voice. But
That
yeah.
sucks.
Maybe I'm the only one who thinks
I don't have any access to the show anyway. I don't get any.
Bunch of young, pretty people you don't give a fuck about.
Exactly.
One of them happens to be lesbian.
Of course. There's gonna be some erotic scene with that in the future, I'm sure.
Woo! Finally, the promise of that Indigo Girl poster coming true 20 years later.
But what else? True Detective has a new season on now.
Yeah, I wish I could watch that.
I really bring that up, yeah.
See, I like that idea of a show because it's a self-contained thing. It doesn't, you know, it's not the same thing, and that's why I can watch this sort of show. I didn't mean to turn this whole thing into my personal problem with TV shows.
That the one with Matthew McConaughey?
Yeah.
Yeah, the first season.
First season,
Yeah, that was pretty good. I like
and
that one.
I'd like to see the second season. Even though it's supposed to be really
Colin
different.
Farrell.
But, I mean, I kind of respect the creator for doing that because, like, the main thing I like about the first season has very little to do with the story or the characters. I mean, most people lost their minds over the characters and thought, like, Matthew McConaughey was so good. I was like, he's fine. Like, I thought they were fun, and I thought the story was good. The thing that I liked about the show wasn't either of those things. It was just the presentation. I liked how it was shot. I liked the colors. I liked the cinematography. I liked all the literary references and things like that.
I like the episode where he came in and he was on coke, you know, and then he acted like Matthew McConaughey on coke, you know. It was like,
he is method.
But that's what, like, and anyway, for the second season, apparently, like, the creator even said, like, we're not doing any of that. There's not, for this one, it's more straightforward. We're not going to do any pretty presentation. It's not going to have literary references. It's more just the story. And I kind of respect that. I'm like, okay, let's do that. So I'm
just a flat circle, man.
I like the artwork on that one, you know. So, like,
oh yeah,
everything was like set pieces, you know. When in that first one, everything.
Especially that one track shot, and I think it was in episode 4 when they were in
when it was like in the project.
Oh, dude, that was amazing.
When they were running away from that party or whatever. At the house,
They're trying to rob those crack.
Yeah.
But I liked it again because I mean, and that's something that it won't be in the second one. Because I mean, I like it when they're like talking about the Yellow King and stuff. Because I'm like, because that's something I know. That's something I read. You know, I like that sort of stuff. And even though some of it's a little condescending, it still comes off pretty cool. And even though the ending totally rips off something Alan Moore wrote like 25 years ago, that's okay too. You know.
I like the ending of that one where they were fighting that guy. You know, it wasn't all fucking kung fu'd out and shit,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
I was like, if you get stabbed, you get stabbed.
And if you're not gonna watch the show, at least go check out the scene with Alexandra Daddario in it.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
my God.
yeah, yeah.
You could just put that on repeat for a little while.
Oh man. But
Well,
anyway,
guys, yeah. I gotta go. It was nice chatting with you guys tonight.
Yeah, man, take it easy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
nice
guys
to
take
meet you.
care.
Yeah, have a
Yeah.
good night.
All right, bye.
see you later.
Is there anything else you guys wanted to mention?
I'm trying to think of stuff I watched lately.
You guys only follow just movie and film. Do you guys
Oh,
follow
no,
like fights or anything like
oh
that?
yeah.
Yeah, like you see the UFC Conor McGregor coming kind of fight Mendez.
Yeah, the most hyped fight of the world, and the guy drops out.
I think it's bullshit. It's a title fight. That's bullshit.
Oh,
Really? How come?
Well, Aldo said whoever
Well, I
wins
mean-
has a toy to show off. He called the interim belt a toy.
Yeah. But
I'm
I mean, we
disappointed.
all
I
know
want-
McGregor's going to win because Dana White wants McGregor to win.
Yeah, I know, he really
It'd be
does.
his new, cash cow since John Jones is on crack and then, going to go to prison.
Yeah. It's been a really weird year as far as that goes. Like, it's just like
I mean,
the way you think titles are going to go, and then weird things keep happening.
like Pettis sat on that belt for 2 fucking years and nobody cared, man. It's bullshit. Like he got injured every time a fight was coming up. He fought like one time and then defended his title in 2 years. They didn't take it away from him.
Jay, you said that you said that like you thought is fake or something, or like Aldo couldn't.
No,
I just didn't agree with it. I don't think it's the right decision to take his belt away. I mean, the fight's fine. I don't think it should be a title fight. I
said
I'm not
Aldo
a big
said
Aldo
it's not
fan or
a
anything,
real
but
thing.
I think he
called
is.
that belt a toy.
Could handle McGregor. I think he's much more versed.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's too bad. It's too bad that McGregor opens his mouth because I like how he fights. He mixes it up. He fights cool, and then
I like his mouth, man.
That's not
Everybody does.
I mean, everybody does, but I can't. I don't know. I grew up playing sports, and I was taught sportsmanship, and he doesn't have any.
That's what sells these fights is their mouth.
I mean, like if he had
Sportsmanship doesn't sell tickets.
Yeah.
If he had sportsmanship, he wouldn't be able to make that much money. He only fought like 4 times.
I don't want him to make money. Why do I care if he makes money?
Yeah.
That's his problem, not mine.
Well, he wants to make money. Because,
yeah, I know. He's doing what he can to make money, and if he wants to look like an asshole, that's fine. Like I said. But it'll all be satisfying to me when he does fight Aldo, and Aldo breaks one of his legs with a leg kick.
Okay, what about Nick Diaz? He does the same thing. He runs his mouth out and inside the ring, right?
Yeah,
but after the fight,
he's a piece of shit. Him and his brother are both pieces of shit.
You know that he
complete trash garbage is what.
It's a mental thing with him. He has to do that because he said he cannot hurt somebody unless he hates them. Like he can't even slap
that at all. I think that's bullshit that he just says because he likes. I think that I don't have any respect for the Diaz brothers. They're idiots. I don't have any respect for an idiot like Chael Sonnen, who I know is not even being serious. But there's no point. There's just no point. And plus, Chael Sonnen lies all the time. He always makes big. I mean, I'm glad he's retired and turned into nothing. But I mean, all he ever did was make statements and lie, and then people would say, and then he's just like, no, I never said that, I even saw him get up and leave an interview for that. He like ripped off his mic and walked out because they were calling him on his bullshit. So no, I don't need fighters. I don't have any use for fighters that run their mouths like that. There's nothing wrong with 2 fighters who are about to have a big fight. Maybe insulting each other a little because that's what they're going to do. But no, people like Conor McGregor.
That's bullshit. They've got to have the press conference, and they're gonna have a tussle at the press conference to,
I mean, nobody's done more media than them. They've been doing media since like March.
Bullshit, man.
I can't really get too hard on him though, because I'm a big fan of Muhammad Ali, and he was a huge shit talker, and he would get personal with some of his opponents to the point where they actually wanted to kill him.
Yeah.
I don't know every single thing Muhammad Ali said, but I mean, of the things he said, I never really had too much problem with what he said. Plus, he did back it up and stuff. I mean, you got McGregor calling himself a champion when he hasn't fought anybody. He hasn't fought anybody.
This dude's like 20 years old, man.
What?
Well, he's got a lot of fights. It's just not in the UFC.
Right.
I mean, who'd he fight in the UFC? He fought Seaver, who's about 6 or 7. Seaver's like 6 or 7 years past his prime. He might have given him a problem years ago. Seaver's like 37 years old now, and he's like 5 inches shorter than him. He fought Dustin Poirier, who's constantly injured, and he fought a nobody. And he beat
I'm a
them
big
all
fan of Poirier.
Yeah, but he's always beat up.
Oh yeah, obviously lost to him, so yeah. But I'm still a big fan of him.
I'm not saying he's not a nobody, but I just mean he probably wasn't in any good condition when he fought him.
Sure.
All I'm saying is Conor, the only reason, like you said, Dana White wants him to be champion. Like, he hasn't beaten anybody to get a title shot, and yet he gets one, even though he's fought no one of note.
Yeah. When he beat Seaver and went out in the crowd and called out Aldo. Yeah. That's how they got this fight.
During one of the press things, he grabbed the belt from Aldo. I mean, that's fucking retarded.
Yeah, that was excellent. That was badass. I don't know. I'm just a fan
it works, man. People love that shit.
Yeah, I'm a fan of WWF back in those days, you know.
Yeah.
See, I mean, it's not like I really like UFC that much anyway, but I mean, I like it because it's not the WWF, so I don't want to turn it into that, a fucking sideshow. I want it to be about real martial artists, not retards that run their mouths.
I agree.
Man, I liked it back when it was Hoist Gracie, back in the old days when it was still illegal in most states, and they could only have one every once in a while.
Wear shoes.
Well, see, that's the thing. I've talked to Orc about this, and I mean, and that's the thing. People say, well, why won't you watch all this UFC? Like, but you criticize it, you don't like it, and it's just a personal opinion of mine, which is I don't really like MMA. I don't really think it's a good thing. I don't really like how. Like what Mike said, it was more interesting back then because it wasn't homogenized. It's so homogenized now. Every fighter's exactly the same. They train the same way. They look the same. They're in their little weight classes, so it's not like there's any sort of difference there. It's all too homogenized.
Well,
like
MMA,
what's that?
You said the MMA, they all look the same? Like, I disagree, man.
They all train the same.
They all train the same, and they're all in weight classes, so they're all exactly the same way. Like, I don't like. Why should I care if two guys that have the exact same training and are both 5'8", 145 pounds are going to fight? What the fuck? I want to see a guy who's 5'10", who has a karate background, against a guy that has a Muay Thai and wrestling. You know, but now it's
let's go back to the Conor McGregor versus Mendes. They have totally different styles. Totally different styles. You can't see it.
I know, but they do. I mean, but we're getting away from it.
Conor McGregor comes from a karate boxing background.
I know both their backgrounds. But they still both train in those ways. It's not like Conor McGregor has no concept of ground fighting. Of course he does.
Yeah, it's not like these days.
And I know, and give it another 10 or 15 years, and even this will be gone. There won't be a fight even comparable to it because they'll all be the same.
I just think in the old days it was more cut and dried. You had a karate guy against a jiu-jitsu guy. You had a boxer against, they had completely separate disciplines, and they were trying to defend their discipline against other disciplines.
I watch this stuff, and I do like MMA, but at the end of the day, I like pure styles. To me, I have the exact opposite view as somebody like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, who just gushes and gushes, and how martial arts are in the best state they've ever been, and how in the last 20 years martial arts have evolved more than they ever have in the last 700 years combined. No, they haven't. That's a ridiculous statement. And two, even if it was true, I don't like that. I don't like that sort of evolution, because to me it's homogenized bullshit. We're turning every fighter into the same person, into the same fighter.
It's not like these days, like it was 20 years ago. You can go and throw a triangle choke on somebody, and they're not training to defend that every day. They're in practice, But like, so what are you a fan of, Cole? What do you like?
What do you mean? Like actual fights?
As far as, I mean, you a fan of Pride or?
But yeah, I would have to say Pride was definitely better than UFC because again, it took place back before everything was homogenized, and you saw more interesting fights with more interesting fighters. I mean, I wasn't watching back then, but I've seen the tape and stuff like that, and they just had way more interesting fights, way more interesting fighters. And again, it was before the homogenization had totally taken over. They were really different from each other, and just different characters and stuff. And and they really did it up cool in Japan.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the cool entrances, and I think the Octagon's kind of bullshit. They just had to make something like, there's nothing wrong with fighting in that ring. I mean, I don't mind the Octagon, but obviously, like they even admit when you watch stuff about the history of the UFC that it was basically a gimmick. We need something that's like in that movie, Fine, the Octagon, why not? I don't have any problem with it, stuff like that.
It's psychological. Like you look at it and whoa, I'm in a cage, I can't get out. And this
I
dude's
guess
trying to kill me.
I like various kickboxing things because I'm not really a fan of ground fighting. But again, I respect ground fighting. I respect its effectiveness.
Yeah.
I respect the skill it takes to do it. But what I'm saying is now, because people have figured out through their MMA training what's effective, all we basically see now is guys that will box, trade leg kicks, and do takedowns. And that's the entire fight. We're not going to see anything else. It's takedowns and submissions, which is fine sometimes. I mean, that Katsu Saraba guy who fought in Pride was amazing at submissions and very entertaining to watch. He was the guy that beat all the Gracies, which I like. I've never liked the Gracies. I think they're beyond arrogant. I mean, that's how UFC started, right? It was just to show off themselves. Did you know when UFC won during that competition in between fights, they had some sort of like crazy tribute video? Like, who does that? A tribute video to their own family. Nobody knows who the hell they are. And when they're just one person, like, yes, they did wind up winning the competition, which is great and happy. Anyway, I don't like the Gracies. This
is before Zuffa took over, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because they had a big problem with Zuffa, the Gracies, and the Gracies had a big hissy fit.
That's all part of that WWF thing, you know, type deal.
Yeah.
You know, freaking UFC got the weigh-ins, the conferences and shit, and then fucking Pride had the entrances and shit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all to sell tickets, man. You know.
Plus, Pride didn't have 65 weight classes.
Like, if it bars you, then it's all propaganda. You know, you can't see past it.
Who's the guy that they brought over from WWE to MMA and then he went back?
Lesnar? Brock
Lesnar?
Lesnar?
That didn't really help, I don't think. For me, I was just like, oh, okay, so now they're just becoming them.
Well, he was a bad man, though, man. I mean, now they're bringing over, like,
CM Punk.
Yeah. That guy, I think that's bullshit.
I've never seen him wrestle. Like, I never heard of him in my life because I don't watch that stuff. Like, my wrestling knowledge ends around 1998, so anybody after that, I don't know there.
But, I mean, Brock Lesnar is, like, legit, you know?
Oh, yeah, he is. He's a monster.
He's a bad man.
Can you imagine getting in the ring with that guy? Like,
no.
What defeated him was damn, what's that big black guy's name?
I know you're talking about the
kickboxer.
Yeah,
the kickboxer.
Wolverine.
Yeah, talking about different styles and stuff. Brock Lesnar is all American too, wrestling. You know, and there's not a lot of you don't take hits in wrestling. If you're taking hits, you're losing. You know.
That's how he loses.
Qualified, but then But then, freaking, damn, what's that big black guy's name? He's a K1 kickboxer.
Alistair Overeem?
Yeah, Alistair Overeem. Yeah. In kickboxing, if you see those guys, they're a lot different than boxing because, you know.
Oh, I know. That's what I watch a lot of. I watch a lot of kickboxing. I watch.
Try not to get hit. But
kickboxing and taekwondo kickboxing.
They just go, you know,
Yeah.
till one of them fucking drops, you know. And
Right.
So that's what happened to Lesnar in that fight. He just got beat up, you know. Yeah, he couldn't handle that kickboxing style. So back to that homogenization and stuff. That was two different styles. You know?
I know, but I'm saying we're losing it. We're still at a point where it's different, but every year we're losing it. It's going to get more. Is what
You're gonna have somebody bust out some capoeira and knock everybody out.
See, that would be refreshing.
Doing capoeira right now. You see him throw those mealuas and shit.
But like I said, that's one reason that's one reason I actually enjoy seeing Conor McGregor fight, because he mixes it up. He'll use different techniques. He's not boring. I just could do without the mouth. But whatever.
He's very showy. I think he makes a lot of mistakes, and Aldo could capitalize on it. But
but Aldo.
Man, I wanted to see that fight, dude.
Yeah, me too.
I don't see why Mendes can't beat McGregor. All he has to do is take him down and snap his arm. McGregor has lost by submission before, and he taps in 5 seconds. He taps like a bitch.
That's when he was.
The other Irishman made him tap in like 2 seconds. That Joe Duffy guy. I've seen that fight.
Joe Duffy's badass too.
You know what happens when someone gets tapped out in 5 seconds? They actually go learn wrestling. You know, so it might be a different story. You know. It'd be totally stupid of him to be like, I got tapped out in 5 seconds. Fuck wrestling. You know, I'm gonna come in.
I'm not saying he hasn't improved since then. I'm just saying I think he has that quit in him. Let's face it. My point is, he hasn't fought anybody tough, and he hasn't faced adversity. What's he gonna do when he finally takes some real hits? Because he hasn't. He hasn't. Who has hurt him so far? Nobody. Yeah. Who has hurt him so far in UFC? No one. He's basically he won like what 3-4 fights by basically not getting hit at all. Which is good. He showed how good he was. I'm just saying, what happens when he comes across somebody that's good enough to knock him around a little? He hasn't faced adversity.
Well, that's the whole point in these fights, you know. If he gets the belt, then in the future we gonna see that.
I know. I don't care what happens because we'll get to see him tested. That's good.
There's a balance. No, the world will produce the fighter that's gonna do this, and we'll see it all happen before our eyes. That's the whole nature of like in the sport like that, you know, boxing and all that. You know, we think this guy's on top, you know, and someone comes around, fucking knocks him down, and it's just like, wow, you know, blows your mind. You're all hyped up into it. Yeah, that's what makes the money.
Yeah. Trying to think. I know when Anderson Silva lost, that was a big shock to me. It's a good thing I don't place bets because I would have lost big time on that one.
Whoa, the whole thing crashed on me.
Oh, Anderson Silva versus what's his name?
Weidman.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, man, that was some freaky shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what overtraining will do to you. Anderson Silva overtrained, and that's what can happen.
Dude, that's what ego. The second time, you know. Oh man, it's all about ego. All about ego. That guy was just like, fucking. He's not gonna hit me.
I want somebody to beat Weidman just because he's so boring. He's efficient.
He is boring.
And he's boring in his efficiency. I mean,
he's like,
he's a really
praise
good
Jesus, USA.
Yeah, you know, he's boring to talk.
Kind of like all-American, you know. Yeah. But he's vanilla, you know.
Yeah, he's great at what he does. He can take some hits, he'll take you down.
That's probably the
He's definitely my least favorite.
Just shows you well balanced beats, you know, an extreme, you know.
But he's just a great wrestler in general.
Yeah, I think he's well balanced.
Yeah, he is.
I don't have anything critical to say of his technique except that it's not much to watch. It's very efficient.
I know Rambo said that he doesn't really follow, so I don't want to leave him out of.
No, it's okay. I mean, I don't want it get in the way.
Well, Rambo, do you do like what do you guys do? Gaming? I know I saw videos on Jay's channel where he was killing people as a tiger pit and stuff.
Oh yeah, Far Cry 3 or Far Cry 4.
Yeah, you guys do gaming?
Not too much. I mean, I have like a PS2, so that's how far behind I am.
I'm a solitary gamer. Like I'm the opposite of our friend Oric. I hate online. To me, hell is other people, so I don't play anything online. It just annoys me. I like a good story-based game that I can get into and play. I'm really interested in the new Batman game. That'll be great. You know, that's the kind of stuff I do. I'm a big RPG guy, you know, but I'm not I hate like all those first-person shooters and stuff. I like Warcraft and stuff to a certain degree, but you know I'm not going to be playing StarCraft online at 5 in the morning against a bunch of Koreans. You know that's.
I'm different. I like co-op. You know, like any game I can play with a bunch of friends. You know,
I liked that when I was younger. I just don't like what it's become. I liked it when I was younger.
Let me see, for example, Borderlands. You guys?
No, I don't have that. PS2 doesn't do that, and this laptop won't do it either. If I try that on this laptop, it'll blow up. So. I can't really try to go up, and no, I haven't done that.
Well, yeah, I'm a big gamer myself, but I don't know if the other guys really follow the newer stuff. But I'm big into State of Decay right now, the zombie game.
Oh, that's co-op too, right?
Yeah, it's the they remastered it for the Xbox One, and I think it's on Steam as well.
Man, I need to get that then. Play with you, Jay.
I love it.
I mostly attack.
Yeah.
The big franchises, like I care when the next Resident Evil will come out. That's a big deal to me.
Yeah.
Resident Evil? Man,
can't wait.
I don't know.
Can't wait for Kingdom Hearts. To me, Resident Evil is the best thing that involves zombies. To me, there's nothing, whether it's a movie or anything that involves zombies, that outdoes Resident Evil. They're the first and last word on zombies, as far as I'm concerned. Everything else is just a fucking pale imitation of Resident Evil. They're the ones who did it best.
Really? You gonna say that about the Resident Evil movies compared to his other zombie movies?
No, not the movies at all. The game.
Oh, it does the game.
Right? The game.
Oh, the movies are an insult. The movies.
Okay.
The movies are just bullshit. It's another thing where they're just like,
it's George Romero's Dawn of the Dead.
Mm-hmm.
The movies are just another thing where it's like, let's shit all over the source material. It's like, we have these great, complicated, eerie, cool games with great characters. Let's invent a character named Alice who has nothing to do with anything, and she'll just, like, be a crazy ninja flipping around, blowing shit like, oh, it's awful. No, terrible.
Oh, fuck. Fucking Jedi. She had the mind tricks, too, remember? Near the end.
Oh, my God. I know. She could just do anything as far as the plot went. It's just, like, powers as the plot demands. It's like, okay, now she can turn invisible, I guess, you know?
So it kind of reminded me of Neo.
Yeah, basically. Like, it's weird. Like, the Resident Evil games are all about, like, you know, like, atmosphere and eeriness and, like, you know, it was called survival horror. And then they make movies that are all, like, crazy balls to the wall action.
Hold on, Cole. I got you guys on speaker. I'm going to take my daughter to the other room and change the diaper. But I can hear you guys. Go on, man. I want to hear what you guys talk about video game movies and what it is.
Sure.
You know?
Are there good video game movies? Anybody know any?
First Mortal Kombat?
There's ones I like.
I like Mortal Kombat. I mean, it's
cheesy,
not great, but I like it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's ones I like.
Good one. First Resident Evil, the only thing I really care about.
I would get shit for it, but I like
Resident
Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
I like Super Mario Brothers
like how crazy
it's
it is.
I like how batshit insane it is. And I mean, I can't come down on, like, Super Mario Brothers is a different thing from pretty much every other game, because you can't really come down on Mario Brothers for not being like the game. Because if it was like the game, it would be really bad, because it's not something you want to watch. But nowadays with newer games, they're much more cinematic and story-driven and have a narrative. Now it's more, like Resident Evil, now it's much more insulting when they change it. But when they change stuff for Mario, it's because they fucking had to, because what story did they have to draw?
You jumped on a turtle.
I mean, the story was you're a plumber in a weird world, rescue the princess. That was the story, you know. So,
even Terry Gilliam couldn't do it.
Exactly. So it's not like I can, like, hate on Mario Brothers the movie and be like, oh, it didn't capture the spirit of the games. It's like, well, even if a movie did, would that really be good? Is that like a movie you want to see? Just watch somebody play Mario, then that'll be better for you. So yeah, I enjoy it just for its crazy weirdness.
I can't think of any good ones. It seems like they pretty much stopped making them lately.
Yeah, they seem to have learned their lesson.
Well, Uwe Boll, I think, made like 8 of them and pissed everybody off.
None of them were good. Yeah.
Killed off the genre.
Yeah.
Blood Rain. I mean, it's not like the games he was making them from were that good to be in with on their own, and then the movies.
Of course, he'd say, "Well, fuck you if you don't like it. It's your fault."
Yeah.
It's my fault.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, that Uwe Boll video.
You don't know what a good movie is.
I don't know where he gets the gall to say all that shit.
After his Kickstarter failed because nobody wants to see his movie, I mean...
You should just thank his lucky stars he's actually had a career against all.
Yeah, that's so surprised.
I think that YouTube video has made more money than
he's actually profited from his garbage, so... Alone in the Dark.
I'll give flack for this. I like Doom, but we need a definitive Doom movie.
I've never seen the Doom movie.
I
know that The Rock curses his head off in it because apparently that's what makes it seem like it's harsh if The Rock is constantly saying fuck. But
I like Doom too. I thought it was good. I mean, it wasn't it wasn't a really great representation of the game. It was okay, but it was entertaining. I enjoyed it.
I liked it as a movie, but as a definitive Doom for the game, no. But
I'm really surprised they haven't tried to make a Duke Nukem movie.
Yeah.
That seems kind of like a no-brainer. Not that it would necessarily be a good movie, but it seems like something they'd want to do.
The game failed so hard, the last game they put out.
That's true.
Well, Duke Nukem wouldn't exist without 80s action films, so they've kind of already made Duke Nukem, but Duke Nukem is a reaction to what they've already made.
Yeah.
True, but that shouldn't stop them.
It hasn't
Rehash is what they do best.
Dolph Lundgren.
Yep.
I would watch it.
I'd watch Dolph Lundgren do pretty much anything.
Let's see. We got some questions here posted by Rune Mesa. I'm sure I'm pronouncing his name wrong, but what's the worst anthology movie you've seen?
Worst? For me, it was VHS.
Creepshow 3?
Oh, Creepshow 3.
Creepshow 3. I gotta say Creepshow 3.
Maybe the third VHS, Viral. I haven't watched a
very
lot of
horrible
anthology
shit.
movies. Anthology movies, well, almost all of them are horror. There aren't too many different ones.
Yeah.
I'm not really a fan of anthology movies. They don't give me enough.
I've seen a lot of pretty good ones, but I can't think of any that are just terrible.
Yeah, maybe VHS Viral.
I hated the first VHS.
Especially considering I kind of liked the first VHS. I thought it was kind of okay, but then I didn't like it. And then I thought the second one was so much better. I was like, wow, the second one's actually a lot better. And then the third one was so awful. I was like, oh. Because I was thinking, oh, maybe like the third one.
The third one was like a head scratching. What the fuck? I mean, it was just like, well, it was like. I kind of liked it because it was so batshit crazy, but at the same time hated every minute of it, type of thing. You know, I really liked that, but I hate myself for liking it because it was shit.
Yeah, I liked all the VHS movies. Okay.
Name some anthology movies because I probably haven't seen them.
Tales from the Dark Side.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
I saw that, but I can't.
Trick or Treat, which I liked.
Okay, Trick or Treat might be my favorite. I love that movie.
Didn't Romero do Bedtime Stories or sometimes
Dead Time Stories?
Yeah, Dead Time Stories. There you go.
Never seen that one.
And there's so many from the 80s and 70s too. Like Tales from the Crypt.
I like Stephen King's Cat's Eye with James Woods.
I've read the book,
Oh,
but I've never seen the thing.
There was one with Emilio Estevez playing a video game.
Nightmares.
I think it was called Nightmares. Yeah. I'd love to watch that again, but I don't think there's a release.
That's the one that has like Lance Henriksen as a preacher.
I haven't seen it.
Oh man.
And
Lance Henriksen was in an episode of Hannibal. That was kind of cool, but.
Oh really?
Yeah, but he wasn't too well used. He was just some old bastard in a chair.
Oh.
I'll watch it just
Bigfoot
for him.
in it. No Bigfoot.
No.
The Willies? Did you guys ever see the Willies?
See, I don't even know what that is.
Well, that's the one where Sean Astin was in the wraparound, like telling stories to two. It's like one kid's like with bugs. Like he picks the legs off bugs, and then bigger bugs like do the same to him at the end of it or something.
See, I haven't seen any.
There's one of the segments is about like the janitor is really a monster.
Huh.
Oh yeah, I think that's James Cameron or something.
Yeah. Which is that was really freaky when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Because it was PG-13, I think. That's how I was able to watch it so young.
What anthology movies I've seen?
I think
the original Creepshow is probably one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Creepshow.
Hey, AJ,
anthology.
You know all the horror movies you watched when you were a little kid? How do you do that with your daughters now? Did your wife no, don't let them watch that shit?
No, I mean it's like, you know, we haven't done like Gremlins yet, but yeah, we haven't really expanded to any like full-on horror yet. Because I don't want to push that on them, you know. Because I don't want them to, you know, I know how kids are. They want to, whatever you want them to watch, they don't want to give a fuck about it. So
I think there's something like horror kids have to sort of come to it themselves.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to watch it, that's cool. But I'm not going to push anything on them. But you know, we watched Labyrinth.
Labyrinth is amazing. Best film.
That'd be a good one. We watched like The Never-Ending Story and you know, E.T. and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's lots of good '80s fantasy.
Yeah.
I'd say the best decade for fantasy by far.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm trying to think, there's so many. Like they've started doing anthology again lately.
There's the Twilight Zone movie.
I like the Sin City movies are good anthology.
Yeah.
Tales from the Hood.
Yeah.
I've seen several Red Shoe Diaries movies. They're anthology movies. If you like, you know, softcore. If you like some softcore with a young
working that over the clothes
with a young Fox Mulder.
Oh, that John Carpenter one, Body Bags.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It seems a lot of the anthology movies I've seen are softcore.
Trilogy of Terror.
Heavy Metal's a pretty bad one. Like, it's good to see. You should see it if you haven't seen it. Anybody who hasn't seen Heavy Metal, watch it. But it's pretty stupid. The Animatrix is okay.
I love the original Heavy Metal, but the sequel is terrible.
Yeah,
Oh, I
the
didn't
sequel's
know
much
that.
worse. The sequel's much worse, but I
But I
still
love the music in the original heavy metal, and I like the way it melds with the animation. Plus, there was a lot of SCTV talent involved. Eugene Levy, John Candy.
Yeah, I know.
There was a lot of great reasons for me to
Really
enjoy
surreal.
the era. But yeah,
It's really surreal listening to like Eugene Levy's voice in that, like all these years later.
yeah.
You're sort of like, wow.
Oh, one I bought recently from Scream Factory, From a Whisper to a Scream, or the Offerings, or Offerings. No, Offspring. The
If These
Offspring.
Walls Could Talk, and If These Walls Could Talk Too. Those are anthology
Are
movies.
you
I've
still
seen.
naming softcore pornos?
No, those are anthology movies. Although, yeah, I know If These Walls Could Talk Too has like lesbian stuff in it, but it's not softcore. It's just an ordinary movie.
It's hardcore.
It's a drama.
There's no such thing as hardcore lesbians, if you ask me. You can't do hardcore without some sort of cock.
My Google history would disagree.
Okay, what's hardcore lesbian then? What are they doing? Are they doing super fisting? Because I don't think fisting's cool.
Probably include some kind of a strap-on device.
Yeah, see, but that's like fake, and that's what I mean. Especially if you're a question for lesbians. If you're a lesbian, not a bisexual, but a lesbian, then why do you like dildos and stuff? I thought you didn't like that.
Because they're open-minded. Yes.
Yes, they're open-minded, and you're right. There's nothing wrong with being open-minded, so I take it back.
I have no idea how we got from anthologies to lesbians.
Because I said If These Walls Could Talk Too, which is a lesbian movie, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not softcore porn.
It wasn't my fault this time.
It's just a drama.
Yeah.
I was just looking at a list of anthology movies I've seen. I've seen very few, so I had to pick what was there.
Right.
It wasn't to me that brought the porn. It was not to me.
So,
Nightmares and Dreamscapes was a pretty disappointing one.
BMOVIEMIKE is a worse one you've seen of anthology? BMOVIEMIKE?
Creepshow 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, most of them are fairly decent that I've seen.
Okay. It's not my favorite genre, you know what I mean? Because it's like short attention span theater.
Yeah.
You just start getting into the story, and it's over. Guess what? Part 2, here's another one. You know, it's like...
I mean, I think a lot of stories are best told that way. I think they flesh them out into features when they don't really need to be features.
Oh, another bad one is Night Train to Terror.
Oh, that's a bad one. I saw...
Jay, when you said about that, you flesh them out to features and stuff, I think it's always a balance. Everything in life is always a balance.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's like, you just get assholes coming out here who want to fucking go all one way.
Yeah.
Man, fuck the balance, you know, and just like, what the fuck is this garbage?
Kind of like not what they do, but how they do it. You know, there is a way to do it, but they just seem to fuck it up every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dead of Night from 1977. Have y'all seen that one?
Oh,
No.
That's a good
Oh
one.
my god, my knees are broken.
Dark
Why is
Sky
my
put that
elbow
out
all red?
years ago.
This elbow's not
Oh,
red.
okay.
My sunburned?
But let's see. Have you seen the Canadian online series called Darknet yet?
First time I've heard of it.
It's another question from Runo Mesa.
I've read some stuff on it, but no, I haven't seen it.
It's really good. I've actually seen it, and I really enjoyed it.
Who
Jay,
did
how-
that? Somebody I know made that, didn't they? Isn't somebody I know involved in that? I'm trying to remember. I'll have to look it up.
Jay, where do you see these questions at?
This is somebody posted this on the YouTube video.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was like, I don't see anything on my chat.
Darknet's awesome. I've recommended it to a lot of people. It's on Netflix, the American Netflix. Let's see. What's your favorite weapon from a movie? I think we may have done that on the Sausage Factory at some point.
Yeah. Well, I'll give my same answer. It's not a specific one, just kind of anything with swords. I love swords. So whether it's a lightsaber or a katana or one of the musketeers, rapiers, or whatever, I'm just a big sucker for swords, and I love sword fighting. I'll tolerate many a bad movie if they have what I think is good sword fighting, like The Musketeer. I love that movie just for its sword fighting.
I would say
go ahead.
Oh, I would say a vehicle, like whenever they use the vehicle as a weapon in the
Oh,
movie, there's just always this dramatic sacrifice, you know? Like, you know, like the dude in the spaceship, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking teleport everyone off space and ram it into the bad guys, or some shit like that.
Yeah.
You know, in the jet, in the car. It's always been dramatic, and it's pretty effective, you know? Like, just, and then, you know, you like to watch explosions and shit. You know, you can't turn your face away from a car wreck and shit, you know?
Absolutely.
I'd probably go with the iconic weapon would be, you know, associated with a character like Dirty Harry and his .44 Magnum.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be kind of where I would go. I mean, as far as weapon fighting, I've always preferred hand-to-hand fighting, and I hate when video games that used to be hand-to-hand fighting bring in weapons, because to me it just like completely changes it, and I don't really like that. But iconic weapons would have to be the .44 Magnum from Dirty Harry.
You say the gun from RoboCop would be cool too.
Yeah, that's another good one.
Or my personal favorite would be I Come in Peace, the CDs. Or
bounce off the walls, yeah.
Also, Hellraiser 3 uses those.
I was like 10 Solos laser gun
yeah.
too. When I was a kid, I was thugged out.
Yeah.
Trusty blaster.
What can I say? I'm an American. I love guns, right?
If there was nothing specific, I guess like a chainsaw. But if we're getting the specific, it's either the pulse rifle in Aliens or the C4
Oh, man.
arrow.
The pulse rifle sound was
Broken
awesome.
Arrow. Yeah.
Totally cool.
That or the C4 tipped explosive arrows.
Those are awesome
Of a
too.
Rambo?
Yeah.
Friggin',
Yeah.
Love to see more of those. But
I'll go with I can't even remember his Elendil. Anyway, Aragorn's sword in Lord of the Rings.
so you're going with a specific sword, not just like all swords in general?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my specific one. Although I mean, there's a few specific ones I really like. Obviously, the bride's katana in Kill Bill. I mean,
Hattori Hanzo.
yeah. If I had a lot of money, I'd be one of those assholes that has like katanas on his wall.
The magical katana.
I always liked
It'd be fun. Every once in a while, you could come over. I get drunk, and we'd like take it off the wall and hack at things.
oh yeah, if I was rich, I'd buy one of those recreative pulse rifles just for shits and giggles.
As far as swords go, I'd have Conan's sword on my wall.
Or I
That's
get
what I was going to say,
or I
swords
get
wise.
the glaive.
Which
Where's
Conan?
that
The Atlantean one? The broken Atlantean one, or the one he picks up after?
But I believe it's just I can't remember which one I'm thinking of.
The first one is the
one that's on the poster.
Yeah. The first one is the Atlantean one.
Yeah, that would be the one, the iconic one.
Sword weighs like 100 pounds, I'm sure.
You'd have to be as big as him to pick it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit you with this as soon as I fucking pick it up.
Imagine you throw out your back when you're trying to swing it. It'd just be like The Incredibles, the dad fighting, you know, with the.
You get one swing, you miss, you're fucked.
There's I've mentioned it before. There's a 1981 sword and sorcery movie called The Sword and the Sorcerer.
Yeah.
And the main
The
guy
two
in that
blades.
has like a triple-bladed sword. It's insane.
Yeah.
I love that movie. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Him and his barbarian friends just run around and kill everybody, and then they have big orgies with the women, and then they kill more people, and they drink, and that's funny. And one of the guys is Frank Fontana from Murphy Brown. So seeing him running around shirtless is pretty funny. Don't know the actor's name.
Those damn broadswords are heavy as fuck, man. Like, can you imagine swinging one of those things? I mean,
I know.
I mean, like back from medieval times.
That's why I like the movie Kingdom of Heaven, even though it has a lot of flaws, because it's one of the only movies I can think of that accurately shows how to fight with those things. Like, there's actually a very good scene where, like, Liam Neeson is teaching Orlando Bloom, and, like, that's actually right, like, historically, like, how to do it. So I like it for that. It gets a lot of other stuff, historical stuff wrong, but...
Do you guys know about that YouTuber, Scholargrim? You know about him?
No.
He actually... Yeah, his channel is all about historical sword or traditional swords and the effectiveness in combat and stuff. Pretty cool. I subscribe to his channel. He does a lot of shit about that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we're talking about the
I'm
heavy
pretty sword obsessed.
Interesting.
sword. Okay, yeah, look him up, Scholargrim. You go ahead and say what's up.
Yeah, there's
Jim.
a lot of people that like make knives and swords and stuff.
Yeah. What's it? Not blow my mind. It's a professional metal welder group, and then they make all the weapons and all the toys and everything out of real metal and shit.
That's cool.
Man, here, let me look at my YouTube, and I'll link it in the chat for you guys.
There's way more that goes into that than you might imagine, like as far as like firing. And,
I know. I watched a whole bunch of stuff on the extras in the special editions of like the Lord of the Rings movie, which I thought was always so funny and convenient because okay, the movies were made in New Zealand, right? It's a New Zealand thing. So there's this new, and everybody remembers watching the movies. Like the stuff was made by this place called Weta Workshop. Can you imagine? So you're just some guy, and you're like so into swords and stuff, and you care so much that that's what you decide to do with your life. You're not making any money. Everybody's probably laughing at you. And all of a sudden, this big movie production comes to your country and says, we need somebody to make all the stuff for this. I mean, man, they must have like blown up from that. They were not, this Weta Workshop, they weren't in the movie business. It's not like they had a history of making stuff for movies. They'd never done it before. They were just doing it for whoever. And then suddenly they get to do it for Lord of the Rings? That must have been insane.
Put them on the map.
All right, guys. This guy is Michael Cthulhu. He actually makes weapons out of junk metal and stuff. I'll post it right now. And this one's funny because it's almost exactly what we're talking about, like the huge fucking blades and a big-ass dude swinging it. So here, he makes, out of the video game, I don't know if you played it, Final Fantasy VII, they got this huge fucking sword.
The Buster Sword.
He makes an actual replica of it, and he throws his back out. He took down the video where he fucking throws his back out, but now this video, he put another video as comedy, and it shows you a big dude. Like, he actually gets a big dude to come swing this thing. So you guys check it out. It's pretty fast. 1 minute, almost 2 minutes.
Okay. Well,
that's awesome.
I love the soundtrack.
Yeah, I'm going to check that out in just a minute.
Did he have any other questions?
Yeah, he asked a lot of questions. I was going to answer maybe like one more.
Was he the only person that asked questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, another guy asked, Movie Man 95, anybody trying to watch the Scream TV series? He says, honestly, it's one of the worst shows I've seen so far.
Yeah, I tried to watch the first episode, and it was on YouTube.
It seems like really like oriented towards children, or not children, but teenagers. They're children to me.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get
well,
through
people
it.
were saying the first one did.
I don't have Showtime, but I'm interested in watching.
Watching what?
Penny Dreadful?
Ash versus the Evil Dead.
Oh, okay.
Oh, on Stars, yeah.
Yeah, Showtime Star. I don't have any of those channels, so it's like I'm waiting for it to come on Netflix. But
Yeah. I can't watch Scream, although I don't think I care.
I don't care about that one.
Well, they uploaded it officially on YouTube as well.
I'll give it a shot.
For free for some reason, which I thought was strange. Like MTV on their YouTube page, they uploaded their episodes. So I'm like, okay, guess you don't care about money.
I'm trying to find something to watch with my wife that's not like cooking or like fucking like House Hunters or some shit like that.
Good luck.
Not out there, man. It's not out there.
There's nothing on right now. Like we don't have any shows that we both like right now. So.
Pitch Perfect 2.
Yeah.
But all the shipping storage wars shows have died or something? I don't know.
I mean, I've always laughed at guys that have that sort of problem and stuff, but now I have my own weird problem with my girlfriend, stuff she watches. But it's not that. It's like, she's Chinese, and so English is a second language for her. So she likes a lot of more simple things and stuff. So like I've watched like a bunch of like shows like she used to watch, like I guess to help her with English and stuff. Like one was like this Disney Channel show called Good Luck Charlie. I've seen like almost 3 seasons of this show called Good Luck Charlie, which is like the humor is so bad. It's like if you're a retarded 8-year-old, you might find it passively funny and stuff. But she liked watching it, so I mean, I can't laugh at guys that have to sit through stuff. Although it's a different sort of thing. Because no, I've never really dated a girl that was like made me watch chick stuff. I never really dated those sorts of girls.
Well, it's not necessarily that. It's that there's not really anything else on right now.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's like dead, you know.
Yeah,
So,
probably.
You're not tortured.
We don't have time to watch a movie. What was that, Mike?
You're not tortured with Dancing with the Stars or any of the American Idol stuff?
That's pretty cool.
No. Fortunately.
Lucky man. I know guys that aren't that lucky.
Yeah.
And then they have to pretend to actually like the shit, you know, otherwise their wife is pissed at them, you know. And then they got to talk about it when they're around, you know, and you know that like they're embarrassed and they'd really rather talk about
like,
anything else.
The Bachelor or something like that.
Yeah, I understand, guy. I'm sorry.
Ryan has to watch like all that paranormal romance shit that like spun out of Twilight.
Oh yeah.
He has to like go see that sort of stuff in theaters.
Man, it's not out there. The something that a husband and wife can watch together. You know, it's always a sacrifice.
Like we liked, you know, like Breaking Bad and you know, kind of like you know episodic shows that were drama based. You know that I could actually get into.
I watched the first episode of that the other day. Breaking Bad.
It's not bad. A little overrated.
Breaking Bad, I liked it, man.
It was a good first episode. I mean, it's not going to make me watch the rest of the show. But it was definitely a good first episode. I mean, I think I can tell why people like it. I mean, what's his name? He's a pretty entertaining guy to watch.
Bryan Cranston.
Yeah, he's. I don't know if he's a good actor, but he's attention grabbing in everything he does. Like, no matter what kind of role he's playing, I think he gets your attention. He has like a presence. He has enough fucking awards from like that to make everybody say he's a great actor, so maybe he is. I don't know. He doesn't really strike me as a great actor, but he's a good performer.
Speaking about all this, like, female stuff, Magic Mike 2 came out the other day. And I saw somebody post, somebody did a survey on it, and like 96% of people that bought a ticket to that were female. So, like, imagine like the male equivalent, like that'd be going up there and buying a ticket to Showgirls, you know.
And that story is not a real representation of my life, and I'm suing somebody. Magic,
you are magic.
These movies of which you speak. These things do not exist in my universe.
You are magic.
You're not stripping?
No.
I mean, I guess that's fine, because, I mean, you could argue that, like, a disproportionate amount of movies are more geared for men. So I don't have any objection to that.
I don't either.
I mean, I've even heard people that, like a message board, like, criticize women for going to this movie to enjoy it. I was like, are you some sort of crazy hypocrite? Like, how much stuff of DNA do you like? You know,
but
like,
my version of Magic Mike would be much sadder because it would be me dancing at retirement centers trying to make some buck. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little too old to be making the money off the young chicks. Octogenarian with an extra 20 in her pocket.
There's a niche for that, Mike. I promise.
That'd be a funny movie.
That'd be a funny movie.
Bunch of 40-something guys that used to be strippers and they're regulated to the retirement crowd.
Wasn't that one movie, The Full Monty or something? Wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, I've seen that movie. It's pretty good.
I just thought that was hilarious. Like all these ladies, 2 for Magic Mike 2, please. And here's my change of panties for when I get finished.
I know. It's been a great year for them. They've had 50 Shades of Grey, now this.
Yeah, that's another one.
I've read some of that book, like, standing in the store, and it's weird the way it's written.
Reverse that situation, that dude would be in jail, you know.
Take away his money, maximum security.
But I don't think that film even did that well, Magic Mike 2. Just Jurassic World still down.
Yeah. Big swinging dicks aren't what they used to be, I guess.
I don't think Terror Genesis did that well, right?
I don't think they showed
it didn't.
No, man, swinging dicks is still good with the ladies. Magic Mike bought that, you know?
Sure.
50 Shades of Swinging Dicks. There you go.
I saw most of the first one, and I mean, I know I missed parts of it, and I missed the ending, which is probably the biggest part. It doesn't seem like it could have a sequel. Like, I don't know what more there needs to be done, but apparently.
Magic Mike?
Yeah, plot is
That's
secondary
right,
anyway.
continues.
I suppose it's just
They strip,
like,
right?
yeah, it's like in movie A they strip here, in movie B they strip over there. There, that's good enough for a movie. It's a different location. Fair, and like I said, fair enough. I don't care if women want to go enjoy that. They have every right to. Why the hell not?
Yeah, exactly.
I remember what I saw the other day. It was something about 50 Shades of Grey. They said if the guy didn't have any money, if he wasn't a millionaire, he'd be in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
He like beat the shit out of this little girl.
I know. He's like, all right, come on, I like you. He's like, I'm a millionaire. I can have
like tortures
anybody,
her and stuff, right?
but I choose you. Like that's really the thing in the movie too. Like she's just so odd that he picked her. Like, oh, he could have like any beautiful woman, but me, and that's why she basically puts up with him like doing possibly abusive things to her.
It'd be like in Law and Order SVU episode.
I know.
Dun, dun.
I would love to see like that cut of the movie where like he gets started like with his whips and stuff, and then like Ice-T like kicks down the door, step away from the girl.
But like, I mean, every dude that's got a woman chained up in his basement says they like it, right?
Yeah.
Step away from the girl, it'll be 50 Shades of Grey matter on the wall.
No, she likes it, seriously. Whip her with this shit. Whip her.
Try it, man.
That's bizarre to me. My sister texted my wife like 2 years ago. It was like, oh, you got to read this book. I'm like, you are fucking out of your mind.
I don't know. I guess that's the thing that bothers me more about some of this stuff. I mean, especially like, maybe not that as much, but like Twilight, because Twilight sends such a terrible message to like young girls.
It really does, yeah. That's
It's
'cause
like, here,
not
if you become infatuated with some boy, then just throw everything else in your life away completely.
Yeah.
Act like a complete bitch to everyone around you. Just be as selfish as fuck. Throw yourself into dangerous situations to get his attention. Toy with the affections of other people around you just to stir them up. Like it's like a checklist for everything you can do, like to do wrong and like lead yourself down this horrific path. And yet that's our heroine. That's Bella.
Well, what about the Disney films, about the princess ones? You know, they always like fall in love with a dude within a couple of seconds. And they want to get married.
I know.
Change your life.
I wrote a list a few years ago. I'll have to put it up again about the biggest. I rate the Disney princesses like from sluttiest to least slutty.
And it's always, they love the bad boy, but it's their best friend that truly loves them the whole time that they completely overlook.
Right.
Yeah, another storyline, isn't it? Yeah.
It's like, why can't I ever find a good guy? Because you date like Jersey Shore douchebags that are gonna treat you like shit. That's why. But you know, that's why all the chicks you knew in high school have been married like 3 times. All the hot chicks in high school.
And they're not hot anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyone who asks that question, just tell them, look in the mirror, and there's your answer. You know? It's like, yeah, you are your own problem. You know.
Let's see. What's your least favorite movie genre?
Yeah, teen romance.
Torture porn? Not really. I'm not really a fan of torture porn.
No, I said least favorite.
That might be my least favorite.
I think musicals will be mine.
Musicals?
Maybe I've only seen like one Czech New Wave movie, so maybe that's it from the Czech New Wave. Like, I don't know. There's so many fucking genres.
I think it's just a general question. Like,
I know.
Maybe not.
I like musicals fine. I mean, a bad musical is one of the worst things you can ever see, but a good musical is still pretty good. But yeah.
Sure. I mean there are
but
some
it is true though. I mean, when you get certain genres, like a bad movie is a bad movie, but if it's in another genre, a bad movie is a horrible movie. And musicals are kind of right up there, because if it's really bad, that means the songs are bad, which basically means like not only is it like a dumb movie where everybody's singing, but like the singing is garbage. So it's a really dangerous genre.
Like
in a way.
Rock of Ages or something like that.
For me, there's the So Bad It's Good musical Popeye, which is basically a musical. And then you have one that's brilliant. That's Cannibal music.
Popeye, yes.
That's my least
Cannibal
favorite
music.
genre. My least favorite genre is any movie featuring Popeye.
Let's see. Checklist. We talked about we talked about rape yet? Because we got the dicks, we got the Popeye, we got the Friday the 13th.
You got I Come in Peace.
That's the genre I hate. Rape movies. There you go. Now we brought up rape.
Rape movie?
I don't know. I mean, I think there's a time and place. I mean, like rape revenge films. There's a lot of those that I enjoy. You know, I think when people are too involved with the rape aspect, I think they maybe need to go see somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, in seriousness, a genre that's I don't like. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing is that every genre there's always like musicals. I like Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah.
I like certain stuff.
Willy Wonka.
Yeah, I mean,
Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
I can make up
I can't say there's a genre that I completely hate.
I mean, I don't like romantic comedies just because.
Yeah.
I would just. I don't know. I do think a romantic movie can be funny, but it's just so rare for it to work. I'd rather just watch a normal romance or a normal comedy instead of mixing the two together.
Yeah.
I guess I'd probably just make up my own, since it's all subjective anyway, and say overrated garbage. Whatever it is, it's put in that genre, and that's what I hate the most. So there you go.
What would be an example of overrated garbage?
Jurassic World. But I'm the only person who didn't like it, so that's what with everything is subjective.
I don't think Prometheus is overrated. I think most people don't like Prometheus.
Very pandering. Jurassic World was.
Prometheus? The fucking alien wiener snake, man. God damn.
Which one?
Prometheus.
Yeah, Prometheus. You know how they had that little fucking alien wiener snake just come out of nowhere? And I don't know what
the one that the guy was like, "Oh, you're pretty" or something.
First it's a penis, then it's a vagina.
On that note, I mean, like,
I forgot.
there's a lot of like big sort of blockbuster films that everybody acts like you're just supposed to like because you're not supposed to take them too seriously and they're just mindless fun that I can't stand. Independence Day being one of them. Independence Day to me is a moronic film made for people with very low IQs, and I just can't, but other people are just like, oh, it's just a blockbuster, it's
fun. I saw
fun.
it 4 times in the theater.
Yeah, you just turn your brain off for it, like, I kind of don't like movies like that.
And you wonder why I don't like Godzilla in '98. It's made by the same fucking people.
Right.
I like Independence Day.
And
I like Independence Day a lot better than Godzilla '98.
I hated the new
I'm one of those low
Godzilla,
IQ guys.
When I first saw the new Godzilla, I kind of thought it was okay, but the more I think about it, the more I realize I loathe it.
Well, my problem with it is the Blu-ray transfer. I don't know if you've noticed how dark it is.
I only
It's
saw it
hard
once.
to see anything. I mean, I saw it in the theater, and it looked a lot better.
It looked fine when I saw it. I just mean it was just a dumb movie with horrible acting and a lazy plot. And
It suffered from the same things that Jurassic World did as far as the writing goes, but I still liked it like I liked Jurassic World. I'm not going to say it was horrible. It was entertaining.
I mean, Jurassic World's writing wasn't good, but at least it still had good elements based on better stuff, whereas Godzilla didn't.
I didn't like the lead guy in that one either.
Oh, I didn't like him.
Muscle
or
dude,
his
whatever his
wife
name is.
or his dumb wife, the old thing.
Aaron Taylor Johnson, I believe, from Kick-Ass. Right?
Kick-Ass, yeah.
But I would just look at the
Yeah,
origins.
I liked him when he was younger, but now that he's older, he sucks.
Ford Brody, which I'm like, wow, so you took Harrison Ford's name and Chief Brody's name, and you decided to put them together. And Godzilla, Ford Brody's dumbest name.
What? Is this the latest Godzilla?
Yeah, that's the character's name is Ford Brody.
So I put that in the overrated garbage
latest
thing.
Godzilla.
Because everybody seemed to love that movie.
What pissed me off is that it's called Godzilla, and I didn't get to see too much Godzilla.
Yeah, that's what everybody said. The biggest complaint, I think.
But if you look at the origins, the original Jurassic Park was iconic. It was awesome. Jurassic World had a lot to live up to, but Godzilla, rubber monster suits, I mean, cheesy. You look at some of the 70s Godzilla movies, they're pretty ridiculous. So Godzilla had a lot less to live up to.
Yeah, I do like the original Godzilla, but I'm not holding it up as some great, amazing film, because it's not. It's just a B.
I like Godzilla 2000 better, actually.
Godzilla 2000's fun. It's a fun time.
Even when they're silly, I thought they were just more fun than the new one.
Yeah,
no, I really don't like the new one. It's mostly because the actors. I really don't like the actors in that movie.
Well, you know,
they spent so much time with the new monsters, you know, and let Godzilla out of it. I was like, you know, that was the kind of imbalance. But.
Yeah, I was like, what
It
the
was a
fuck?
weird start too, because you're just like, oh, it's not
Monsters,
Godzilla.
man.
For like 50 minutes, there's no Godzilla. I mean,
I didn't like those other monsters either.
Yeah, everyone's being so nice about the other fucking monsters. They look stupid to me.
Yeah.
Me too.
What about Cloverfield?
What the fuck?
Cloverfield.
Yeah.
But,
so
when I first started out, it was like,
Is it in LA? Are they in LA at the end? Is that the city? Los
San
Angeles?
Francisco.
San Francisco.
Oh.
Okay, so there's a part during one of the fights where Godzilla is like has a big building behind him, and the building actually falls on him. That is the biggest building I've ever seen in my entire life. What building is that? Was that a real building
That's
in
a
San
Sears
Francisco?
Tower.
No, seriously. Like,
They moved
did
it.
you see the fucking size of it?
I
It
can
looked
never
like it
figure
was like 12 football
they
fields
moved it just
across.
for this movie.
At least he wasn't an iguana.
Yeah.
And they didn't rip off Jurassic Park with the fucking babies running around inside of the Madison Square Garden.
You say it didn't have a lot to live up to. I mean, that stopped America from making Godzilla movies for like 20-something years.
Yeah, I mean, people had that bad
Well,
taste in their
America
mouth, so
should
they're
never
thinking, well, it
make
can't be any
Godzilla
worse than
movies.
that.
America should never have made Godzilla's movies in the first
I
place.
agree.
Japan is supposed to make Godzilla movies. America
Yep.
sucks at it.
Well, Toho's trying to start them again, I think.
Good.
I disagree, man. Like I said before, they're crazy out here, man. They don't know what's good. They don't know what's good.
Maybe they don't. I'm just saying. I like a lot of the original Japanese Godzilla films. They're not great art or anything, but they are what they
I
are.
understand that. That's their product and stuff. Yeah, okay. But as far as like making fucking coherent shit, no, man. They don't know what's good out here.
They did a lot of bad stuff there in the 2000s.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I like some of them. I like GMK. Zombie Godzilla.
GMK is by far my favorite of the newer ones.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Undead Godzilla was badass.
Godzilla versus Antichrist.
I'd rather watch Godzilla
Toho
with Smile Monster
when we make a
Yeah.
Godzilla.
A genre I really don't care for, which is tied into that, really, is the disaster film. I've never really been I can't think of any disaster films I really like.
I loved them in the 70s.
There's not really any
Earthquake,
I hate.
Airport.
Earthquake was good.
There were a lot of really good ones in the 70s, and then it just kind of, now it's all just a bunch of Sci-Fi Channel CGI bullshit that, you know, I mean, Sharknado is likable for different reasons, but when you try to make a movie like that and make it serious with the shitty effects, it's like let's get Casper Van Dien. No,
So did
let's
San
not.
Andreas come out? Did that happen yet, or is that?
Yeah, it made a lot of money.
Okay. Like,
I pre-ordered the Blu-ray.
I'll check it out.
I mean, it might be okay, but I just
It's
mean,
on the stream side.
when I first saw the preview for that like 4 or 5 months ago, I like dismissed it immediately. I was like, okay, I'm not seeing that. I was like, I already saw the day after tomorrow, and there's one with John Q. There's like 2012. And
2012 and oh shit, that was another one I was about to say.
And I'll count this one, even though because it was falsely sold to us, which is World War Z. They tried to sell us a zombie movie, but it turns out it's just a big bullshit disaster movie.
Yeah.
I loved that movie. I was surprised. I loved that. I loved World War Z because I hated the trailer and I loved it.
Yeah, I felt the same way. That one CGI scene when they're crawling up the walls there in I forget
Jerusalem or someplace like that.
Yeah, somewhere.
The helicopter is crashing.
The worst.
That's the part about bad CGI that gets me because when
They're going
when
up
there's
after
no,
a helicopter like monkeys in a barrel or whatever.
There's no form to them. They're just like all squishy,
They're
rubbery
like
things.
liquid. They're like a wave.
See, I mean,
you don't feel like there's actual bone inside of them. It's just like a bunch of
none
rubber
of them feel like people. That's why I don't really think of it as a zombie movie. It's just more like a weird disaster movie where like this weird rolling wave. Anyway, I don't hate it or anything, but I could barely pay attention to it. It did not or grab my attention in the slightest.
I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. It was okay.
Considering the subject matter, it's a shame that that's what came from.
And I was really surprised by the ending because it doesn't seem like the movie was over at all. They just quit. They were kind of like, there's more to show, but we're not going to, which is fine.
Well, I guess that movie had a lot of problems during production and things got changed around.
Yeah.
It did.
And that's what happens.
You said you liked it more than the book, Rambo?
Yeah, I mean, I know the book. It's different, but I enjoyed the movie more. I was just really pleasant surprised. I like Brad Pitt. thought it went at a really fast pace, and the change they made, I like. I like the third act with being more sneaky and stuff, but
yeah,
I like that.
That's just me though.
He seems to slow down.
Rambo, you got some neck strength, man. You've been like this.
In the same position for 3 hours.
Yeah.
My knees are
He's had
broken
lots
from
of
sitting
practice.
like this. That's true.
Those why I've had to leave a couple times just
Oh, really?
Well,
not
break my neck.
But World War Z wasn't really a zombie film to me. It was it was an epidemic film. It was a disease film because it was rabies or some kind of hyper rabies or something.
Yeah.
You know, a zombie to me is George Romero. It's the dead have come back from the and they're.
That's what I mean. What are they putting dead in the title for?
Right.
Yeah.
I love fast zombies. I'm a sucker for them.
I saw the remake of Day of the Dead. They're
remake.
crawling up the walls, and then I was just like, okay, I've seen enough of that shit.
Big fan of the Dawn of the Dead remake. Like those fast zombies.
The fast zombie is the only way that it'd be plausible, you know? It's like this slow zombie shit ain't gonna fucking fly, man. Yeah.
But I guess the only problem with that though is once you're embalmed and you no longer have blood flowing through your veins, your muscles aren't gonna work. You can't run. You know, maybe your brain's reanimated, but your body's not gonna be able to be a track star.
The man has arrived.
Hey.
What's up, Pizowell?
Star General.
I was gonna leave. Now I can't.
Oh man, what's that picture? He's like
his saxophone man is still in the room.
He's been murdered by somebody on the Hannibal show. It's a tableau.
He's on the cross, I think.
The saxophone man came in and killed him and went back in his closet.
Sergio.
Bathe me in praise. Worship me as your new idol.
Oh, I'm so tired.
What's up, man?
the latest Mad Max is shiny and chrome.
You guys are still at it. Holy God!
We were waiting for
My
you.
goodness.
I was going to end it a few times, but nobody seems to be complaining, so.
Wow, you guys have been going for hours. I was watching you guys over at my girlfriend's house like 2 hours ago. You guys are dedicated, man.
Yeah.
Dedicated.
Just shooting the shit, man.
We're suffering withdrawal. We have the show.
I think Orc's taking a nap somewhere right now.
Yeah. Orc's having one of his super 18-hour naps. He does
power
have
nap,
that.
before
he does have
a
that.
power nap before he gets back on WoW for another 27-hour binge.
What I like about this, Jay, is that I'm over here in Japan, I'm American, but I don't get to fucking meet another English-speaking person.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, we've been friends for years. We've never actually spoken, so that's awesome.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're talking about me, right, Jay?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're my best friend.
Okay.
I've been friends with all you guys for a while now.
So what have you guys been up to? How are you spending your summers so far?
Well, over here in Japan, it's like we got before summer we get a rainy season, a monsoon season, so it's all humid like Alabama, Louisiana over here.
Humid as fuck here today.
Constant rain. Yeah, man, swamp ass like a motherfucker, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Man.
where are you located at, Blood Press?
Oh, Saitama right now. It's just right outside of Tokyo.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's too expensive to live in Tokyo, man. Fuck
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Dude. And it's like rats, dude.
And there's
People
like
just
14 million people, so.
You know.
I'd love to visit there sometime.
Hey,
Yeah,
anytime,
me too.
man. You wanna come over? You know.
Shoot,
I got
man.
the 3-bedroom house, man. So
Oh, awesome.
yeah, so you don't have
Save
to worry
up for a
about.
plane ticket.
Yeah, bring the kids, dude. You got 2 kids and a wife, man. You know how expensive that's gonna be.
Yeah, I know. So I'm saying save up, man.
You're talking about $80 on a movie night, man.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
You're talking $800 for tickets to fly over there at least.
Each, probably. Round
Each.
trip, yeah.
Each.
Oh yeah.
That's
And all
nuts.
the Hello Kitty shit you're gonna have to
Oh,
buy.
yeah, no doubt.
Talking about it. It's on my list of things.
But have you seen the new Terminator, Piz?
I did, yeah. I posted a review of it.
That's right. I saw your video.
Monday. Yeah, on Monday. I had a perfectly fine time with it. It doesn't make sense in retrospect, but I had a fun time with it. So, that's all I really wanted, to be honest. Because
did you get enough of Arnie?
Yeah, he was the best part of the movie.
Yeah.
I feel like I didn't get enough of that guy though, man.
Yeah.
In the movie. I wanted more Arnie.
Yeah.
Let's fucking Dragon Queen.
Yeah, he was the best part of the movie.
A lot of people didn't seem to like her, but I did.
Oh, I don't dislike her. I just like Arnold Schwarzenegger more, you know?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You throw that score in there.
On one hand,
Arnold, I'm on board, man.
On one hand, he's like the greatest action star ever. On the other hand, I've seen her naked, so it's hard.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with her. I love her on Game of Thrones. She's just the whole I'm badass thing doesn't really work when you look like you're 12 years old.
I like it. There's badass 12-year-olds out there. See, I liked it because it really, like I said, took off her mom label. That was my only real problem with Linda Hamilton. She was a mom, and I just don't get the whole kicking ass badass mom thing. This, I didn't have to feel like she was someone's mommy.
You see Jai Courtney kissing on her, and you're just like, man, that's some pedophile scene going on.
No doubt.
Well, it doesn't help that he's like 2 feet bigger than her.
Yeah.
Like, he just towers over her.
Well, remember how Kyle Reese looked in the first movie?
Yeah.
Michael Bay.
Like how he looked in this movie, like.
You should have picked her up and put her on a box before.
Well, to me, that was the worst part of the movie, as I said. I hated him. I hated him as Kyle Reese.
They should have put her in the
Wouldn't it have been
camouflage.
cool though? Wouldn't it have been cool though if Michael Biehn was the dad of Kyle Reese in the movie? Wouldn't that have been kind of cool?
Absolutely.
You should have heard my whole
thought
Bill
that was-
Paxton theory. It would have blown your mind.
I haven't seen the film, but I think it would have been interesting with all the time travel. If they made that Kyle Reese was alive, then they just go to a time, and then you just have Michael Biehn as an older Kyle Reese. They're changing all this.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Changes all this stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the film, but I know critics didn't like it, but I heard a lot of good word of mouth.
I don't ever want to see Sarah Connor, John Connor in a movie ever again. I want them to be done with that.
Yeah, same
This
here.
is the fucking
It's supposed to be a starving
fourth time,
trilogy.
fifth time.
It has to be the end.
Supposed to be a starving new trilogy. from what
The
I
only
understand.
the biggest thing about it that just didn't sit right with me was how they treated John Connor. I won't give too much away because
Yeah.
the
Well, I mean,
That's
the trailers
me
and
too.
the posters gave it away too.
Trailers aren't spoiled.
Yeah, the
But
posters.
they
gave
kind
it away.
of but they kind of how they treat him at the end though is that it's kind of like
It
we've
didn't
had
matter.
like we've had 4 movies that have been all about preserving John Connor, keeping him alive. And then this last movie is just like, screw that. Let's just erase him from. Let's just erase him. That just didn't sit right with me for some reason.
Me either.
Well, that's understandable.
So the casting's all right with you guys about John Connor, who they cast?
No.
Not at all.
That guy. When I first saw, I was like,
The only reason I spared him was because I just had so much hate for the other guy. But there's still
I was like, is that Bill Murray? Is that Bill Murray and John Connor?
Well, what's funny is that
Joaquin
dude
Phoenix?
has been really good. That dude's been really good in everything else I've seen him in. In this movie, it was like it was like, hey, look at me, I'm acting. Look how hard I'm acting. I don't know if it was bad writing or just bad directing, but he was way too heavy-handed. It was like he was almost hammy a little bit in it. And the dude was great in the Planet of the Apes movie he was in. He was in the Michael Mann movie. The Michael Mann movie with Johnny Depp as John Dillinger. He was really good. Yeah, he was really good in that.
That movie.
He was really good.
I was trying to figure out what else I've seen that dude in.
Yeah, I haven't really.
He was in that movie with Tom Hardy and Shia LaBeouf. What was it?
Lawless.
Lawless. Yeah, he was
Lawless
good in
awesome.
that.
I keep meaning to watch that movie.
That's great.
He's been good in everything I've seen him in. I don't know. Here, it didn't work.
Okay.
I don't like it. They
I
should have
thought John Connor and Kyle Reese were both quite bad, but Kyle Reese was so bad, it's almost on another level for me. Like,
Well, what's funny is
ridiculously bad. Like, they were trying to make him bad. Like, they did it on purpose.
I almost ignored him the entire movie. Like, he didn't have any impact on me whatsoever throughout the entire movie. It's almost like he wasn't even there, to be perfectly honest. It was like I was looking at every part of the screen except him.
I wish I could have done that.
He was totally transparent.
His face took up half the screen.
Bullseye on that deer.
He just irritated the shit out of me the whole time.
I'll have a question about the movie, and you don't have to. It could be just a yes or no. Do they ever explain who sent the Terminator back to when Sarah Connor was a kid?
Nope.
Do they ever go into that? Okay.
It's just they totally changed the timeline.
Yeah. In fact, like that question is
some
asked.
faceless person.
That question is asked in the movie. It's not, they don't ignore it and they say, like, he says he had his memory erased by the person, and she just said, well, whoever sent him had their own reasons for not wanting us to know, and that's what it is, right?
It'll be in the sequel.
It'll be in the sequel.
Well,
there's an after credit sequel too.
Not that much of a spoiler, is it?
No.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it? Is it a spoiler if I say the reason that? From what
like I said, they just said that they didn't want them to know.
Yeah.
Well, no. Remember, he said something a little more. I remember he said, "I'm gonna go ahead and say that." So if you want,
Yeah,
go
go
for
ahead. It won't matter to me. But...
Okay, all right. So like their reasoning was, if they got captured or whatever, they would have knowledge and be able to fucking get the knowledge that who sent this and get that guy too. Just do what they've been doing to John Connor.
Right,
to
the
that
whole
guy.
time.
Yeah. They could be able to get there. So he deleted everything and just sent the help,
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what their reasoning was for it, which is okay and
Because
everything.
at least they address it.
Yeah, yeah.
But,
Well, that's, like I said earlier, that's the
I wasn't
problem.
asking the reason. I was asking if they say who did it.
yeah, but
But you said no. Okay.
but
okay.
they specifically
Yeah, save
they
for the
address it,
sequels.
but they specifically say no. It's like they say they don't want us to know, and they probably had good reasons for it, and we're just left with that.
Yeah.
Right.
There's Robert Patrick.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Then.
I mean,
I thought we'd be seeing more of young Arnold, since everybody made a big deal of like the whole CG thing to get the young Arnold, but he's
Young
I
Arnold.
thought there was going to be more of it because everybody talked about it, but there's very little.
I was thinking like, why would they just? I mean, okay, it's Arnold and stuff, right? Big ass, fucking buff dude, fucking up people. He's a fucking robot and stuff. But why wouldn't they just send more versions of him? Like I'm sure that all the Terminators don't look like fucking Austrian fucking buff dudes. It's gotta be a black one, right? or
Well, they have an Asian T-1000 and Robert Patrick T-1000. Every T-800 is Arnold.
I was thinking like,
Arnold 1, Arnold 2, Arnold 3.
I was like, why the Asian cop? That
Even though
doesn't
they're supposed to
stand
be
out. Like how many Asian cops do you see? and then
1984?
1984, yeah, I don't know.
And then you see like
I think we'll find out.
Everyone's just like, hey, I didn't order
the
Chinese.
Asian dude is like, he's got guns and shit, but he's like, I'm gonna fucking chop you up, man. I'm a fucking robot and make katanas out of my hands.
Well, that's just how T-1000 works.
Yeah, exactly.
He's all
I
about
think we'll
blades.
find out
they
in
do
the
the shit out of
sequel
it in Terminator 2.
I think we'll find in the sequel that like the creator of the T-800s or whatever, is Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
But he
But
he talks like he did in Hercules in New York.
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't think this
With the
movie was bad by any measure, but I will say I'm done. If there's
How do you picture?
There's gonna be two more.
How do you picture Arnold typing? Does he type like this, or does that big guy thing?
No. Every time it hits a key.
He has a specialized keyboard with enlarged keys.
Wasn't there a comedic thing in the extras of T3 or whatever where it showed Arnold, the reason why Arnold, all the Terminators look like him because he was the sergeant, but he had like a southern accent?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Wow.
And they couldn't use it. We can't use that voice. It was like somebody dubbed over Arnold as he was speaking, and he was talking like in a real Southern accent. Like the physicality's great, but the voice won't work. And then there's like a little geeky guy behind the console, and he turns around, he talks. He's got Arnold's voice, and they're like, that voice would be perfect.
That's weird.
I've still not seen T3. I've still avoided watching T3.
You might as well see it. I mean,
I might as well watch it now.
No,
Exactly.
absolutely.
It's pointless, but it has one.
Treat yourself.
It has one good scene where they like have like a cool like big, another big scene with a big truck. I think is it a truck that's got like a crane on it?
Yeah.
Crane going through town. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool scene. I mean, the movie. Yeah,
You heard it here, folks. Call it Lowe's. Terminator 3.
Absolutely.
I liked Salvation.
Salvation.
That was okay.
Yeah, okay.
I was satisfied with Salvation as an end.
I've never hated it. I
don't know why people hated it. Like people like say Christian Bale wasn't good. I was like, what was wrong with Christian Bale? Tell me. I want to know, and nobody's ever really told me.
I thought his voice was a little too overbearing. I think it could have been a bit more natural. It seemed he was doing a little bit too much of the Dark Knight, but I would have it was a little more natural.
And I thought, maybe it wasn't the greatest idea, but at least it was different. I liked that there was a sort of side plot with Sam Worthington. It was something kind of different, It wasn't amazing. I thought it was kind of cool. Like when I was in the theater and that movie, and the opening scene is him like on death row. I was like, what is this? This is not what I expected. So I kind of like that. And crap, there was one other thing. It's gone. My brain's broken.
It was very forgettable.
And the kid who played that
I thought Sam Worthington stole that movie, really.
Yeah. I like Sam Worthington.
Sam Worthington's pretty cool. I think a lot of people.
Courtney, on the other hand.
What's that?
I said Jai Courtney, on the other hand, he is a force to be reckoned with.
He's awful, man.
Well, I didn't realize he's been in other stuff. My girlfriend said, "Well, what's he been in?" And I was like,
"That's it."
I was like, "No."
That's where
I said,
I would totally remember that awful face.
And
I said, I told her nothing because I was like, I don't remember seeing him in anything. And he was, and we saw Jack Reacher, and I totally forgot he was even in that movie.
Yeah, I saw Jack Reacher.
Yeah.
I had no connection.
Cole called that guy a moon face earlier.
Yeah.
I'm not the only person. I'm sure I'm not. But if I am, I stand by it. Like I said, if they make a remake of The Stand, he should be Tom Cullen. Put him in a big overalls, make his hair a little lighter. He's perfect. Because he's just got that weird simpleton thing down. Like, he just seems so simple.
To Pizowell, I know you didn't mind the film. Would you look forward to sequels? Or you're like, this should be done?
I guess, because, I mean, at this point, they've kind of... I don't know, it's so weird. It's almost like... Yeah, I mean, I guess, but I mean, it seems like the old Terminator films, even all the way up to Salvation, was like one story, and like this new movie was like the kickoff to a whole other thing. So it's not even kind of.
See, I understand how it can be seen that way, but I wasn't thinking that when I saw it. I get how it could be. I don't want it to be though. Like as I said, like that. My opinion is no, because that little bit after the credits where they give you that little flare on the red light or whatever comes on. I almost went, no! Like, because it was just like, come on. Like, we've been doing this over, like, it's like been like 30 years and this many movies and timelines, and it looks like, good, you got Arnold back after all these years, blah, blah, blah. He's not just doing a cameo, he's in it full thing. We have the movie, and then you do that little thing at the end. It kind of undermines everything, if you ask me. How, like, every movie, it's just like, can't kill Skynet, can't kill Skynet. It's like, hooray, Skynet's gone. Then they're just like, maybe not. Maybe not. And you're just like, come on. I don't know. That's what I
mean. At this point, they could do whatever the hell they want to do with the time travel aspect.
Yeah, exactly. They can just
go back to when Sarah Connor was in the womb and, whatever.
They can have a movie about Sarah Connor's parents, and they can change the whole thing.
They can try.
They can
They can
have
try and kill
Sarah
Sarah
Connor's
mother.
parent. They can have Sarah Connor's mother. Oh, maybe they'll flip it around, make it father. They'll have a Terminator go back to kill Sarah Connor's father because Sarah Connor's the one that has to be saved, and like do it, for, it's just and on and on.
Why don't they just send a Terminator back to kill Eve, and then we'll all existence just wouldn't have happened.
What were you going to say before, Pizowell?
So I don't know. I think actually I think if it all ended with this one, I actually think it would be ending on a sour note because, like I said,
it should have ended with Salvation.
We've had 4 movies where John Connor is the end-all, be-all. This movie has said,
no,
screw John Connor. Yeah. So I kind of think if this was the very last one, it kind of went out on a down note, really. I mean, as funny and as humorous and as kind of lighthearted as the movie was, that to me was kind of dark that they just sort of brushed away John Connor.
I want to know, like,
strange.
In the whole series or the whole franchise, what is this importance of destroying John Connor? Like,
well,
I know he's the leader. He's the leader of the Resistance and stuff, but does the computer know, like, in the future it's gonna be defeated by the Resistance?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. They say in every scenario they lose.
That the humans will fucking defeat Skynet in the future?
Yeah.
Well, they're just making a bet.
No sweat that. It's like, what's the big I don't know, like adventure then? What's the worry?
Yeah.
You know?
I think he's the one that, whether he's there at the very end to lead them, he's at least the one that rallies them and instills the hope and faith in them that they can beat Skynet.
Yeah.
But I'm asking,
whether he's there for the...
Like, I guess because people forget, like, in Salvation, it really is more Sam Worthington's character that deals the final blow, not John Connor. In fact, John Connor wouldn't even have made it out alive if Sam Worthington's character didn't rescue him. So.
But even the ending of Terminator 3, where you see that it's him sort of first reaching out to people, hey, is anyone else out there after quote Judgment Day? So it's like he's the guy who starts this human thing that, hey, yeah, maybe they will or won't beat us, but we want to be sure. We got this time travel thing here. Why not just eliminate them and see what happens?
They don't want any odds against them.
Yeah, it's a more safer bet. Hey, we got time travel. Why not use it?
And then why they
it's
send?
Like it's like if they went back in time and they killed Kurt. It's like if they went back in time and killed Kurt Gibson's mother. Kurt Gibson wouldn't have hit the home run that won the '88 World Series for the Dodgers, but who's to say the guy up after him wouldn't have hit the home run?
Right.
True. Yeah.
So.
I mean,
would you guys have loved to have seen Edward Furlong reprise his role as John Connor?
No.
I would have loved it.
Is he in jail?
Yeah.
Still playing the Guns N' Roses.
I can't. I would like to have seen Arnold play an evil Terminator one more time. Just like the first film, like go back.
See, I honestly thought at first, like when I was watching it, that might happen. Like, I almost got a sense like, oh, they're going to pull the rug out from under us, and Arnold is going to be like, not what they were expecting and try to kill them. Nope. So,
I don't think Arnold would be down with that. I don't think he wants to play the bad guy.
Yeah.
That's probably
well, after this third, or the third Terminator that Paramount is going to do, the rights revert back to Cameron. So if Cameron wants to do more Terminators, he can.
So if Cameron doesn't die in the next 15 years,
I doubt it, because Cameron totally like made it sound like he thought this movie was great and what they were doing was wonderful. To me, that makes it sound like he doesn't want to do any more himself. Because he totally signed off on this movie and was like, oh, yeah, it's great. I really like what they did in the concept.
The real Terminator 3 is what he said, yeah.
Yeah. So
he's not going to live any longer. He's not going to live long enough to do any more movies.
He's in good health.
Cameron?
He's got like 3 more Avatar movies coming out.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay,
yeah, but that doesn't require much work on his part.
I mean, it'll take them 4 or 5 years to do another Terminator, and then another 4 or 5 years after that.
I'm mad about Battle Angel.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. You're not saying like he's what's that guy?
I mean, he's like 70 now, right? I mean,
Yeah.
assuming he does live that long, I don't know that he'll be in the shape to be able to make movies anymore. Maybe so. I'd love to see it, but shit, I probably won't be alive then.
What more can you do with Terminator?
Roger's still alive.
Wow, Jay, what are you
That's true.
I hope I can live to see James Cameron make another Terminator movie. That'll be my goal.
Yeah, you gotta hang on, Jay.
But there you go.
I want to see Cameron do another Terminator, another Alien. Let's have him do a Predator movie too. Why not?
I want to see Stallone do
Clone
another
the bastard,
Rambo
man.
movie.
I want him to do the movie he promised, Battle Angel. Angry.
What the hell is
I wanna
Battle
see
Angel?
the
What is
kid.
that?
I want to see the James
I don't know,
Cameron
some like
Spider-Man.
crazy like mech movie. Something kind of anime-like, I guess. I don't know.
Oh,
Let's
wait,
see.
what is Battle Angel? Is it anime?
Well, I don't know if it's based on an anime, but it's kind of like an anime thing because it's like I think it's like it was like mechs, you know, kind of like a Gundam type thing, something like
Oh
that.
yeah.
And he said he would do that?
It was supposed to be the next movie he was going to do after the first Avatar. It was supposed to be he was going to do that and then Avatar 2. It was supposed to be the thing in between, and then it just went nowhere. I don't know what happened, but it used to be up on, it used to be in development on his IMDb page like 3 or 4 years ago, but it's been gone for a long time, and now like I don't know. It's like it never existed.
Maybe someone didn't get their money, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that I bet it would have been better than fucking Pacific Rim. There's another one. There's another one of those
Oh, come on.
idiotic
I like
movies
Pacific
that
Rim.
gets a big. You guys have no taste.
I like Pacific Rim.
Hey,
That movie has, like- that movie
I
has,
called
like,
it
Charlie
Pacific
Day.
Rim Job, so I didn't like it either. So
Pacific
Charlie
Rim.
Day is a comedic genius.
Charlie Day, who sounds like a dog barking every time he sounds great.
Oh, come on.
What?
Man,
He needs a Pacific
I
Rim
watched
job
the
for
movie
his
Horrible
performance.
Bosses, and oh my god, I just wanted to.
You watched Pacific Rim, and then the problem with it was Charlie Day.
No, I'm saying, can you really consider a movie that even decides to have him in it as good? But no, I mean, I didn't like anything else about
I
it.
like the 5 minutes of robot fighting. The rest
Yeah,
of it, I
But
hated.
again, to me, it's
It's
insulting.
like Jurassic World. They give you the bum fights.
5 minutes of the
It's not-
2-hour movie. I need more than 5 minutes.
It's an
You need
insulting.
more bum fights, right?
I mean,
Yeah, I
if you
need
want to see
more.
it done better, just watch pretty much anything
Or better
animated.
characters. I mean, I didn't like the characters. But they're like shitty versions of Top Gun.
Did you like
Yeah.
the robots? How they looked?
No,
I
no.
like the robots. I mean, but
You like how the robots? I like
I hated the characters was
robot
like the
versus
first
the
hour and
monsters.
a half of the movie.
Didn't like
But
the monsters
I just
either.
didn't like the robots. How they looked too. They was like they were like almost enough to look cool, and then there was something wrong with them, you know? Like, hey, this
buy that.
robot looks cool,
It
but
was a good
shit,
plot
he's
too.
got-
Oh, monsters from the ocean are trying to kill us.
I was fine with that. I just was
That's what
bored.
dreams are made of right there.
Yeah.
That's what dreams are made of.
I'm a fan of the director too. I can't help it.
Yeah.
He's making another one, so
I'm
strap it.
I'm a fan of the
Yeah,
director.
I'm fine.
The director was Determo or Guillermo.
Yeah,
Guillermo
Guillermo
del
del Toro,
Toro,
yeah.
I'm a fan of him. I like pretty much all his other movies. That's
Dude,
all I have.
I think, yeah, I like his other movies, but I think Pacific Rim, he's one of those directors, like, not, okay, so he's not like, alright,
He's like Peter
I think
Jackson.
he's lost his fucking mind, dude. That guy is just like, you see the show he made, the TV show or whatever?
The Strain, yeah, I like the
Yeah, the
Strain.
Oh, the strain. Fuck yeah.
I haven't seen it.
You like that?
I
love
mean,
it.
I've
when I
never
saw,
seen it.
when I saw,
I thought that shit was crap, man.
man, I'm a big Del Toro
It
fan.
hurts so bad. It hurts so bad because I like this guy.
I really like
New
it.
season's coming.
I really like his movies.
Yeah.
I like his style, his visual style. I really like his movies. But when I saw Pacific Rim, I was like, thank God he didn't wind up doing those Hobbit movies, because I think he would have turned them into something awful.
I like
Yeah,
Del Toro. I mean, hell, I'm one of the few that like Mimic, so I like Del Toro.
I like Mimic too. Like no one ever talks about that.
Yeah,
I think it's a
I
good
like Mimic
Yeah.
1. Is that what you're talking about? Not the
one.
2,
Yeah,
3.
yeah. I've never.
Mimic 7 was working really good.
You gotta hang in there, but it's worth it. Because you can't just skip ahead either. It's an intricate story.
Oh no, very.
Oh, fuck.
Arigato.
Come on, I got the Mr. Roboto.
My daughter just keeps bringing me these books. She doesn't want me to read them. She just. I tried to read it to her earlier today. Well, you guys were. I muted the mic and I was reading it to her. And yeah, she's done with it. She's like, "Fuck yeah! let me overpower these books on your lap." Yeah.
Maybe she's thinking, this one goes in the trash. This one goes in the trash. Go ahead and throw this one out too.
Yeah.
I'm tired of these booking stores. Get rid of
this one.
We also made.
Is anybody going to watch The Gallows this weekend?
Hell no.
Next week. My day's off for Wednesday, Thursday, so I go to the movies on Wednesday.
Try your
Thursday.
best to act surprised when you get to that moment when the girl's all alone in the stairway and some force pulls her back.
I've seen that.
I'll be shocked when that happens.
I know.
It's another generic boost scare movie of the current. I don't know. All those movies are the same to me.
That sounds just
I can't tell if it's supernatural or slasher or a little bit of both or exactly what it is, but I'll watch it.
Tater Sack the Ghost.
No thanks.
Tater Sack the Ghost, exactly. Yeah.
Next up is Ant-Man. I don't know if it'll be any good, but I'll be there.
Yeah, I'll go see it just because I'm trying to keep up on the damn storyline.
I think that's going to be a Marvel flop there.
I'm starting to get pissed off at Marvel.
Know.
It's like now you have to watch
I thought
everything.
Guardians would be a flop, and it was like a crazy big hit. So
that's what they're banking on.
What? Yeah.
I mean, they're banking on another one of those. I don't think it's going to happen.
It still just seems so weird to me that like Henry Pym isn't in Avengers, but he's in this, but he's not Ant-Man. It's confusing. Like, I know that everybody likes Iron Man and Tony Stark, and especially what's his name, but he doesn't have to be the center of goddamn everything. But they're like, no, we can't have somebody different make Ultron. Tony Stark made Ultron. Like, come on, that's such pandering bullshit. But anyway, so yeah, it's gonna be weird. So like Henry Pym is actually an old, dried up Michael Douglas, but okay.
I'm not like a movie buff like you guys. Expert at it, but I'll just give up on.
That's why we make the big bucks.
It's just all about money these days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really not that concerned about it either. Yeah. It's definitely going to start taking a slump pretty soon. I think it's going to have to.
Mm-hmm. What I really want is just wow me every time. I go to the fucking theater, watch a movie with my kids or whatever. Just wow me, And if it doesn't happen, whatever.
Yeah.
I left that mentality a long time ago. I'm in way too deep now, man. I'm in way too deep. I come to every movie, especially if it's a sequel or a remake or something, with a billion preconceived notions, a billion things to compare it to, a billion different sorts of expectations. I'm way past that. Especially something like Terminator. Like, why do I even bother?
I think at this point, I just don't have any room for tomfoolery. So it's too harsh on anything, and I like it, so I keep eating it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Maybe I've just lost patience. I don't
know. I still have some positivity left, though. There's still some things I'm actually looking forward to, on a not cynical. Just I was looking forward to Jurassic Park and Jurassic World in a way, and it delivered in the way that I was looking forward to it, and that I hoped that it would do this, this, and this. But I certainly didn't expect it to be as good as that. But looking ahead, I can honestly say that I have real positivity, at least, possible, in anticipating the new Bond film. In that I'm not hoping, it'll be good enough. I'm thinking maybe it'll be really good. Maybe it'll be Daniel Craig's best Bond film. I actually feel that way, that they could do it. So I hope so, anyway. I'm really looking forward to that. So I won't be going to that with weird, lowered expectations, as I have to for a lot of these other movies, where it's just as long as it's not awful, I guess it's okay, So it feels good to have that mentality of something. We'll see if they deliver.
The big movies I've seen this summer: Mad Max, Jurassic World, Terminator Genesis. I kept my expectations extremely low.
Right.
And I just went in wanting to have a good time, and I didn't really try to focus on a lot of this, plot holes we've been talking about tonight. I just wanted to have a good time, and that's what I got, and that's all I really expect. I don't expect much more.
That's what I want too.
I want to raise expectations again. I want to. I don't want to believe that I've seen all the best movies I'm ever going to see, that it's over.
Well,
guess what? It's done. You're never going to love anything anymore. I don't want to think that.
No, believe me, I have low expectations each time.
We need more IPs out there, man. It's too much rehashing and trying to cash in on our nostalgia love for this stuff.
Yeah, but when you
80s,
say
90s,
that,
whenever.
then people will be like, well, you didn't see Tomorrowland. You didn't see this. And, well, I don't know if it's good. I want a good movie. Not just because it's original. Doesn't automatically make it, oh, I need to see it.
Well, and with Tomorrowland, I mean, but with a movie like that, you can understand people being like, well, let me wait and hear what people are saying about it.
Yeah.
But when you start hearing what people are saying about it and everybody's saying it sucks, you're not going to go watch it because everybody says it sucks. So.
Exactly.
And especially if you're Jaythestingray and every trip to the theater for you is like $150.
You need to ditch that family, Jay.
I keep telling them how lucky they are every day.
I know. You'd be like, someday you might get left at some gas station.
I'm gonna call child services on you.
And I'll be free.
No, I mean, you know, I wasn't expecting much. That's why I wasn't let down, because, like, I saw Jurassic World with my kids, and all I wanted was them to have some resemblance to how I felt when I watched Jurassic Park, you know. And I was really watching their reactions more than the film itself, you know. And it's, you know, that's what made it more special to me.
The only one of those three that I had really high expectations for was Mad Max, and it still lived up. It still lived up to it. It exceeded them, I thought, really. I
mean, how do you guys feel about the summer so far? I feel like it's better than at least the past few years.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, those are the only three big summer movies I've seen so far. But I mean, I've been happy with all three of them, really.
I mean, I'm not going to watch that Tomorrowland bullshit.
Yeah, no.
Or whatever else Fart in the Wind came out in the past 2 months.
Yeah, and
I haven't seen Age of Ultron yet.
Oh, Age of Ultron, I forgot about that. I liked it a lot.
It's pretty cool. I don't think they did enough to make it, like, the way they sold it made it sound like it was going to be really different from the first one, and it kind of isn't. I don't think they did enough to separate it from the first one. It felt too much like the first one, which a lot of people say is a good thing, but I wanted them to make sort of a different direction, and they don't really, but that's, you know, it's not bad. Like, I
would agree with Cole. I didn't like how they based the villain on Tony Stark, you know, trying to force that aspect of it. And Hawkeye to me is not a main character that I want, you know, that I care about. And all the extra time with him and his family and stuff, I felt could have been spent on other characters.
I guess I don't mind that too much. They had to give him a little.
Yeah, I like Jeremy Renner.
They did something, I guess, to make him different from the other Avengers, which I was fine with. Like, for instance, in the normal Marvel universe, he doesn't have family or anything like that. But in the Ultimate Marvel universe, that version of the character, which he kind of looks more like, does. And I was like, that's kind of an interesting aspect. I mean, they're already using Ultimate Nick Fury. So I guess I was okay with that. It's not really something I thought about until you brought it up.
Which is, there's so much going on in that universe. You know, you have to be very careful what you put into the movie because there's just so many things going on. What deserves time?
The thing is, the movie's a bridge movie to me because it's all about getting into the cosmic stuff, which they laid the ground for, you know, with Thanos, and we get to see a little more Thanos in Guardians and stuff. So I'm really hoping for, you know, that Infinity Gauntlet stuff to be just craziness. Like that's the movie for me.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about it, because I think these next two Avengers movies are going to be the biggest ones.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're bringing Thanos into the mix, but now Joss Whedon's not going to do it anymore. So, I mean, who are they going to bring in to do that? Yeah. James Gunn?
I thought they said the guys who did Captain America Winter Soldier. Those guys. The two directors who did the two directors who did Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Captain America Winter Soldier, those directors are doing the...
For the record, Winter Soldier to me is the best Marvel film I've seen.
I think that's why they got him when Joss Whedon left.
And I'm really looking forward to the next... I mean, that Cap 3 will come out before Avengers 3, and I'm really interested in Cap 3. They're going to do Civil War and stuff. Oh, I just found out... Oh, crap, who is it? Lost it. They cast the person that's playing Aunt May. She's really young.
Shit. I know you're talking about the Marissa Tomei.
Yeah, Marissa Tomei.
Marissa Tomei, yeah.
Weirdness. But anyway, I don't know. Once again, my only problem with this, like, I'm glad to finally have Spider-Man in the Marvel Universe instead of some Fox version or some Sony version and stuff. It's just that means I have to start over again. So once again, he's going to be like a fucking high schooler, which I'm just getting a little tired of. When you're somebody like me and you've read so many comics, you're used to Peter Parker being like 27 and married and stuff. You know, he's not in high school.
Man.
How many times are they going to kill Uncle Ben?
Exactly. It's just getting cruel at this point. Bring it back.
With the third origin story and what?
And who's gonna play Uncle Ben this time?
Yeah.
Brad Pitt, because like they have to keep getting
Morgan
him
Freeman.
too. No, see, way too old. Way too old. They have to keep they have to make everybody younger. But yeah, aren't they like they're being too Avenger-centric? Because isn't like Avenger going to be in the title of Spider-Man? Isn't it going to be called like the something Avenger or something? I don't know. At least maybe that was a working title for it. It actually was going to have like Avenger in the title.
Like the homeless Avenger or something?
I don't know. Which I think tying him into the Avengers is a big mistake. I mean, yes, if you read comics since like 2004, Spider-Man's an Avenger. But all that history in between, he never was. He had plenty of dealings with them. And I think it's a mistake to just act like, oh yeah, he's an Avenger right from the start. That's because it wasn't like that at all. It was like he worked away from them for years and very begrudgingly became an Avenger. Hey, look, he's out of high school. Yeah, he's out of high school. Let's make him an Avenger. Like, they wouldn't do that.
Who's Spider-Man? Are you talking about Spider-Man, Cole?
Yeah, he's going to be Tony Stark's assistant.
Yeah, see?
Now, this is the black kid, right?
Got it.
Oh, that's right. No, I changed it. It's Tom Holland. I remember the horror director, Tom Holland. Everybody was congratulating him on Twitter.
Oh, they're not
using it. I'm like 70 years old. It's not me.
God.
No, they're not using the fake Spider-Man. It will be Peter Parker, not Miles Morales.
I can't believe someone actually thought it was the director, Tom Holland.
Yeah, a lot of people, because it's official.
Maybe they thought he was directing it or something.
But no, I think there was a big controversy about him being black and a lot of backlash, and you know.
I want to see an older version of Spider-Man, but maybe not that old.
I don't want to see a 12-year-old Spider-Man either, though.
No,
I want to see Peter Parker. I don't want to see the. I mean, there's no way of saying it, but I don't want to see Miles Morales. I want to see Peter Parker. Miles Morales is just a big publicity stunt. They're like, here, he's part black, part Hispanic. Everybody loves that.
I want to see him after he's like knocked out a couple of crazy radioactive kids with Mary Jane, and they're divorced. And, he's all haggard.
No more fucking restarts, prequels, whatever. Let's just go. I know who he is.
No more origin stories.
See, the difference here, though, is this is how I felt in 2002. This is what it's like to be a comic book reader.
Hey, I'm not even watching those new Spider-Man movies, man. I'm not watching that shit.
It's so annoying to watch these movies when all this is so overdone for you anyway. It's like the same thing like when you watch a Superman movie. Like in the comics, Superman has, you know, traveled to other dimensions, traveled to other planets. He's been killed by Doomsday. He's gone back in time. He's, you know, gone to alternate worlds. He's fought, you know, a war on Apocalypse against Darkseid. All this great stuff. And then what do we get to see him do in a movie? We get to see him, you know, fight Lex Luthor over like a land deal or something. Like, so that's the harsh reality of like these movies and stuff. It's like they do all these great things, and then there's like, well, let's take the simplest, most boring thing, because that we can make a movie around. And before we can even get to that, we have to hold these stupid audience's hand and do an origin story for them.
Well, you know, I've never, like I said, I never got chance to collect comic book stuff, but everything I know is from the movies, you know.
Right.
I've never really read the comic books at all.
Exactly. Okay. Right. Okay. So you haven't read the comic books. You don't know stuff. But you're not a fucking idiot. You don't need the people that make the movies to treat you like you are one. They're like, well, you know, these people, most of the people going to see these movies haven't read these comics. They're not going to know what's going on?
Now, if it was Tim
Dumb
Burton
it down
making
as much
Superman,
as we
then that would
can,
make
and that's what's annoying.
I'm just tired of like the same. Well, I saw all the Spider-Mans, and I was just like, I'm just tired of the same story. It's basically the same story over and over, just from different fucking.
Because the people that are making these movies think that the movie-going public are retards. They're like, they haven't read all these comics, so they're not gonna know what's going on. We'll have to, you know.
Before I read Spider-Man comics, I knew the origin story of Spider-Man.
Exactly.
You know?
Some of that is
When I was like 6, I knew the origin story of Spider-Man.
Like, honestly,
okay,
to me,
here's an
like,
example.
Go ahead.
Like Tintin. You remember that movie came out, Tintin?
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck, who the fuck Tintin is, and I don't know any of my friends that knew who that shit was. That wasn't even a comic or anything, you know. It's just thought it was an animated movie.
Yeah.
But then,
but you followed the plot and you weren't confused and it didn't rape your brain, right? You were like, okay.
All they needed to do was just go. Yep. Yeah. I didn't need all that shit like you said. I didn't need any fucking back history or whatever. Just fucking go. You know. Here's a kid with a doggy. Let's go.
They waste all this time on these X-Men movies when you could just take one of the better X-Men storylines or graphic novels and make a movie out of it. Because the movie-going public is going to enjoy the movie. They're not going to be saying, "Wait, who's that? And why? How come? Well, you know."
Which was my big problem with Man of Steel. I mean, we had the Richard Donner Superman from the '70s, which was awesome. We didn't need to see the origin story all over again with new parents and new, misguided. I don't know. I just knew Lois Lane.
The main thing I like about Man of Steel is that he finally fucking fights somebody. We had to wait like 1 billion years for Superman to actually fight someone, which seems ridiculous in hindsight. But
I saw him fight
Superman 2. He fought against,
Yeah, but he could. Yeah, but I mean, did it look like anything? I mean, it did.
A little better than Man of Steel. He destroys the city. Might as well have an atomic bomb.
There's no way I can agree with that.
Should just dropped an atomic bomb. Boom.
I think that Superman 2 has a better plot and story and runs better than Man of Steel, but there's no way I could possibly think that the fighting he does against Zod and those guys in any way makes me think of Superman. I mean, I love Superman 1 and 2 for what they are, but they're too weak.
Except for the fact where he stops fighting Zod so he can save somebody from being killed.
They don't
like
have
he's supposed to do.
They don't have the effects. I mean, it just looks really fake and awkward and bad. I mean,
you know that Superman movie you're talking about? Remember when the question was asked, "What's your favorite weapon?" I said vehicle, right? It's because it's really effective during the movie and stuff. Do you remember that scene where the female super being was about to kill that sergeant or that colonel, whatever, on that ship, and then he said whatever back to her, and then just crashed that shit? What was that effective? Like, what did you guys think about that scene? Like,
I like all that. Yeah, I thought she was really
badass.
I loved her in the movie. She was one of my favorite parts of the movie.
I don't even remember what that was, so I guess that answers my question.
That's when Richard Pryor was in there. And
I swear, Richard Pryor was in a Superman movie.
Oh, yeah, that's the scene with Nuclear Man. That's right, with the press-on nails.
He had all the coat boogers.
No, the old Superman 2 had some problems. What was it? They were shooting
And the girl went up
the first one and the second one
to the moon, and they were breathing. And
then they fired Richard Donner in the middle of it or something. And, I don't know.
That was right before Superman took Lex Luthor to small claims court.
That wasn't too far from the plot of that movie.
No, man. Superman. Man, that guy. I think all these comic book characters, they're just whores, man. They get raped so bad, you know?
There's a lot more rape in comics than you think.
Giving up the play, that's for sure.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck am I watching? Man. Let's see here.
Yeah, Piz, I wanted to tell you I got a book on Mad Max. It's all about the character designs in Fury Road that I forget the director's name right off, but it's
sweet.
What he's been working on since. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, George Miller.
George Miller, yeah.
Is it got Supergirl and everything in there too?
Well, it's got all the vehicles and
all the Mad Max stuff. Yeah,
the Mad Max.
Oh,
because like
the vehicles
that's where I heard he had made in that world he had made a female heroine like
yeah,
the Surfer Girl type thing.
which is what Charlize Theron's character turned into, Furiosa.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's really
man.
cool.
I love art books, man. I used to collect the shit out of them when back in the States, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So it was expensive. $80 for some guy's doodles.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But it's like full color and stuff. It's really good images.
Have you seen those? Have you seen those big, huge H.R. Giger books of his art? Those things are like you've got to mortgage your house to buy one of those damn things.
Yeah,
I never had one. I think I looked at them in the store quite a bit, but never.
Just look at it.
Yeah. Crazy.
That's a vagina. That's a vagina. That's a vagina.
That's a penis. That's a penis. That's a vagina. Yeah.
Rest in peace, sir.
Yeah. Everything with Giger was a penis or a vagina. The alien.
That's what life all comes down to.
That's it. Yeah.
It's like a kindergarten cop.
Not a tumor.
I'm actually, for some reason, I've been really wanting to rewatch It Follows lately. Like it comes out on Blu-ray, I think, next Tuesday, and like I really want to rewatch it.
Now, you liked it, didn't you?
I liked it.
I did, yeah. Yeah, I did.
It's one of those movies where if you start to question it, it kind of falls apart, but it's an enjoyable ride.
Is that the one where the sex demon follows some chick around or something? Something like that?
Yeah.
Close enough.
Hey,
yeah.
That right there, man. They could put that on the cover, and I would buy the shit out of it.
I mean, most people seem to get got hung up on like the time frame of the movie, which I really don't think matters.
Yeah, I did too. Like it looked like it took place in like the 70s, yet like they had like iPhones and tablets and stuff. It was kind of. I mean, I didn't get really hung up on it, but I think it added this almost weird, dreamlike, off-putting thing to the film, which I thought
that's what they were going for. I think that was,
Yeah, because I mean that was very smart, I think, on the filmmaker's part, because that's a very common dream is being followed. So I mean that was a very smart, everybody can sort of relate to being followed, because that's a very common nightmare is being followed. So I mean that's very smart on his part.
Mm-hmm.
Which I look forward to checking that out again.
I've heard people say it's the worst movie they've ever seen. I mean,
I thought it succeeded what it was supposed to do. Like its main point is like to sort of build tension, and I think it does that pretty well.
Yeah.
A movie called It Follows. It didn't get a wide release. It was not like a big movie or anything.
It was. I think it came around here.
Oh, okay. Okay, I saw it.
Oh, wow.
I know it was in theaters. I saw it in theater.
I saw it off that the Afghan stream site that I have to
There you go. Bless those Afghanis.
It's the it's TD. They pass it on, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, dude, what the fuck?
It does actually have an interesting underlying message about sex, I guess. If you want to look at it that way. Well, it does.
Jimmy hats.
I mean, if you aren't going around doing it, that you don't have to worry about that thing killing you.
You know what they used to call those scumbags? The fucking condoms, they used to call them scumbags.
Oh, really?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
It was like back in I think my dad's time. Dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What I loved about that movie was like when they were sort of explaining kind of what it was like, you can run as far as you can, you can drive as far as you can, wherever you are, it's walking in a straight line directly to you. I thought that was so creepy. Like you can just run, you could fly to a different country. It's just walking straight towards you at all times. I also liked how the movie ended too. They were being followed at the end of the movie. Like they've almost at this point just kind of like, I guess like how you would, it's like, I got herpes. I'll live with it. It's like, these things are going to be following me around forever. Whatever.
Well, in the version I saw in the Afghan stream site, it ended with the dude passing it on to a hooker. Wasn't that right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Right.
what I saw.
Yeah, is that how it ended? Because what you said sounded different.
The ending that I recall is the two of them walking down the street holding hands, and they're being followed by somebody. That is now. I think I
saw that too, but it was after it was shown that he went and
picked up some hookers.
Picked up some hooker.
Yeah.
Okay. But if once they kill the hooker, it comes back after you.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. It's not it's not really much of a solution.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I saw the right one. I was like, oh shit, that's
that's what I saw.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I forgot about the hooker
that's
part.
creepy, man. I agree, man. That's creepy. But just, oh man, that creepy is like all that thing had. No, they didn't have no gore, no real creature, right?
No, it
was just about the sensation of being followed. I mean, some of the things I liked in it were just like where you would see people in the background, and you wouldn't know. You think maybe that's it. Like sometimes there's at least two times I can think of. There's a part where they're like near like a soccer field or something, and some girl is coming off the field, and you never really get to know if that's it coming after them or not. But it's enough to like make you go, maybe they should get moving.
That's like.
So I think it's not this amazing movie, but I just thought it had like a clear sort of goal, and I thought it was effective in achieving that.
Sounds like I need to show it to my daughters and tell them it's like real.
Yeah.
Well, I've told everybody that schools should show this as their anti-sex film. You know what I mean? It's an amazing allegory. I mean, not just for STDs, but I mean for children.
It is, but it's also weird in that it's like a rare movie where you have a main character who's like a young girl, and it has like that sort of message, and yet we see her have sex with like 4 different people.
Well, kids ain't the same.
Right, yeah.
They ain't the same like when we were kids, man. You saw this thing there, they might be like, let's do it! Fucking orgy right there.
Let's get it on!
Yeah,
Tell me
let's
not
see this
to.
monster.
I'll do it.
I'm gonna fucking get a selfie with this bitch, you know? Bring it on, and this,
Did you guys get the sequel?
You
I saw didn't really have any kind of message.
Yeah, kids these days, man, they stupid, dude. They totally gone the way of fucking stupid.
No. Well, as far as summer movies go, like, I mean, we pretty much named the big ones. I mean, except for Ant-Man, Pixels. I mean, that's Mission Impossible Rogue, which I probably won't do all that well.
Rogue Nation.
That's pretty much it, though. I mean, like, there's some children's movies that'll probably do really well. Like, The Vacation, reimagining, whatever the hell that is. You guys seen the
That's supposed to come out in the summer?
trailer for that? July 29th.
Isn't that like Ed Helms?
Yep.
Yeah.
Pass.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch that.
Yeah, pass on Ed Helms for sure.
I mean, I like Ed Helms. I thought he was great in The Office. I just, I don't want to see him as Clark Griswold. I don't want to see a reimagining of those movies. I just have no interest in them.
It's a shitty looking sequel.
I mean, Chevy Chase and Beverly D'Angelo are gonna make a cameo.
I'm so surprised it's not actually like Ice Cube. Well, he already did like Are We There Yet? Or whatever.
He already did.
Yeah.
But they were shopping a series around with the Griswolds. It was going to be an old Clark and whatever the hell his wife's name is, and they were like older, and they had to raise the grandkids for some reason, and that got scrapped because everybody hates Chevy
I hope it's
Chase.
because their real kids are dead.
That's because Chevy Chase is an asshole.
Yeah, everybody hates him. So.
Like Community.
Anybody check out the Scream television series on MTV?
Don't have MTV.
I flipped through it because it was on
Lucky you.
YouTube, on their MTV page on YouTube, and holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought it was fucking awful. Yeah, at the end, the ghost man has his mouth like he's ready to suck dick, like oh.
Yeah, I
did
did.
LOL, JK.
And it's like, oh, there's a lesbian. That's so different.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
people have seen the first episode.
Yeah.
I actually had a couple of people.
How long is the episode? Was it
45 minutes? I thought it was like probably an hour long.
Hour drama.
About how many of those minutes would you say were with the characters looking at their phones? Because I'm getting the feeling that would be like most of it. Yeah.
If it was realistic, that's what it would be. They would never look up from each other. They would never.
Yeah, but I mean, also, see, you have that, but it's also tied in with the fact that that's a big part of like what.
I guess a lot of people like it because in the comments section it was a lot of positive buzz, but I don't understand it. I saw like a lot of method.
So, is it like? Is it a reimagining of like the first movie, or are we seeing characters we've seen before, or are they completely different characters?
No.
Completely different.
No, it's completely different characters, yeah.
Is it just like set in its own universe apart from the movies? Like these murders have never happened before?
Much.
So, okay.
According to what I saw the pilot episode, I've not watched beyond the pilot. I had a couple of people ask me to do like a review of the pilot, which I did. I watched it. The video should be up tomorrow, but it's its own thing with like seemingly no awareness of that there was a movie called Scream.
Okay.
Or,
so the idea is this is the start of whatever this Ghostface killer is. This is the beginning.
Exactly. This is exactly. And like Rambo said, there's a totally different mask. The killer does make phone calls and crap like that, but it's the
voice didn't sound right. Rambo said the voice didn't sound right.
It didn't sound right.
Damn it! I mean, Jesus. Wow.
How many things can you possibly go get wrong?
It's like they got imitated or something.
Does he sound like Batman from the new Batman movie?
No, it wasn't like that. It's like it imitate. Like I don't know. Like you got a different guy to do the like electronic thing or something, or the guy is much older and sounds different. Sorry, go ahead, please.
It just wasn't my. It's definitely not for me, and I don't know if it's even for fans of the Scream movies.
Yeah,
I think this is almost like
the first thing I asked.
I think
it's like a teen thing on MTV, so it's for people much younger than us. But they would have been too young to watch like the first Scream movie. So I don't know who it's for. Is it about introducing a new generation to Scream? Because it doesn't sound like it's about people that like the original.
Not even introducing a new generation to Scream as we know it, but to Scream, this entirely new entity that is a television series.
Hey guys,
Scream movies never happened. This is all about the show. Kind of thing.
I mean, that's not necessarily a bad way to go, but I bet you they won't do it well.
I'm gonna check out. I'll see you guys. If you guys are still on, I'll be back. But I'm gonna go give my daughter a bath and clean her up and everything.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Nice talking to you.
Oh man, this was fun, dude. Yeah. Next time, can you like link me some YouTube channels that you guys are subscribed to, like stuff that you're interested in? Like.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Check all these guys out that are in here now. They're all awesome.
Can you do that before I go? Like, if you have a YouTube channel, can you put it in the chat? That way I can just subscribe right now.
Yeah.
Sure thing.
I was gonna say this is like 16 and pregnant with a serial killer running around, right?
Pretty much. Something like that.
I would assume.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. It's not for me. I mean, it's kind of like they took Teen Wolf and made it into like a teen drama.
Yeah.
That's what they've done with Scream. That's what they've done.
Holy shit, man! Teen Wolf.
Very.
I saw that.
Like teen erotic type.
Yeah, it's almost like like MTV has its own agenda with all this, and I mean it's like the way I mention it in my video is it's funny because the last time MTV was relevant was when the original Scream was released, so it's kind of weird that they're they're wanting to do a series about Scream, because the last time that network meant anything was in the 90s, really. So I don't know, it's weird. It's still, to me, it looked and felt and sounded incredibly 90s, incredibly, hip, witty, self-referential dialogue. All these kids are just like super cool. Of course, they're all, when I say kids, I mean I'm talking about mid-20s, early 30s actors who don't look like kids. They don't talk like kids because the dialogue's awful. They don't act like high school kids. It's just, it's a mess. It's a mess. And you've got the new Ghostface mask, who looks like he's about to do something very dirty to you instead of kill you. He's going to perform a sexual act upon you. So, yeah.
We'll fillet you to death.
And whoever the killer is, they look like they're about 5'5" and a $120 soaking wet. So I mean, that's pretty intimidating.
Yeah.
Pretty intimidating.
Dude, I hate that. I hate that when they bring these like skinny motherfuckers, cast these skinny motherfuckers as badasses and shit. It just makes me like think, like, oh my god,
Nick Castle style.
Fucking stupid. Stupid.
Yeah.
But well, shit. I guess that's a good time to wrap this thing up, guys.
Yeah, I don't
We've
think
been on here for quite a little while, so
handle anymore.
A little bit.
I need to go to the restroom. But,
I think you guys were going for at least 2-3 hours before I jumped on, and we've been going for like an hour.
Yeah,
4 hours.
Damn.
It's been like
You guys are
4
wild.
hours.
About 5 hours.
like 5 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's crazy.
We call this a mega sub, Piz.
Oh goodness.
I'm down.
But yeah, guys, it's been a ton of fun. I love doing this with you guys. Just an excuse to talk to you in between the Sausage Factory shows. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, take care, and see you next time.
Later.
Later.
See you, boys and girls.